I didn't see anything in the.
Sound check 1 2.
Welcome to the Wednesday, July 10th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call. Down with you, Steve.
Stephen Clark.
Mike Richmond. Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich. Mark Childs.
And
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public meeting, it's a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda. We'll be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have an election for chair and vice chair. We have approval of minutes for the June 12th, 2024 meeting. For old business, we have a public hearing site plan review for the road construction permit for Nicholas Cummins. We have an amended subdivision for a changing the waiver requirement for underground power. And then we have a new business. We have a site plan review and public hearing for the town of Raymond's Parks and Recreation's development of pickleball and tennis courts, followed by staff communications and adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Okay. First order of business, election of the chair and the vice chair for our fiscal year 2024.
I nominate for chair Bob O'Neill, for vice chair Edward Krenwich.
You accept?
Yes.
Accept? All those, any discussion? Oh, you snuck in there, Jim. All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin goes yes. Number one done. Number two, approval of minutes of the June 12th, 2024. Are there any changes or deletions?
Move that we accept the minutes from June 12th, 2024.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin? Passed. All right. First up then is on the old business, the Nicholas Cummins road construction permit. This is the one, just as a reminder, the one that we approved and then unapproved because we had not had the public hearing. So the first thing I will do is open the public hearing on this particular project. Public hearing is open. Does anybody want to speak specifically towards this project? Public hearing closed. Jim, I saw a message from Dustin that kind of cleared up a lot of what was on.
We received some documents today, some plans, some changes that we requested. The only thing,
The HOA?
the HOA, correct, which he would be willing to make part of the condition of approval.
Sounds good.
I think they touched on everything else. The only other item I had, there was one more. I did want to see the surface grading on the plans prior to construction. He gave us the profile, but I didn't see the surface grading, but we can just make that a condition of approval as well.
Jim, can you move that microphone closer?
Or a different angle.
One of them? Thanks.
Stereo now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, does anyone have any questions on this one? Discussion? So, since I did the original motion, I think I'll move that we approve the application for the road construction permit for Nicholas Cummins with the conditions that the HOA has to be accepted and approved by the town, and surface grading be delineated. You want that on the plans,
On a construction set, yeah.
on the construction set? Is there a second?
I second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Done. You're all set. While we're on Dustin's projects, he also sent a note about the Alfred Mann Drive extension to be tabled. Why don't we just do that right now while we're on here? Is there, anyone have any? It's not on the agenda.
You wanted to, you requested it?
He requested it be tabled. You want to make that motion?
Yeah, I move that we table the reference application.
So the motion is to table the Alfred Mann Drive extension application. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Greg. Any discussion? Is it like a tabled indefinitely, or do our tables expire?
I guess you would just table it indefinitely, again, until legally it could expire, but you just table it indefinitely till the applicant's ready to come back with something at this point. It's in his court.
Okay,
After a year, we usually start over.
all right. Okay, any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Give an aye. All right, so the application is tabled. All right, next up is the waiver requirement for the underground power overhead lines. I guess we should do a little bit of an intro on this one, but I think we got everything we needed in the last one, right, Jim?
Yeah, I think the only change would be is that, you have that article, the article section that we're actually referring to, we kind of, maybe we misled Derek a little bit here on this one, but it doesn't really change anything. The article that we had given him prior was for the site plan. The actual article is Article 9, Section 10, subsection B out of the subdivision ordinance, because we're amending a subdivision, not a site plan.
I think that's what he has, isn't it? Standard of section subdivision ordinance, Article 9,
Oh, he does, yep,
number 10B.
yep, he corrected it, sorry.
He's all set.
Yep.
And I think the other thing that we were discussing was the placement of the poles, and that's been supplied, is that? Okay. I guess you open, I'll open the public hearing on the waiver for the underground power headlines. Does anybody want to speak? Public hearing closed. I think we went through all this last time. Do we want, anybody on the board want to have questions remaining?
Everything seemed good?
Yeah, everything.
The only question would be is that we will prepare a findings of fact, and then I guess it'll have to be kind of an affidavit, because it didn't technically amend the physical plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to do it in a document, which will have to be recorded. So we'll prepare a findings of fact document that'll have to be recorded.
Okay, and then
And then it gets attached to the recorded deed and plan.
and Derek records, or
Derek records, yes.
Derek, where are you? You okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, we have a motion.
A motion to approve.
Motion is to approve the waiver requirement for the underground power overhead lines. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Wayne. Wayne, go ahead.
He's froze up.
No, he's blinking.
No,
You just
he
can't
isn't.
hear.
Wayne?
Yes, can you
have a
hear me?
question?
You're all frozen up.
You're back.
We hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we discussed last month that the underground power would still be run to the houses, so we wouldn't have the obstruction at the building with power lines. Is that still correct?
That is still
That
correct.
is still correct. We're just running the overhead through the primary up the side of the road.
And that will be in the findings of fact, right, Jim?
Yeah, we'll provide that in the findings.
Awesome. Then, thank you.
And that line doesn't go by any lots. Oh, it does go by 3 lots.
Yeah, I've got.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you need me to follow that up with a quick memo?
No.
I don't think
I
so,
don't think
Wayne.
so,
I think we
Wayne.
can handle that one. It's just a waiver, so I think we can handle that with some verbiage.
Wayne, I'll put it in the minutes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? Do we make them? We all set? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin, aye? Done. Derek, you'll get with Jim or the town? Okay. All right, to the new business, site plan review for the pickleball. It would probably be to put it there. We're gonna get Will to introduce it first, and then we'll go to you.
And where, do I go over to the microphone?
You go over to the microphone, or you can, if you like to wander, you could pick the microphone up and wander around with it.
No, I don't make me feel like a riot.
Okay, Will, you're up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will Haskell with Goral Palmer, acting as the planner or peer reviewer on this project. So new pickleball courts, tennis courts for down at Cherry Gagnon Memorial Park. We had done an initial review and submitted a memo back on June 4th. The application was withdrawn or postponed till tonight's meeting. We submitted a new memo on July 2nd. And the new memo also incorporates the response to comments that we received on our June 4th memo. So everything's pretty straightforward, I think, on this. Basically proposing to build new tennis courts and a pickleball courts at the park and the existing baseball field. My understanding is the existing baseball field will be essentially demolished and turned into grass. And the big change from the original application that we saw is the addition of lights. So they added some light poles. Get into that in a minute, but Mr. Chairman, would you like me to go down through all my items, or how would you like me to proceed in terms of the review
Only the
of
ones
this?
that you feel are still outstanding, Will.
Okay, really relatively minimal outstanding items. We had an initial comment on surface water drainage. The engineer responded back, and we concur with their response that phosphorus control plan's not required. So I think the biggest item is the exterior, the lighting. They're proposing to construct 60-foot tall light poles. Our understanding from the ordinance is that there's a 25-foot maximum height in the ordinance. So I think there would need to be a waiver for the larger light poles. So really that's the big item I think that's on the table here tonight is the lighting for these tennis courts and pickleball courts. Everything else seems to be in line and essentially in line with the ordinance requirements.
Okay, thanks, Will. The applicant then?
Hi, I'm Margot Barajas. I'm a landscape architect from Sebago Technics, and I'm here representing the applicant, the town of Raymond Parks and Recreation. I'm joined in the crowd by Joe Crocker, the director of Parks and Recreation, and Nathan White, Public Works Director. So as you heard, we're proposing tennis and pickleball courts at the town-owned Sherry Gannon Memorial Park. The site's located in the Village Residential District. It doesn't have any shoreland or overlay districts. The proposed courts are an addition or improvement to the existing park, which is a public facility, which is a permitted use in the Village Residential District. The courts are going to be located southwest of the existing basketball courts at the park, within the outfield of the existing ball field. Access to this is a little awkward. Is this the one that I pick up?
That's the one.
Hello? Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
So you
I
did
do-
want
I
to
do
wander
need
around.
to
Say
point
that?
to the- I do need to point to the map, yeah. So, sorry, I don't know where to stand here. The courts will be located just southwest of the existing basketball courts. Can you hear me online okay?
Try now.
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, there we go. The existing conditions outside of the proposed path and the courts will all remain the same. There's no trees being removed. The ball field in any disturbed area will be loamed and seeded. We initially submitted this application for staff review, but due to the extent of impervious surface, it was decided that it should come to the planning board. Pickleball is very popular locally. We got a letter of support from Brenda Olson, who's the coordinator of the Raymond Rec League of Pickleball. And Brenda says, many more people want to learn to play, but we do not offer beginner programs in the summer. Adding the tennis pickleball court to Raymond would really expand the resources to the division. Currently, pickleball is played on the basketball
Bill,
court.
we still can't hear that mic very well.
Sorry.
I think so. It got turned off. I'm gonna think he's under the mic.
Do I have to do something?
No.
Okay. All right. Hello?
Yeah, she was turned it off.
Maybe I just need to hold it like right here. I need one other
What?
arm. So the tennis courts are 78 by 36, and the pickleball courts are 44 by 20. The total court area is about 18,000 square feet, and the total impervious area is about 19,500. We're not proposing any improvements to the existing parking area, or any additional entrances or anything. It's strictly in this existing ball field in the outfield. The proposed
Excuse me, you do need to speak into the
Sorry,
mic.
I'm sorry. The proposed path will be ADA accessible. And the courts are going to be elevated above the current grade about 2 feet. The drainage out there currently is wet, so we're proposing elevating the whole area to help with the drainage. We are requesting a waiver for the light poles. We're proposing 4 60-foot high light poles. And as mentioned, the ordinance currently maxes out at 25-foot light poles. The higher light poles in this instance reduce the glare for court sports for people playing tennis and pickleball here. Also, less poles overall will be needed. If we were to use shorter poles, we would need several more, which would cost a lot more money. And the pole height also helps with spillover and light pollution. We submitted a photometrics plan that shows currently all the light will be contained within the property lines. And also those lights will be on a push to use operation, so they won't be on all the time. If someone comes to play at night, they can physically turn them on. And I think they'll be operating until about 9 p.m. And they're modern LED state-of-the-art technology lights. They can be operated from an app that Joe can have control over. So it's a very modern system.
So we can turn them on from home?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
I believe that's all for now. We're hoping to get approval tonight for the project. And the waiver for the lighting is the one request.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Is there any questions before I open the public hearing?
Uh-oh.
Oh, they'll be back.
Oh, and sorry, there's another side to this too. Just zooms in a little. That's helpful at all for you. And the tennis courts can be converted to be used for pickleball also. So that's what, you can have up to 10 pickleball courts.
Robert, I'm working on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go back to my.
Yep. Does the ball field go away? Is that the, in this process?
Yes, that ball field, which is not being used at the, is not.
Is that used? Do they use this field out here?
They use it more so for this field, but yeah, the Babe Ruth League is gone.
There's two fields.
Yeah, there's two fields. Yep,
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yep.
it's all the softball field.
yep, the back field, I believe, yep, that's the back fields. Where it's gonna be.
Wait a little bit till we get Zoom back.
Robert, I'm going to be another minute getting Zoom up.
Okay, you still have us in here though, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so are there any questions then, before I open the public hearing? I'll wait till open the public hearing until we get Zoom back. Mike, something?
I do, but I'd like to wait till the public hearing.
You want to wait? Okay.
Zoom went boom.
That's why I pulled this. I wanted to see.
Balls.
Neighbors were.
Yeah, I did too. Chris is back.
Less glare, that's a good thing.
Wayne, what do you think about that? Is there anything you'd have a concern?
Yeah, they were passing it out earlier.
Okay, it looks like we're going.
Are we all back, Bill?
Believe we are.
We can hear you now.
You get, okay.
We don't have visual though.
All right, I am going to open the public hearing on the Park and Recreation Department's application for tennis courts and pickleball courts. Is there anyone that would like to speak?
Yes, Derek Ray, 15 Ball Drive. Just have a quick question. Since you guys are discussing lights and whatnot, there's a ball field that they're not touching that's literally right there that has poles already set in place, and I was wondering if there was a way to maybe tie into those to add lights to the field while we're already there. Putting in the lights and constructing of that, it would probably be cheaper to get that in now. I know it's not, you guys aren't part of finance or anything, but I was just bringing that part up to maybe get the ball rolling on seeing if that's a possibility. And if you are voting on the pole heights, it's a good time to maybe do it now as well, if that is a possibility.
Okay, that's kind of not us, but.
I know.
Is there anyone else? All right, and from Zoom, no one. Close the public hearing. And questions from the board?
Yeah, I do have, I guess, one question. I hope it's not too late in the process for it. I can understand the rotation that is in the design. I get that. I like that. But it does seem like it might block off future use of the rest of the property. So is there any consideration about, excuse me, plans after this or possibly rotating it so it's more orthogonal to the property line and the basketball court, just so if that day comes down the road, more of the site is available for future use?
Do you want to talk about that? Yeah, go ahead.
Joe Crocker, Parks and Rec. Yeah, that was the original design, was we're going to try to line it up along with the basketball court. One of the issues is the position of the sun. So when you're playing, it's not in a good position of the sun, so that's why we angled it that way, so it'll always kind of be overhead. So that's the reason for that positioning.
Thank you.
I'm good. You know that anyway.
Okay, the first order of business would be discussion on the waiver. Where'd you go? I really like the footprint that you showed far as the light disbursement.
Oh, the diagram there?
Yeah, the diagram.
Yeah. Helpful, yeah.
That, in fact, I'm wondering, I was talking to Dave about this, if we wanted to kind of use that as a, kind of as a change to our lighting. The lighting is always an issue.
Right.
And it's always a bleed over issue. And it may very well be that we can approve higher lights, which is gonna give us less
We could look
light
at, yeah, we
bleed.
could look at the future ordinances and just put it so that there's a foot candle limitation at the property line
Yeah,
and give the board some authority to the height. I mean, I don't think we want a 100-foot.
no,
pole
but, right, but I
coming
think
down
that
the
would,
Turnpike, but I think, in some cases.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, but most of these occur in residential neighborhoods.
right,
So.
yeah, you wouldn't want to
You
really.
wouldn't want the height, so
Right.
I mean,
Good point.
I understand what you're saying,
Mhm.
and I think we can make some changes to the ordinance that, based on footprint of the property line, and give the board some authority on the height, if it's fully shielded and does not disperse over the property line.
Yeah, and
Here you
it's,
want a bigger dome of light. Usually when there's residential neighborhoods, we're trying to limit that glare.
right, but we're also trying to limit the dispersion into the, outside the property line, so.
Yeah.
All right, at any rate. Any discussion on the waiver? Everybody have a chance to read it?
Yep.
Okay, everyone okay with it? Then is there a motion?
Yeah, I move that we accept the waiver and allow the waiver request and allow the 60-foot poles.
Second.
Now,
We have to do the waiver separately.
we have to do the waiver separate.
We just,
Go ahead.
waive something that we didn't vote on?
No, we have to waive the, if we don't have the
Accept it?
waiver,
Sure.
yeah, you
Yep.
don't.
Yep.
And it all sounded logical when I read it, and now I'm just wondering, did the letter tick off the points in the ordinance?
Will.
Will, oh, that's right, I'm sorry, Joe. Will, does the, the waiver request hit the points in our ordinance that require, the conditions to be met to be granted the waiver?
That's a good question, because I
didn't check this afternoon. And one of those late things.
when did the waiver request come in with the application? Because I'm not sure we saw the waiver request.
Oh, I just got it, so I'm not sure, well, I mean, I didn't just get it, I got it a day or two ago.
Yeah, I don't think I got that.
All right.
So I don't think I can answer your question.
Well, it
So it's
references
section-
300
just to give you guys
10.6.
reference where the waivers are located for, I think, site plan.
Yeah, it's 30 TAC 8 type 3.
You got it.
We have to deem this complete first.
Yes, we do. Thank you. I guess it, let's just get this waiver thing. Now I don't even have a waiver. Where did we get the waiver from? Sandy, did you email the waiver or did you mail the waiver?
I know I emailed it to everybody. I believe that I mailed it. I think we had enough time to do that.
Do you have a
Well,
copy?
you
Would
know.
it be helpful?
That would be very helpful.
Sure.
The organization here.
Thank you, Margot.
You're welcome.
I enjoyed those light things so much.
Those are on the second page.
All right, so let's see. Okay, Will, this waiver request is provided in response to review comments received July 2nd. For the above referenced site plan application, we are requesting a waiver from the Town of Raymond Performance Standard Section 30 TAC 10 TAC 6, which reads the maximum height, so we all know that. This project park proposes 2 tennis courts, we know that. This project proposes taller light poles that are designed to minimize adverse impacts on neighboring properties while maximizing usable time on the public courts. Using higher light poles allows for the lighting fixtures to cast direct light on the subject, whereas shorting poles can produce undesirable glare and light pollution. Police sees the attached, yada, 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 cost, that's not an issue. That's it.
I mean, it sounds good to me.
Sounds good to you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have pretty good backup with this
With the,
document from the
Yeah, they,
supplier, lighting supplier.
so
with
the,
that and the photometric plan, I think we're in good shape, you know, with it showing the lighting and everything. So I think it's a good request.
so item A is the need for a waiver is based on unique circumstances relating to the specific site and development application, and these conditions would not expect to be encountered elsewhere. Yeah?
Yep.
We okay with that? All right. All right, so waiver's good. I guess as Greg pointed out, the first thing we do need to do is accept the application as complete. So is there a motion to accept the application?
Move to accept the application for the tennis courts at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park, that the application is complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Oops, sorry.
Aye.
Okay, next is the waiver. I think the waiver is good to go. Do you want this back? Do you need this copy back?
You can have it if you want it, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a motion for the waiver? Anybody?
We move to,
Ed already
grant the
made
waiver
that
on-
motion.
What's Andy?
Was that?
Ed had already made the motion to grant the waiver.
Oh,
Was there a
you already did it.
But
Was
no
there a
one's-
second?
No one's second.
Is there a second? I'll second.
I seconded it, I
Oh,
thought.
Kevin seconds. Done.
Yes.
Who's on first? All right. Is there any discussion on the waiver? All those in favor? Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Kevin, it passes. Waiver done. All right. Now, Will, you did have some conditions, right, on this if we were to consider approving?
Well, I only had your standard condition.
Oh, the
really
sunset
wa-
clause?
Yep. So I think you're all set with that. Yeah, unless you've got any other standards that I'm not aware of, since I'm not
Yep.
doing
Wayne,
this
are
on a
you,
regular
Wayne, are you
basis.
there? Do you have any questions? Wayne?
You're on mute.
Sorry. Yes, I did have a question of going from the parking lot to the courts. Is there gonna be new fencing or are we using the existing?
There won't be any new fencing like alongside the paths or anything. The only new fencing will be 10-foot high black chain link fences that surround the whole court area.
The court?
Yeah.
Okay.
And those
Yeah,
the existing fencing around the ball field will be demolished or taken down. Yeah.
Okay. We just wanted to make sure, like, if we needed to use our UTV to get near the court, that we were able to do that. Other than that, we're good.
All right. The one time I remembered to talk to Wayne and he didn't have anything. All right. What's the board want to do? Is there? You're all everybody happy with it?
Yeah, I'm happy with everything. Put it up for approval.
You want to bring them back next month? Just for that?
I'm getting them back next month.
Yeah. Sandy, what's no? Is there a motion? Anyone want to tackle it?
I move to approve the application for the 2 tennis courts and 2 pickleball courts on Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park, with the approval of the waiver for the height of the poles. And also, we will add, or the applicant should add to his plan the sunset clause and limits of expiration. Well, actually, yeah, that should be added onto the plan.
Yeah.
So that was my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Kevin, discussion?
I'm good.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
You are quite welcome.
Reports.
So we'll prepare findings of fact on that. Is that the next step for us?
Who will do
Yes,
that?
Will, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Will.
Will
you.
do that. Okay. All right.
They're all this easy.
I didn't think this one was going to be a hard night. Staff communications and updates.
You're working on signing the findings of fact for Camp Tamanus? Excellent.
The only one left is Kevin.
Oh, Kevin will have to come in the office to hit it.
Will do.
Sandy, do we have any new applications?
I don't want to break your hearts, guys, but no, nothing new came in today.
You know what? Sounds like a lobster bake next meeting. And I don't know if this made it to the planning board or not. I did receive a copy of it. I'm guessing it's probably with the selectmen or the town, but there was a citizen's petition.
Oh, yes, thank you, Jim.
You want?
Yeah, no, go ahead, you can keep going.
The
citizens
select
petition.
board voted on that last night to move it forward for special town meeting and
Yeah.
public hearing.
I couldn't hear.
That's okay, Tenny's just reiterating what you were going to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the citizen petition for the land use ordinance to eliminate,
You guys are young.
yeah,
Yeah.
eliminate solar energy systems in the shoreland zone and make the ordinance prohibit the installation of commercial energy systems in the rural residential district and all of the shoreland districts. And they want to make that retroactive to 2023, July 1st, 2023. So there is a petition. I don't know where it goes from here. I don't know if it's, Sandy, did you say that went to the Board of Selectmen?
I can take it from there.
Oh, got it.
So the group on the solar project, they had they wrote a proposed ordinance. Their lawyer that was here, they had like 511 signatures and brought it to the selectmen, requesting a special town meeting to vote on what Jim just said, the no solar projects in the residential
Rural residential.
rural residential district.
That's commercial only, obviously, right?
Yes, right. So the selectmen asked, as it would normally occur, the ordinance to come back to the planning board, where we would then decide whether or not to give it an up check, a down check, and send it back to the selectmen to schedule the meeting. There's two things that happen. One is not a single word can be changed on the document, petition that is submitted. It has to stay exactly the same. What I told the board, not speaking for the board, but I told the board that I thought it would not be possible for the planning board to receive this, vet it, decide whether or not there's implications that we would not like, or implications that that nobody would like, and then send it back with an approval, considering that we can't change anything of it, and it has to go before the town anyway. So they are, though, looking to us to vote on whether or not we approve it, or whether or not we're just sending it back to the selectmen without comment. In other words, we're sending it back recommending that it be approved, or we're sending it back to the selectmen without comment. So before I go any further, that's the decision.
Can we recommend not to approve?
We could recommend not to approve, yes.
Recommend, not recommend, or...
Yeah, but even if whatever we do, it still is going to it still goes to a special town hearing in August.
Right, which they scheduled last night.
It was scheduled last night, yeah.
August 13th.
Oh, Jerry, you're really up on this stuff. Jeez.
Select board or something.
He was like a politician.
Yeah. So, that's, those are our choices as they're in every ordinance that we
Just in
review.
case you all wanna have a look at the actual.
I don't like retroactive regulations.
I'm not sure that's even legal.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that at all, the retroactive.
Right.
The irony is, it goes back to July 2023. We have no current applications.
Right. But it can't be changed. I mean, they actually, I'm sure they would probably be willing to change that to the current date,
Right.
but they're not allowed to change it
Right.
unless they go back and get all those signatures.
I think we've only have, right now, one solar farm that's still under its warranty, or not under its timeline.
Yep, we just
We just
extended that,
extended
didn't we?
that one, yeah.
And I don't think it would, I don't know, it would not impact that, I don't
I
think.
don't
would it?
think so.
No, they're not in that.
Yep,
Basically, it'd be anything going
No.
forward from July 1st.
right.
Can the select board member speak?
Oh, should we let him speak?
I don't know.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
capable of it, I know that.
Probably, he's gonna jump up there anyway, isn't he?
He may offer some insight that's helpful.
Good.
I was just, so what happened was, we asked that same question, why retroactive?
Right.
And what it was they were putting this in place, got the signatures and everything going while the application that they were trying to stop was in progress. Once they got those signatures and this was already out, they withdrew their application, but like you said, they can't change it, so they just left it like this to go town vote. So that's the only, they probably would, like you said, get rid of it and the retroactive, but they can't, now they'd have to start the whole thing all over again. They just decided not to.
We lose them again.
Well, the other question I
I'm
had
not
for you,
sure.
Bob, not to complicate this, was I know we had talked about maybe even going back in and looking at some of those buffers.
Yeah, and I think we still should.
Jim, I'm pretty sure once this is voted on at that next town meeting that they're doing, it's going to end up coming back to you guys for next year's changes to see what else it affects, if anything, and get it all straightened out then.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like the cart in front of the horse.
Yeah, I think, that whole project was a timing thing, the applicant, for the butters. Thoughts?
I wouldn't make a motion on this today. And
We have to make a motion on this today,
Is that, even though it's not on the agenda?
even though it's not on the agenda. Actually, it should be on the agenda.
Okay. No,
I
was just
think
curious
now
if
that
there's
they've
a-
scheduled a public hearing and put it forward with their recommendation, I think it's kind of a moot point from you guys, but you can still do it if you want.
Well, we were asked to, so I think we probably should. Even though I agree with you, Sandy. I think probably should we say the politically correct thing to do would be just to send it without our recommendation.
I
would prefer
agree
to
with
be
that.
neutral on this.
Yeah,
Without recommendation?
without a recommendation.
Correct.
I agree.
Okay. Kevin?
I agree with that also.
All right. Jim, could you pass that back so I could just reference it again, please? I'll get it. So I move that we send the citizen petition for the land use ordinance amendment changes concerning the regulations on commercial solar energy systems to the select board without a recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
A second. Is that okay? Anyone feel okay? Kevin? Okay, all
good.
those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Kevin said yes, done.
So no meeting next month?
I guess not. No meeting next month, Sandy?
That's your call.
No applications. The only thing you'll have is we'll have, which you can come into the town, the Milers Woods, sign that plan once we get a few things on it.
Yeah, so we'll have to stop in.
You can just stop in the town and we'll let you guys know when it's ready.
Too early to start on ordinance stuff for next year?
I would suggest that in your extra time over the month of August, that we start preparing lists of things that you foresee you'd like to see looked at or changed or modified, things that have routinely popped up. You know, that's typically what we've done. I'm sure Chris has probably got some. I know you and I have talked about the solar. You talked about the photometrics tonight. Anything like that, any of you see that there's a issue that you'd like to bring up,
We'll start in
let's
September.
get it out in September.
Okay,
And typically what we've done, I think, is we've had a workshop,
right.
just a couple, half hour before the meeting, just to kind of get a list formulated. Because we really start digging into those around Christmas, December.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see and we'll also see at that point where we go with the ADU, because we didn't really, accessory dwelling unit. Hopefully we get some more information on that too.
Whoa, you lost me on that one.
Well, the state LD
Oh, yes, okay,
2003,
right.
we kind of kicked the can
Yep.
down the road. I don't know if we can kick it any further. So I think that's one that we hopefully get a little bit better guidance on from our attorney.
All right. Then we're up to item 7.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Lucky 7.
Aye.
Thunderstorms yet.
No, I guess the only thing I would say is that the ordinance change that was requested and was sent to the planning board by the selectmen came to us days before a meeting and in the middle of the public hearing process to prep the warrants for our town meeting. So it was, I think that the problem that the presenters today had then was the timing between when the solar application was submitted and the process that the planning board was already in identifying a change or changes to the solar ordinance, which actually did go to the voters in this past town meeting, and those modifications were passed as it is now. So no, specifically on this, I think my comments would be more appropriate for the public hearing if it is scheduled. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Oh, thank you. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I guess the only thing that I would reiterate is the reason that it was days before that ordinance meeting is Alex was the one at the select board meeting who said, submit these by such and such a date, and we submitted them by that date. So we met the burden that we were told to do. Obviously, like, we're not as skilled in the government process of the select board and the planning board as you all are. although we have gotten quite an education during this process. So we were sort of relying on our town officials who were telling us what to do. And at the time, you know, he was the code enforcement officer and involved in the planning board, involved with the select board, and said, you know, please, you know, do the changes that you want, which we spent considerable amount of time and money, because we paid the attorney to do that for the town, and submitted it, you know, per Alex's instructions. So we meant no disrespect. Obviously, we were just following the rules with what we had. And I do want to just make one comment. We were at the polls, you know, handing out flyers to tell people, you know, if they cared about and wanted to show up at this meeting, or if they just wanted to wait to see if we got the vote. And as people were going out, they said, well, there was solar on that. Wasn't that your issue? And I said, no, that wasn't our issue. That was this. And they said, because on the ballot, it doesn't tell you what it is. It's your responsibility, right, to go and read the warrant before you show up to vote. And so I went to Sue and I said, a lot of people are coming up to me and they don't even know what they're voting on. I'm like, not everybody goes online to read the warrant or watches these meetings, or, you know, for whatever part of their lives. I remember I was much more politically active before I had children, and I am now. But in the interim years when I had 3 little ones, you know, you guys do a great job. Things were chugging along. So I kind of just, you know, trusted the process and didn't pay a whole lot of attention. And so Sue did say those are available at the polls. I don't know if voters know they're available at the polls to actually be able to raise their hand and say, hey, I'm voting on this. I don't know what it says because it's not here. And Sue's like, well, they can raise their hand and somebody will do it. And I said, I think this is about voter education, because I don't think anybody knows that they can do that, right? Once you walk in, you think you can't walk out. You think you can't talk to anybody. It's secret. I didn't know that the warrants are there. You know, all you had to do was ask, or you could go read them. So I think, you know, to Peter's point and, you know, to my point, that in 2022, when I was voting on it, I thought it was one thing, not the other, because probably I didn't have the fine print in front of me and I didn't read it, and I made incorrect assumptions. But it probably does come down to voter education, because when we talk to our Raymond citizens, they do really care about the town. I mean, everybody loves living here and everybody cares about it and everybody wants to see it thrive and all that. I think sometimes they just get frustrated because they're busy in their everyday lives and can't get into the minutia of this, and then find out after the fact that something isn't what they thought it was and comes as a surprise. But I do appreciate you all during this process. You've given us quite an education. We do respect that we get the vote sooner rather than later, because there is the interest on it. I also think it's better for the town, because it tells future solar developers where we stand as a town, which allows them to then come in and make informed decisions and not make investments and then find out that, you know, things can change, or that, you know, we're not friendly to one proposal versus another. So I hope you'll give us that opportunity. Thank you so much.
Are there, excuse me, other comments?
I have a couple questions and/or comments. As far as this one goes, I don't know if you guys can answer it. Code enforcement probably know more. But anyway, with the commercial ones, like you were saying before, with the old dump land, if this gets pulled out, I don't know what that's zoned anyway, but isn't that zoned, if it's zoned rural residential, would that affect this, since it would be a commercial development? And then also, what kind of is defined in that? I don't know the ordinance off the top of my head on the commercial side of it. Is it panel size, square footage, or whatever? But I know for doing this solar project on smaller scale on a house, on a roof, there's 2 different residential and commercial side for their company, and they're considered commercial if they're doing it on a commercial property roof. So also was trying to clarify that into this ordinance change, if that would affect any of those buildings. There's not a ton of them, but larger buildings in Raymond, or if anything ever happened with the building next door, panels could be put on that, but that's not zoned commercially, but the property itself would be on a commercial account, basically. That's a lot of
I don't know if
questions
we-
I would have on.
I don't think we can change this because it's not our petition.
Well, I'm not saying,
Oh,
right, this wouldn't be able to be changed, and I'm just making sure, I'm just, for my information, wondering if this would affect that, if this
Okay.
passes, if this would affect that part of it.
Well, I mean, what I would, I mean, there's a couple, at this point, all,
No, I know what this is for. I'm
Yeah,
basically
right.
projecting that out there so
Right.
people can do their homework
So
and
it did,
realize what this
right.
might do or not do.
Right, but at this point, the only action we can take is either to reject the petition or to accept the petition and schedule for the public hearing. What I would suggest happen, regardless of what the outcome of that is the planning board reinvestigates, because the law of unintended consequences comes
Right.
in. And the fact is, the change is a one or two word change in the ordinance, but it can have ripple effects through other areas in the ordinance, and without that being rechecked and checking at what the overall intent is behind that, and have we excluded things that we didn't mean to exclude, and things like that, that they should take a look at that as well. I further would suggest that because that's going to go to it would go to a special town meeting, it's going to require a recommendation from the planning board as well as from the select board. And so I don't, from a practical standpoint, I don't think July 9 is a practical date. I think the August date is more reasonable to give the planning board a chance to look at it, plus for us to get it onto an agenda and make a recommendation on it.
do you want Bob's input?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way too.
Do you want Bob's input on that at all? Does Bob have anything to say on that?
Yeah, he was about to get up, but Jeff went.
I have a question too. What's to, if whether it's July or August, what's to keep us from saying that there would be a letter of intent of the special meeting coming up? So if anyone did come in and want to put in a commercial solar farm in a residential area, they'd be aware that this would be retroactive and there'd be a vote on it, just to stop any more complications moving forward. How could we do that?
Once we, if we vote to set the meeting, that puts that there, that says that you have scheduled a meeting for this, and that's the wording that's in there. So that anyone putting in an application would know there is a special town meeting.
They'd be aware of it.
With that date, with that retroactive date in there. So.
And they wouldn't be able to sneak in front of that.
We would have to
Right.
hold it.
Right.
Because they would know, so they would basically,
And you want
they
it,
as in planning boards.
their committee to be able to have time to read it, review
Right.
it, and not rush through it too, yeah.
So the second question then is, if that's the case, what's to prevent us from having this special town meeting and include something from the planning board, if that's what you're implying, that they might have something that we need to vote on along with this?
The issue is, the special town meeting has to vote to the petition that was put forward.
It can't be.
Their
There can be no
petition.
change, there can be no changes
Yeah.
to that.
I'm not talking about changes, that's-
The planning board will make a recommendation on that for that special town meeting. So they will have a recommendation as to what, the wording that's in there now. What I'm saying is, if they do that, I think that they should then take another look at it after the fact, to see how that bubbles through and see if there's anything else that needs to be trued up or whatever, to make sure that from that point going forward, because all this did is change really one word in the thing, which, as you well know, one word can bubble through.
Yes.
And
That's why I was saying, if there's some other, if there's another implication or something else that needs to be clarified, and we're having a special town meeting anyway, could we not post the special town meeting for this, as well as add something that the select board or planning board would like to add in regarding solar panels? A secondary thing, as long as it's posted in time?
Two different votes, meaning putting this through and then.
So
if the planning board had something that we should take, in other words, I don't want to hold this up. If there's something that this would cause a problem for, the planning board could make a recommendation on another amendment. Is that possible?
No, because the petition, the special town meeting has to go to the petition that was put forward.
Oh, we can't call one? We can't add to it as a select board?
You could have
We
another
can.
one you could have another one at a later date.
I think
Okay.
it would go
But-
beyond. I don't think
You
it's
know,
enough
at this
time.
point, because there's a valid petition, the only actions we can take at this point, well, there's a couple of others. We could reject the petition, which I'm not recommending.
No.
We accept the petition, we set the date for the special town meeting. Or you could ultimately say, oh, no, we want to push that off until the next town meeting, which isn't going to sit well with people either. So I mean, the logic.
What's that, November?
No, it'd be June next year.
Oh, yeah.
You've answered my questions. I think we'll be voting on this. It sounds like we'll be moving forward affirmatively.
So, but Rolf, again, if we're voting on this one here, we can't change this one here.
That's correct.
So even if the planning board does want to add something into it, it doesn't matter right now because they can't change this.
They cannot change the wording of the petition.
So my recommendation, then, we vote on that one in July, and then they still have more time to do it for August.
No, because they still need to, they still need to make a recommendation on this when it goes for that special town meeting.
But they can't make a recommendation on this because it can't change it. And I understand the word
They can make a
thing.
recommendation that either is they recommend or they do not recommend. That is, so they'll have a recommendation on there either to recommend
Just like we do in June.
or not recommend.
Well, I know that, but I thought if we're going to accept this, then we accept it as is. So them recommending or not recommending, I'm not getting.
Because it's just like in June.
Because we can't accept the, all we can do at this point is accept the petition and set the special town meeting. The special town meeting will accept the
If it's
change.
pushed out one more month, the planning board would.
The planning board
would either
but the planning
recommend
board,
it-
but because it is an ordinance item, the planning board makes a recommendation, the select board makes a recommendation.
So, but the planning board can come back and say, I do recommend the ordinance.
No.
Well, wait.
Can't conditionally recommend.
No.
Either recommend or
So
not
they can't say that they recommend, but they would make this change?
No.
They either have to recommend or
Because
not
you cannot
recommend.
make a change to.
Well, that's what I just said,
Right,
yeah.
you can't- So all they can do is say either they're recommending, accepting that.
And we let the
or-
people vote on
And
that.
the people vote on it.
Okay.
They could recommend and then also say, we should do this, this, and this. But we recommend this passing and it passes, but we also think this, and this should be added or subtracted or whatever, which is a different item, different vote, different day, and send that through as well. But as far as them recommending or not recommending, it will be exactly how it's worded, how they presented it to us.
Right, okay, so you guys are all like in agreement then, like the August meeting should be better?
Yep.
Okay, so.
Yeah, we have
do you-
to give
Yep.
them a chance.
No, I'm fine with that.
I'm not sure when their next.
I just want to make sure it was all clear on this too, and I was clear. All right, so do you want a motion?
Yeah.
All right, I make a motion to to accept the petition, the citizens' petition regarding changed land use ordinance sections pertaining to solar panels, and schedule it for a public town meeting for August at our next meeting.
Second.
What's the next meeting? Sue, is the second?
It's July 9th, I
No.
believe.
No, August
no,
one.
Oh, August? Let me see.
Make sure we have it.
I think he's right, it's the 13th, but I'll double check. It is the 13th if you go with the second
Okay.
Tuesday,
Okay,
which is not.
so for August 13th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, Peter?
And before Peter talks, do we have to make a motion to send it to the planning board?
No.
Okay.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just a point of clarification. So, Rolf, when you say that an option could be that the selectmen reject the petition, you're talking about the early vote in the special town meeting.
No, when a petition is presented,
Yeah.
the select board can either accept the petition or reject the petition. There are certain things that allow under law for a petition to be rejected.
But what I'm saying is that if you have the requisite votes
Yes.
or signatures on a petition, that the select board chooses not to put on a warrant,
Right.
then if you have sufficient signatures, then the people put it on the warrant. Isn't that correct?
It's, it can be rejected. Under the statute, there are certain conditions that a petition can be rejected.
Yes, so my understanding...
and essentially, if there's something illegal in it, we can reject it. If it's something that's, there are certain elements
certain conditions,
that,
but
we
if
can
you...
say that petition on itself isn't valid.
But just for clarification, if none of those things exist, at the regular town meeting and/or referendum, if there are the sufficient signatures on a petition to place an item on the warrant that the select board has chosen not to put on the warrant, then that item is placed on the warrant. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, but as I say, it comes down, the requirements to be able to reject a petition are fairly onerous. So I mean, it's and it's and essentially, I mean, essentially it's done because at that point the select board would be acting to protect the town from going into something illegal. So.
And in the motion, I'm making it to accept the petition.
Could I just say something from the planning board side? I'm sorry to butt in here.
Yeah.
But we won't have the time to do what you're asking us to do, because we don't meet until July. So this would come to us in July.
Right.
You're not going to get a recommendation for or against in the July that would mean anything. So we would get July. We would set and research, which would then put us into August. And we would normally, under normal circumstances, we would hold the public hearing on the changes once the planning board had put that together. So since we're not really changing anything on this and have no way of changing anything, we have no real way of giving you a recommendation for or against in the timeline that you're going to give us.
Well, the one difference here too is that this is not, at this point, it's not an ordinance being generated by you. This is a petitioned change. So as far as the researching and whatnot, I mean, from one standpoint, yes, you'd want to research to make sure there's nothing that's not improper in there, so that you could say that no, the planning board does not recommend. You could also come in and say the planning board makes no recommendation. That is also valid.
Yeah, I understand that. I just, if you're looking to the planning board for an up or down recommendation with this timeline, I am guessing you're not going to get it. And that's the only thing I wanted to say.
Yeah. So
just because of the time of allowed.
Right. The other thing that comes into play is under the petitioning rules, there's a certain amount of time that we have in order not to accept it and to put it to
not 45
special
days.
Town meeting. So our hands are more tied on the outbound side because.
No, I understand all that. I'm not objecting to any of that. What I'm saying is that the unintended consequences of the ordinance that's presented now is not going to be researched by the planning board in the timeline that we would have currently.
Right.
And I'm not arguing that that the vote shouldn't go through. I'm just saying that the expectation from the planning board is not realistic.
Right. No,
that's my only point.
I understand what you're saying there, and that's why I'm saying that, after that, I still think the planning board needs to take it back and be able to reinvestigate it and make sure that there's nothing that was done that needs to be corrected or whatever. So, and that would go forward at the to the next town meeting.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep.
I guess so. What's happening then is, again, we're taking out the planning board now of this one, and then we're going to bring them back in. They're going to come back in later to take a look at it.
Well, they still are in a position where they can make a recommendation.
Well, he just said they won't be able to.
I don't think they're getting blindsided with this. I mean, it's been months and months.
No, you're right.
7 months.
And if I can, Mr. Chair, just quickly on that, if we use the example of the TIF special town meeting tonight, what happened before the vote? There was a public hearing. So there will be a public hearing before the special town vote in August. So if there are concerns from the planning board or other members of the community, that will be their time that they will be able to share them before the vote.
The planning board can't, though, because what happens is the planning board cannot speak just one on behalf of the whole board.
Sure, but
so they won't be meeting at the public hearing.
Sure. Sure, and they can speak in their individual capacities. I guess I just wanted to let you know that the idea of, geez, we're not going to be able to allow, or an August date wouldn't allow the planning board to fully sort of vet this proposal. I think Mr. Chair is right. I mean, I think that there is some time that this has to be called as quickly as possible. And I was just raising the point that there will be time for public discussion about this issue before the vote.
Great.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add at this point, I agree with the timetable. I think this has been talked about extensively around the community. Certainly this group has brought it to neighborhoods. And if we really are, if this passes and we find a bad omen or something in here, something for a problem, this in essence just stops it from happening, and it can be amended at any time to go back and fix anything, just like we're talking about here. And just in interest of time, frustration, 500 signatures, I'd just soon go ahead and move to what we're talking about. And by the way, there's 26 pages on petitions. So when you talk about petition drives, it's quite extensive, just the background. And it is very, very narrow what can be rejected by the select board. So this isn't, the chair is absolutely correct when he says this is a very slim thing to object to from a select board point of view. So I think they've been clear. I think the petition is something that we as a board would always want to honor anyway from the democratic process. So I see no problem with moving forward with this.
I agree.
Bob?
Bob Wallace, 36 Pulpit Rock Road. Just so Mr. Levitt understands that the town, the select board cannot say no to this petition unless there's something nefarious going on.
Right.
It has to be, in the words of this document, it has to be reasonable. It can't be a personal thought process. It can't be, oh, we should change this, we should change that. No, it's got to be this or nothing. And if we don't have the planning board able to complete an assessment by August, why don't we make it in July? Get it over and done with. And then they can work on it after that.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Other comments? Yeah, the motion on the table is to accept the petition and to schedule the special town meeting for August 13th. All those in favor?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go. I think I'm going to
Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you.
All right, so.
Next item, discussion of how to proceed with the RWPA boat inspector's liability insurance ending.
And I don't see Marie here. She's the one I was dealing with, was Marie Conley. She did inform me that the insurance company may have insurance by the end of July, or they may not. They haven't gotten a definitive answer. So we may know more by the July meeting than we do now.
In that case, I'll entertain a motion to table that.
Can we just get a clarification, though? Any petitions that come in, can they be held? And nothing happens while we have this petition from August? I just want to make sure that's there.
Petitions or applications?
Applications, sorry.
An application can be put in, but they do it under the danger that if the petition passes, then that's retroactive, so it would no longer be valid.
Right. Okay, just wanted to make sure on that one.
I think that's right.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you on that one.
All right, in that case, I'll entertain a motion to table.
Motion to table the RWPA boat inspector's liability insurance ending issue.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration, next item is consideration of tax abatements.
I know Kurt's here.
Kurt's here, but let's see. tax abasements. There we go.
No.
Good evening, Kurt LaBelle, Assessor's Agent for the town of Raymond. I have one tax abatement requesting that the board act upon. It's for a camper trailer that was at Kokatosi Campground. Kokatosi very generously works with their summertime residents and reports to the town annually camper trailers that are not registered. So you're talking like park model campers and things like that, which under Maine law, if they're not registered, they're subject to personal property taxes. And we had one where an individual moved his camper out of Kokatosi Campground, out of town in the fall of 2022, and it came in on our list for 23. So we issued an assessment to the individual. But that camper was not there April 1st of 23 and has been replaced on the site with a excised camper. So that's not subject to personal property. So I do have one tax abatement for Harold and Amanda Bettany in the amount of $9,900 valuation.
The tax amount of $157.41.
$157.
Okay, motion to approve the tax abatement for Harold Bettany and Amanda Bettany, Westbrook, Maine, $157.41.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Dennis, you know what's going, you understand? Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
And that's one that I signed.
That you signed? Okay. All right.
The next item is consideration of issuing a supplemental tax bill.
Yes, Mr. Ralph Whitney owns almost 33 acres on Webb's Mills Road. All but 2 acres is enrolled in tree growth. He's requested to remove 1.1 acres of the classified land, which adjoins the unenrolled land next to the house site. And the penalty for withdrawing land from tree growth is issued through a supplemental tax by the select board. And the penalty has been calculated to be $464.40, which I'm recommending the board issue for collection to the tax collector.
All right, so.
Where is this?
I'm sorry.
It's going to be a few pages down.
I see on page 65, but what road is that one?
It's on Webb's Mills Road.
Okay.
All right. A motion to approve the supplemental tax fee of $464.40 for Ralph and Harriet Whitney. Is that spelled right, the Ralph, R-A-L-F? Or should it be an O?
P-H.
No, it could be R-A-L-P-H.
Well, it's right here. That's where I found, yeah.
Well, it could be Ralph, too.
On the tax one, I think it's P-H, so.
It's R-A-L-P-H on the...
It's PH on the tax
card. Yeah.
Okay, just on your
probably
right.
mine.
Nope.
No.
All right.
Did you make the motion?
I did.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Mm-mm.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
This paper's coming down. There's 3 signatures, 3 pages.
Next item, consideration of renewing the contract assessor's contract.
Yes,
Who's the assessor?
Well, now we're at $160 from the...
Yeah, you're in the hole. Well, you're up, though. You got 400 coming in.
You should be the treasurer.
Yeah.
Well, and technically, you folks are the assessors. Kurt is a contract assessor.
So, as you're probably aware, my current agreement is coming to an end at the end of June.
On my second page.
So I'm proposing to the town a new 3-year agreement for services, which will carry assessing needs through the 26 revaluation, bring things through June 30 of 2027. I have increased my fee by 9%. Which would be 3% per year. It's probably half what the current inflation rate has been, but I'm willing to meet the town halfway and absorb some of the inflationary costs that have come basically to all of us. I think it's about 20% over the last 3 years, inflationary costs. The agreement what it does is 2 layers to the agreement. There's the standard 60 days of service per year, which is we've traditionally been provided to the town. It's just a little bit more than a day a week. But with the revaluation coming in, there is going to be a need to triage that project to get it through implementation. So I'm offering the town an additional 50 days of service to be spread out over the 3-year period as needed. I anticipate that most of that's going to be needed at the end of FY '26 and the first half of FY '27. So as the project nears completion, and we'd have a lot of valuation review and through hearings and then tax commitment and any appeal process, it's going to be very labor intensive, both for myself and to my department, but also for the select board. It's going to have a lot of activity during that time. Do expect that the project will be kicking off this fall. We'll likely have some meetings, some public meetings with the revaluation company, with the select board, to let them know how the process is going to unfold, and I expect we'll have periodic meetings throughout the next 18 months as the project moves forward. But that's it in a nutshell. I'll gladly take questions.
I make a motion to renew contract assessor's contract, Kurtz, at that 3%.
Second.
Which is 9 over the 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second. Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
I signed as well.
Before we move on, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I ask, when we have an agenda, written agenda, we also have an e-package that gives all the details.
Yep.
Is there any way or any reason we can't have a small, brief explanation as these abatements come in? I mean, if you, like the trailer situation is black and white, if it was just a small thing. And the reason being, in my opinion, the reason being is some people can look at the agenda and it may be of something of interest, if it's a neighbor or something. And again, I mean, we had 80 pages to go through different things, so is it legal to do that, or does it have to come up in this sort of forum to have some sort of brief, what's going on with it type of thing?
Yeah, I can provide as much or as little information as the board wants. So typically what I do is I do a cover memo, which kind of provides what you're talking about, a brief overview. But sometimes the board likes to see the details of the situation. So oftentimes I'll provide maps and background information. I don't have to do that.
No, I saw them. I like what you do.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know on the written agenda that goes out for the public.
Oh, the
might
written.
check in on a meeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the written. I don't know. That's
Yeah. And we can add that if there's something that's out of the ordinary. I tend to do that anyway, or I have done that. So there's no reason why not. It just hasn't been requested before, so.
Just when you go through it, I mean, I like to do a quick overview, and if it's just simple things, I don't have to read all the detail. I kind of put faith in the people we hire. So I'm just asking if that might be possible for a small amount, small little details. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Next item is discussion of direction for Public Works Garage with the failure of the warrant article.
Melissa, I believe the warrants
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I got them. Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh, you
Just looking for some direction, what you'd like to do at this point. I put a hold on Sebago Tech. They've stopped everything at this point. We've got $61,000 tied up in this at this point. Just looking for some direction.
Had the bid packages gone out?
No. Our next step was to vet the vendors that we were going to send the package out to. Narrow it down to, we were going to target 3 vendors, or have just 3. to try to consolidate it a little bit. But that there's more steps to be taken to do that. But, nobody will bid on this without a positive vote from the town. Once they get into the design build, they're going to have quite a bit of money tied up in it. And going forward without a town meeting approval, I kind of get that.
Well, I mean, the original intent, under the, is that the bid package would go out, and, so that, then we know, we would also then have that final figure that would go in there, and, recognizing, typically there's wording there that says subject to a, town vote. So, the fact is, whether it has it now or whether, I understand that, but I mean, if they're used to municipal bidding, then they're used to the fact that they recognize that whatever they do is going to be subject to the town vote anyway.
Except, I mean, a town build and a design build's a little bit different because they're ponying up a ton of money for design for the potential to get the bid.
The estimate we had was around 150.
I think it's different. If you have the design already out and you send a architectural design to these companies, they'll be able to bid it without a ton of overhead and cost to them. But if they're all design building it, there's a huge cost to them. I don't know.
I can ask the question again to Owens, but that was the.
Yeah. I mean, because that was, I mean, the original, and that was in the original amount that we put in last year was, to get it up through to the point that that it was bid.
Right. That was the engineer's estimates. To get an actual construction cost price, that was going to be the next step after town meeting.
Yeah, I don't think we have in the dollar amount that we allowed for an actual design of the building.
Well, it's because it was decided that ultimately we'd go out on design build on it.
Right. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And the logic behind that too is if we go out to design build, somebody designs it, they own the errors.
Yeah.
If we design it, we own the errors.
Right.
But the town.
I think I'm in agreement with that. I think what he's saying the trouble is going to be is to get somebody to actually design build.
And put that money into
basically design estimate.
Especially now with a negative vote from the public.
So.
Well, I mean, you get a little bit into some semantics there too, because what was voted down was bonding it. There was never the question of is there a need for the town garage, and so that's so you have a semantical difference there. What was defeated was bonding it, which essentially says if the people still want it, it just means we're going to pay for it all at one time, which is that becomes kind of a silly thing. But I mean, if you take things to its utmost and logical conclusion, it still says if the people say okay, we should have a garage, it just says, well, we said we didn't want to bond it. Now that can be reinvestigated, but I guess I would talk with Spago Technics and see what the feeling is on the people, whether they would actually bid on it or not, and what would make them comfortable to be able to bid on it.
Okay. Yep, I can do that.
Well, I guess I want to ask, and this is absolutely positively not meant to stir any tensions or anything like that. I guess I would like to hear back from Dennis, because I know you were putting out there on the garage. What are your thoughts on this? I know you had said, and the planning board, the budget finance said, yes, there should be a garage.
Absolutely.
So I guess I want to hear the feedback.
Well,
I want to hear what.
I think to be blunt, I think the process we use for public safety in the school works very well. We have a citizens committee made up of people like Bob Murray, who is a partner, Chris for advice, Owen for advice. Bruce Sanford was a great help on our committee. We did a lot of changes to that committee. We assessed what we had in detail, what we could use, what we can't use. And then after the the needs assessment and the actual process that we used, which was a citizens committee. We reduced the size of the building. We changed a few of the layouts and had a RFP, which was descriptions of even what plumbing fixtures we wanted, and that described what they were bidding on. I think that's exactly what the citizens want. They want the same process for this as they did the other two facilities.
So,
and I don't think it takes that long.
well, I guess it's different though, and I'm not that engineer. I'm not that. But if it's going out to a build design,
right, which is what we did.
Well, don't they put it together? I mean, as far as what like all that stuff
was designed for the details of what you want in the RFP. And then we actually used that to save the town about $180,000 because of the details of what the committee put together with Owen's help. And I think that's really what people want this time. They want the process to be transparent and straightforward.
And how much did we pay afterwards to correct the errors the committee put forward?
Actually, those
on the roof and things like that we ended up all the time having to correct and repair and whatnot. That was out of the committee saying this is what should be done.
Actually, I think the select board cut $200,000 from it. If you went back or the town meeting, because we started out at 1.4 and ended up at 1.2, and the metal roof that was recommended was cut. And the masonry siding was cut.
That's what I'm saying. Is the committee, the committee approach, what we did, we went to a professional engineering firm to do this based on.
Oh no, we're just.
The suggestion is to say that if you want the town support, let the town have input, not just a select board and a group of engineers. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay, and again, I don't want this. This is how we talk things out. Okay, I guess too is I know that committee gave you some bad, I guess, advice because they took the metal roof out is what I am hearing. But as far as taking it to the public, when what you just said, instead of just getting it from our engineers, which you just said, I mean, do you feel our engineers are not good enough for this?
I didn't say that. I said when you hire the person to what? Let me give this scenario. If you hire a company to oversee the construction and the whole process, to do an evaluation of what you have, and if you read the summary of it, as we had an engineer from our town read it and said it was maintenance issues, and you eliminate any options except one to build new, no add-ons or anything else, no options looked at. We looked at all kinds of options. We looked at all kinds of places. There was never I want this right here. In fact, the only reason it ended up down there is the stats showed that's where all the work was, all the calls were. 2/3 of the calls were down there. There was three members on the select board that didn't even support it, which caused a problem on the committee. I'm saying use basically the very same people and Nathan has got a partnership with Bob Murray. I highly recommend he be on the committee. Bruce Sanford, there's another one who was just great on the committee.
Well, okay, and
Can I?
wait a minute, I just want to ask one more question.
No, who was on the safety committee, the public safety committee?
That was years ago, though, too.
But who was it? Who in the world? Was it engineers? Was it just random town folks?
Professional people. We had Mike White was a local citizen who did trucking and came in and talked about size of bays. We had a plumber, Byron Rogers. We had Owen McCullough. We really had a diverse committee. In fact, 3 people that stood up at a public meeting and spoke against it were put on the committee, and they ended up being assets. Did they take the metal roof off? Yes, but I'm saying there's a process.
Well, Dennis, okay, let me ask this question too. And again, I apologize. I am not attacking you at no means.
I'm not.
Okay. So if we're saying that they can't use it down here for whatever reason, and you're saying trying to, I guess, a couple different places, why would you not put that building right where all the other stuff is? And I know for a fact, it was last budget season that Don Willard, the ex-town manager, had said, enough, they're spread out over 3 different places in town, let's get them all in the same place, just like every other department is.
I'm not opposed to that, but I'm telling you, for over 6 months, we heard that the trucks were sitting out in the rain, getting rusty, and they were actually inside the salt shed.
Okay, hold on. That isn't completely true. All our equipment is not undercover.
Most of the trucks.
Most of the trucks are. The spare trucks aren't. When we started this project 5-8 years ago, We
can't find anything about that.
Well, it's discussions in department head meetings. It's not in a public meeting, Dennis. We looked at, can we add down here? We looked at where we were at. The most sensible place to put us was the sand salt building. That's where our winter sand is. That's where our base of operations are. Building the public works garage is a completely different animal than the school and the fire station. It's a much smaller building. You mentioned going forward to pick out bathroom fixtures. We're going with basic. We got 3 bathrooms in the building. There's really nothing to pick. We've narrowed this thing down to a basic building. That's it. The engineers said that we probably ought to go bigger, and if you look at the square footage we're in and what we're going into, we probably should go bigger. We were trying to keep the numbers down. Prices are going up. They're going up every day. So I think that to summarize that is getting the public involved is just going to be, it could add more money to it. It could add more time. It could create more problems, I think. No offense to any committees that would get on that, but I think we've beat this thing down to what it is. It's a small 5-bay garage.
I'll quote you. You need a bigger mechanics bay and a wash bay.
Yeah.
And you said that consistently.
They're consistent with what?
That's what you need.
Yes. Yeah.
So you've got 7 bays currently, and we're going to build an 8-bay facility.
Correct.
For a mechanics bay and a wash bay is what you've talked about.
We're putting 4 of the bays as storage. There's 1 mechanics bay and a wash bay, and the rest of it's truck storage.
And you have 7 bays up here.
We can't.
4 here and 3 down the other place.
We got 4 up here. We've got 3 down the village that we can't get a plow truck into. We can't even get the 1-tons in there.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm just saying that realistically, if you do math, you have 7 bays that are functioning now. You're going to build an 8-bay facility for storage. 4 of them for storage.
4 of them for heated storage for the trucks.
And this heat and the current one up here, there's 4 bays.
Correct.
So realistically, if you went to the 3...
So the problem up here is getting the trucks in the building. When we have a disabled truck up here, Dennis, we have to come along the wing up closer to the truck. The hydraulics won't pull it up high enough. So that creates a problem. And then we've got 4 of them down the pit that aren't heated. They don't start well. We manage it, but we're like to put those into a heated facility. I mean, I guess if you want to cut the 4 bays off, cut the 4 bays off.
I'm not suggesting cutting 4 bays. I'm suggesting we set up a committee to work through what you have, do an assessment of that. Is it possible that you only need 3 or 4 bays as opposed to 8? Is it possible that the office you want might be in Jordan Small later? I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying without that neutral party involved, without the citizens' involvement, I think you're not going to get the buy-in that you need. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. And not only that, there were several people who didn't vote on it because you didn't want to put a sprinkler system in it. Now, say what you want about that. It's just a reality. I wouldn't vote for any building the town built without a sprinkler system.
I didn't want to do the sprinkler system was the cost.
Okay.
Well, and I do believe that the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, also said that it wasn't needed.
It isn't about needing. It's about protecting what we have. That's my opinion for what it's worth.
No, thank you. Thank you for answering this.
So, I guess, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, you need to have a discussion with Owens and see where things are, you know, what he's, if he's saying flat out, no one will look at it without something, then, you know, that just says something. If he says, yeah, people will bid on it, then that says something. So, you know, so right now we without that, we can't make a full decision. So,
okay, I will give him a call and see what he wants to do.
Yeah, and then we'll revisit and see where we are.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I think as far as the offices go, though, him and Joe are sharing an office in the back room of a building that's literally smaller than my kid's bedroom. And if we're going to wait for the building up the street here to become available in 3 years, that part of it is, I think we need to either figure out yay or nay before we're going to get that building. I mean, that's quite a ways out for the office space anyway. That's
I agree.
You've been down there, right?
Oh yeah, I agree.
It's not conducive to having 2 department heads in one closet-sized room.
Sean McCope, 84 Main Street. Just want to say that, you mentioned, hey, the town doesn't want to bond it. Maybe we'll go a different route. That vote showed how deeply unpopular that first move was. If you want town support, show the town what it is that you're looking to build. I know you have plans and all that stuff, but maybe a committee is necessary. If you want to rally the support, the town needs to know what exactly you're building, what we believe the costs are, and it really wasn't great timing to have all that stuff come to us as a Budget Finance Committee after we voted on that. So you guys have the need for a building. In my opinion, of Sean McCope, 84 Main Street, I have no doubt that we need a building, and most likely it needs to be where it's planned to be. But you need to show the town that. The town really wants to know. And I just want to say that just saying, well, you know what, we'll find a different way to fund this thing, super unpopular. Be sure you do it the right ways. That's my suggestion.
Well, I'm not saying, all I said was the vote was to not bond. That's what the vote was. Read the warrant article. It said, do you approve this bond? It did not say, do you approve the building? It said, do you approve this bond? So they said, essentially what was said is, we don't want to bond it. Now, will that be reinvestigated? Yes. But that's what the vote was. Don't confuse the vote saying that when the vote says, do you want a bond? And they said no, that's what was voted on, not do you want a building. That's not what the vote was.
I didn't say that. I said that what you're saying is, okay, they don't want to bond it, let's find a different way to do it.
I'm saying if you built it and they said no to the bond, then you have to find a different way to pay for it. That's what I said.
What I'm saying is that if you come to the town and say, this is what we have laid out, and you do this properly, not the way it was done last 2 years, your outcome might be different for bonding. That's what I'm saying.
And doing it not properly, like working with the engineers, and I do admit that the timing was crisscrossing over each other. But I don't think, because Owen's even said we've been working on this for he was in this thing for 10 years, and more so within the last year. I know I came to one of your meetings, and you guys said you had no paperwork, but I'm pretty sure that some of the things went out in the morning. And so I don't know if you got them or what, but then
When you say it went out the same morning that we were supposed to vote?
The morning of the meeting?
That's what you're saying, it went out the same. Is that enough time to?
Well, and again, everything was crisscrossing, as you saw. So
that's my suggestion as a guy from 84 Main Street. You want to do this thing, you've got my support, do it right, and the town will maybe change their opinion about bonding it. And that's all.
Okay.
All right.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I'm like I said, because of the process we went through with solar, I'm now more engaged in our town and just kind of want to get caught up on it. So did we vote then? I mean, because maybe my memory, did we vote to say yes to the building?
No.
Okay, so there was never a vote to say yes to the building.
The vote was to allow the bonding.
Right. And so because it didn't say, do you want the building? It was just, do you want the bonding? There's a possibility that the town would find alternative funding and fund the building anyway? Is that that my understanding?
The vote was, do you authorize the bonding? That's all. Up or down, do you authorize that bonding? The vote was no. So there is no bond.
Right.
So we cannot go out on a bond unless it gets revoted. If it's determined that we want to go for a bond, then a bond would have to get revoted on.
Sure. So, I mean, just as a citizen, and like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight, and I would have to get caught up on it, but obviously I care about public safety a lot, so I'd probably support it. But I think we're starting to get cute then as citizens if we're saying, like, we didn't ask the public if they wanted the building, but we only asked the public if they wanted to fund the building, and they said no, and then you did an end run around them and funded it anyway.
We wouldn't do that.
Okay. That's what I was trying to clarify.
What I said was if a decision was made to build the building, they've said no to a bond at this point, which means it would have to be funded in some other mechanism. The bonding can be relooked at. So, I mean, I'm just saying, here's where we are sitting here today.
Sure.
And it's good hearing this from you.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, just as a citizen who this is the first time I'm hearing it, kind of, again, shame on me for not being a more informed voter, right? I should be more involved, and I will be from now on. Yeah, like I just want to clarify, like, if you ask the people if they want the building before you ask them if they want to pay for the building, I guess I would say, as just a lay person.
I'd like to just add one thing. I misunderstood the vote, and that's why I stopped the process with Owens. The intent that I understood from Owens was we'd get the bond, get that secured. There was 2 more steps, then it would go out to bid, then we would have a second public hearing. We've already had 1 public hearing on the building, or 1 public meeting. I wouldn't call it a hearing. And before the building ever left the gates to go, we'd have another public hearing on it, what the building and what it is and where it's going. That was the intent that I understood from Owens. Just to...
Well, and to clarify, we would not just go push this thing through. The board doesn't do that.
Okay.
Just, not at you, just anybody that's listening.
Okay. Next item, consideration of reallocation of CIP funds from prior projects.
And in researching the CIP, when a lot of questions came up during the budget process this year, and I wanted to have a better understanding of what was in the CIP, I found that there were a number of things that the auditors have carried along in the audit. And my favorite one is the Sherry Gagnon Park for $16. Every year, the auditors say, yep, you've still got $16, and they move that forward. In looking at, talking with Sharice about it and looking at the state statutes pertaining to CIP, because there are specific rules with this, the select board or the municipal officers, is how it's written, can choose to do several things with projects that are no longer active if they are abandoned or complete and there's monies left over. And one of the things is to put it back in the general fund under surplus, undesignated. Another is to reallocate it to something else in the CIP. So what you see here is information from the audit starting with the fiscal year 2018 to 19 and moving over to even next year. I put in the approved budget figures to go into CIP for next year. And my intent is for this document to be in the budget packets each year from here on so that not only will the committees have this information, but the department heads will as well, so they'll know where they stand while they're making their budgets. But with that, I'm not sure we need to carry that $16 any farther. And I would like to suggest that we at least start some conversations about what could we do. I made a few suggestions in the memo that I included in your packet. That the 2 items that are listed for the fire department, the IRT projects, which is complete, the review fees, that those be put into their reserve account so that will give them more money toward their truck ambulance.
Well, I mean,
Forgot which, is it a truck or an ambulance that's coming next? Ambulance.
Yes.
So and my suggestions are just that, is just to start the conversation.
I mean, under a CIP, nothing is absolutely cast in concrete. The whole purpose of the CIP is a planning document, so things can move, things can shift, things can be dropped off, things can be added. So the money you would, unspent money would still reside counting-wise inside the CIP. It would just be undesignated in the CIP to be allocated to other projects or whatever. So we do not have to take and say that we're going to take that and move it to this. We can use that as an undesignated line.
Yeah, we could rename them all to be undesignated, yes.
I mean, because that's the whole purpose is, you know, the whole theory being that things change. And what you thought of 5 years ago that you needed may not still be the same thing. You may have something that's now more of an urgent need, so you move that in and something else can move out. So that gives you that's the whole flexibility that exists inside this, that is supposed to exist inside the CIP.
Well, looking at these, I mean, I agree with all where she says. I mean, that 5,000 go back to assessing, which would be great. They need that. Same thing with all the departments.
Well, if it remains in there, that's, you know, it's unspent. Essentially, it's a, you know, it's accrued funds. So it's undesignated in there. That can be allocated to something else in there, but we don't have to decide what it's allocated to at this point. All we need to do is decide that we, you know, that yes, we will carry those forward. Bruce?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have found through accounting that part of that 13,255 was actually what was missing from our enterprise account, our billing for crashes from years and years ago, which disappeared under a 3 times removed finance director, and we could never chase it down again. This is an account that Chief Morse set up when he was chief to replace and upgrade our rescue technical equipment for extrication and things like that. So a big portion of that, I believe, was found, and I don't have the exact numbers. I don't know what piece of it is, but it was found to be that money that was missing for all those years.
Oh, cool.
I guess my request would be that if we find that and can determine it, can we transfer that into what its intent was, which was the enterprise account that was approved so many years ago,
Yeah,
that we can use it
would
for
be-
replacement of that equipment.
That would be up to.
Well, as I say, you know, essentially, you know, the funds would reside still inside the CIP. You know, so I mean, you know, as far as I understand, the Budget Finance Committee is relooking at the CIP as far as that. So I mean, to sit here today and say we should move it from here to there, I think is premature. So, you know, the fact is, what's being asked is, do we carry those forward? Yes, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of it. Because you can have a year where you underspend that because you're looking at a need that's 2 or 3 years out.
Right. We just want to make sure that all the new billing and all that gets into that enterprise account again, and the money that was intended to be there also goes there. That's all. So that
Well, as I say, you know, I mean, you know, what you have to understand in the CIP is that yes, that was the original intent, but other priorities can essentially jump the line. And so, you know, what may have thought, okay, that was going to be available to me, may not be. It may become available later on, but it may just be shifted. So that's the whole purpose in the CIP, is it gives you the flexibility to do some reaction.
Yeah. I think we're actually talking 2 different things, but I think a big portion of that was always intended but got moved from our enterprise into a CIP, and that's why we never could find it again. We think it was actually under Kathy Ricker that it moved, and we could never find it through accounting or anything. So now all of a sudden we found that, hey, that's actually a good portion of that should be in our enterprise account, which has nothing in it right now.
I would ask a question, because I did set that up because of the expense of the tools, and they break so easily. And I say easily when you see some of the things we use it for. My understanding when we set it up wasn't for CIP. It was actually an enterprise account. Instead of going into surplus or undesignated funds, it would actually roll into an account that they could use when necessary. Still had to get approval for it.
Yeah.
And so that changed somewhere along the line. And obviously, like you say, things change year to year, day to day. But it wasn't, in my opinion, I didn't believe that we set it up as CIP. It was more of an enterprise account that we could dip into for extrication equipment and whatnot.
That was the original intent. That's why I just wanted to get clarification. It wasn't an argued point. I'm just trying to, how can we make sure that money does go into its right account? Because our current billing, I believe, is up around $6,000 that we have that needs to also go into that same account. And that would help us greatly with that kind of.
So let me ask a question. Isn't that technically an extra fund that he would have in his account instead of budgeting for stuff? because you would budget for things that you need, but if you have your own private little account going on, do you know what I mean? That's kind of like a slush fund,
Slush fund.
maybe?
Yeah, it wouldn't be as big as 225,000, but it would get, some kind of equipment that you would need on a regular basis. It's a,
What's
hoses blow up,
what's
for
the
example.
225,000?
Well, that's when you.
That would be like for an ambulance or yeah.
Oh, we don't have it.
We used
Okay.
to have a much larger CIP.
And for example, the $50,000 that the association just raised and spent on equipment, that would have been offset by this money, and we wouldn't have spent that much of the association's funds to
But that's-
achieve the goal. That's kind of, I guess, it in a nutshell.
So could I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
If we found that there was an accounting error made, would that be reason to take it out and put it back over into another account?
If there was an accounting error made, it would mean that essentially it's being carried right now as undesignated surplus. Because if it doesn't reside in there, which is a reserved account, then it has to be in the general fund. So if there's an accounting error that was made, then that can, that could be corrected. But it's got to be checked first to make sure that in fact is the case. So that you can reverse the entries and bring it back into where it should be. But if what then you've got the secondary question, which is if you're saying that you want to. Because the one is, okay, if there's an accounting error, you straighten that out. But if your point is that you want to have a separate line put in there going forward for a certain amount, then that's a discussion for another day.
No, I get it. I just wanted to make that out there.
If that makes sense to you.
I'm excited that we actually found it because every finance director's looked for it and through accounting, et cetera, through audits, we found it. And here it is, and thank you for everybody who had their fingers in that because I think you started it, Sue, with looking into these things. So kind of brought it to the limelight, if you will. So thank you.
But I mean, but at the end of the day, the discussion right now is, do we want to authorize, the funds that are in there to be carried forward in the CIP?
Could we ask one question, though, for details? Like, I have two things I don't know what they're for. Hazardous materials. I have hazardous waste reserve, which is 3/4 of the way down, and water watch account. It's a good name, but what is it?
And the hazardous waste, from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, or do you want to say something?
The hazardous waste account was for hazardous waste collection that we used to do. We stopped doing that probably 10 years ago. We had it once a year. Louise Lester put it on. We put the money in there to carry it.
Oh, people who come in from the public?
Correct. We do a
Mostly
one-day
paint stuff,
collection.
and now they got rid of that. The state got rid of that
pesticides, all
paint
those
hazardous
kind of-
waste thing. You buy it, you pay for it when you buy the can now. And
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah. And the other one, I think we figured out had to do with milfoil.
Milfoil.
That was
Yeah.
milfoil.
Okay.
Yep.
Which
So-
is why, since it was water-related, there was a suggestion to put it into dock repair.
Don't we donate to milfoil every year?
We do.
We do.
It comes with,
So why wouldn't we just put it in that donation?
That's what we're saying is, essentially we liquidate those items because they're in there as those named items.
Yes.
We still carry that money forward. So that money still resides in the CIP. Well, and then as you're looking, so all it's saying is, they had those line items in there. And we want to close that line item out, but not dispose of the funds. Keep the funds still inside the CIP.
I like that. I'm just trying to figure out why we'd go from milfoil to docks.
no, this isn't happening. This is just suggestion.
Yeah, this was just ideas. That's all it was, just to get the conversation going.
I like the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
So are you looking for a motion to be able to carry those funds forward?
No, I think she was looking for a motion
Or just direction?
Just direction, really. I think at this point, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think we should research the review fees that Bruce has said is the long-lost dollars that they've been hunting for and get that straightened out
Yeah.
first.
So get that straightened out and then close those that are done. Just carry those forward inside.
That's what would happen anyway.
Those funds.
This is more discussion.
But rename them all undesignated.
Yep.
Yes,
Throughout all that.
perfect.
All right.
I like the fact that you did this.
Next item, consideration of staff annual appointments.
And this is housekeeping, because we don't have a charter, we have to appoint our officers each year. And one you'll notice on here, I'm not sure if I remembered to send it out, but Chris Hansen has agreed to stay on as code officer. We are hiring an assistant for him starting July 9th. And the idea is to have him get all of his certifications and work with Chris for a year, and then we will swap their roles, is the goal.
That's good news.
So but that's why Chris is on here as the code officer.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the appointment of municipal officers.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Next item, consideration of board and committee annual appointments.
And these are the committees that have people up, and Mel reached out to each of the committees to see if these folks wanted to continue, and they did.
A motion to approve the appointment by municipal officers as written.
So moved.
No, she moved, you're seconded.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
And I just realized, Mel, I'm so sorry. I'm used to speaking to these. That's not my role anymore, so you go ahead and do the last one.
I'll allow it.
Okay, next is consideration of annual fee schedule. Submittal.
Is that next?
I think so.
I guess the simple question is, are there any changes from last year?
I reached out to all of the department heads and asked for any proposed changes to the fee schedule, and I did not receive any suggestions for changes. So this is exactly what was approved last year for reapproval for this coming year.
We did miss select board representation on boards and committees, but we'll go back to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, okay, on this annual fee, Lee, I remember you standing up, I think it was last year, on something. So, sorry, I've had to change the heart on this. Only because your fees on here, the motorcycle vehicle accident billing. So, I was having my husband play devil's advocate with this whole thing. If my taxes are going towards the ambulance, the truck, everything else in town and stuff like that, technically wouldn't a tiny little piece of metal be mine as far as the taxes go? And then I feel like we're almost getting double whammy by being charged for these fees too, because our taxes are paying for the trucks, they're paying for the gas, they're paying for your guys's
For which?
everything.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about the motor vehicle accident billing.
Okay.
And the other thing is, correct me on this one, so these rates, the engine at $350, that's per hour?
Yes.
So I guess that's a triple, I guess, gripe I know that I would have on that.
First, it's only insurance-based. It goes against the insurance company, not the individual. Under Raymond Town, we don't charge Raymond residents for this. It's out-of-town vehicles, I believe.
We do all.
Oh, we do? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, okay.
But it's only insurance companies. If they don't pay, we don't go after the individual. It's only the insurance company that gets that bill, and they usually pay it.
But then the person's insurance goes way up because of the bill.
No, does not.
Not necessarily.
Okay. I know, and I know that I was in favor last year because you said it's a good way because all the trucks were coming out and stuff like that. And when I was going down through all of this stuff, I'm literally thinking to myself going, we're paying for this. We're paying for this in our taxes and stuff like that now, and all of this, and then we're getting whacked with it.
what it's covering is all the extra expenses. Extrication tools, if we use those, we fight a fire, we have to use water, foam, manpower. Covers all that so we get a recoup on the services that the town is providing. Just like ambulance billing.
Well, I know, I know, and I don't agree with it, but I'm one person, so.
What about ambulance billing?
Ambulance billing, if we transport a patient, we bill their insurance company. If it's a resident, correct, does not get billed for Raymond.
Everybody gets.
From the insurance company.
Wait a minute, so
No, I get billed on that.
Right, but there's.
Everybody does.
That's
Everybody
right.
does get billed, and the insurance will cover, and anything that's Medicare can't be done after the fact. We can't do collections or anything. Sorry, I'll get a little closer to the mic, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's how the medical side of things work, and it generates a huge piece of money to offset our budgets, et cetera. It is very common practice. In fact, every town that I know of bills for both accidents, life flight landing zone setups, medical crashes, things like that. It's just the standard of care, if you will, throughout everywhere, even in other states.
Well, I get the life flight, and I get other towns. I guess I don't get it for our own town.
If the residents don't pay, you say you don't go after them?
No, it doesn't go to collections on that stuff, so.
I had one not get paid by the insurance company and it went to collections.
Right. Let me ask. It depends on what it is.
Depends on where you did it. I did it up till 2 years ago.
Yeah. So.
Not supposed to.
It's not supposed to.
So, and I guess we get back to the whole thing where if we're going through this list, and there's pages of it, and we were talking about making, Raymond user-friendly and build-friendly and stuff like that. I hate that everything has a tax, everything has a fee, everything has, to me, it's built into our budget, and I understand as far as trying to recoup some stuff, but like if it's a life flight, that's totally different.
A great deal of our accidents, for example, if you want to start with that point, I guess, is out of state, out of town.
Right.
That's the impact. We've had a lot of them, and just think of this, a lot of them are OUI, out of state, their fault, they caused it, things like that. It's always the fault vehicle that gets billed, and that's per the police report. It's not every vehicle necessarily, okay? That's the one that we start off with. And that's the one that goes to the billing company, and they bill it, and the insurance will pay for it. It's already included in everyone's insurance, a fee schedule, if you will, for fire apparatus and for rescue transports, things like that is already included in everyone's insurances. So that's why we decided to take advantage of it back. Oh my God, I think this town started billing for medicals in 98, 99, somewhere in there, and crashes about a year after, maybe, or at the same time? Right.
I could add a little history to it, too.
Well,
if you might.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
The reality is, we had, my first year as chief here, we had 87, almost 90 car crashes. I think I looked at the reports, we went through and studied it. I think there was 5 or 6 that were Raymond residents. And we checked with other communities, like Sebago across the lake from us. They had 15. I mean, the crashes were incredible in this town. Cars were in trees on North Raymond Road. And so at the time, there was a movement by the select board in particular that said, let's use user fees so that we're not absorbing the expenses of people that are traveling through the town, people are visiting or whatever. And we really did go from, I think when I got here was 8,000 on the book, 8,000 revenues. And that year we got up to 60 or 70, and it has grown to the 220. And it doesn't go to the fire department. This isn't a reward, like it goes to surplus. So, and even the equipment, the reason that account was set up is we were breaking equipment on a regular basis on some of these crashes. It was crazy. Hoses were being blown out. So everything was built around user fees, and I think it continued into code enforcement and everything else. We did, in fact, I think when Kathy came on board, start looking at residents, and we even had a formula they could fill out so they didn't have to pay anything towards their ambulance call or anything else, and I think we worked around that with a law because we couldn't charge out-of-state people or people from Norway in Raymond without charging our citizens. And I'm actually, I think, Mr. Olson may have helped us with that. Someone had insurance background. I don't remember who it was, but someone said you can't do that biased. But someone educated us on that, and we were able to do what we're doing now, which is to bring in user fees in almost every department. So I think it's grown much in many ways more than we started, that's for sure.
So as an example, talk about the accidents, et cetera. Our crews were there yesterday for over 2 hours on Webb's Mills at 302. Yes, an OUI, fluids mitigation of hazardous materials that we don't want to get into the lakes and watersheds. Any fire mitigation would have been billed. Traffic control was what we were doing. We had to actually call mutual aid in, which impacted another town to help us because we had to transport patients. That left one person to run and manage this whole scene and try to do traffic control because the police are tied up, so they can't do it. So that led to a mutual aid truck coming in to try to help us out. I was out of town, and the chief of Wyndham was there picking up antifreeze and oil out of the road as well. So it's just how it works.
Are these flat fees, or do you, for something like that, are you allowed to like invoice, or is it just you have?
Yeah, our billing company actually invoices it for us. We're not really directly involved.
So it's
in
not
that.
like, oh, you get wasted and smash up 15 cars and pour antifreeze and you only got to pay $350.
Right. So we can, yeah. It depends on the impacts, I guess, there's a lot of it. And we can't go any further than the Medicare payment we'll pay on Medicare. I think I misquoted that earlier, so.
I have two other ones. Is there, maybe somebody else knows from previous years or whatever, but is there a reason we don't, it's free for liquor licenses and also, I mean, it's $60 for a subdivision, but it's free for liquor licenses. Those people, you know, and then violations are $10 per inspection after a re-inspection for a violation. That's
So when you get into some of the re-inspections and things like that, it's an impact, and it's usually, again, you think of it this way, somebody who knows what the codes are, what needs to be done. So let's say it's your grease hood that needs to be cleaned annually. You know that because it's in every report we've ever done, but yet you failed to do it. Now we have to take time and go back again and reschedule.
No, what I'm saying, I think it's a little light.
So.
Free, and the 10 per inspection is a little light, especially since it was a violation. And then I think, I don't understand, I mean, I just feel like liquor licenses inspecting maybe shouldn't be free, where we're charging subdivisions and just regular single-family residents 60 and 15. That's just my 2 cents, but.
Yeah, but when you're, you know, I mean, are you getting into doubling up at that point? Because when you're doing a liquor license inspection, you're also doing the business inspection. So you're charging them on the business side.
Where are you seeing it
for who? For those guys or for code? Because it's two different people.
Well, it doesn't matter. Still, still the fee for the
code doesn't get involved
the inspection.
I saw a fee on the back.
What's that?
I don't think code's involved much.
No, code's not involved
at all.
When you're doing a business inspection,
fire.
Right.
It's, you know, that's the same inspection whether if they're already getting charged for the inspection. So there's not a separate inspection for the liquor.
The fire department inspection.
It's all under the it's all under that original business on which they're paying that fee on the business inspection.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't see that. That's why.
Did you see the liquor license though over, or are you just talking about the re-inspection? There is a fee for a liquor license, but you're talking about re-inspecting it.
It's again, it's. I just think that I think they're.
No, I'm just seeing it because he's seeing two different places. Is where he's looking at.
But the fee for the liquor license is prescribed by state statute, and I don't know if there is anything in there about.
I'm not sure on that one.
I don't think so.
I don't care. I'm not. I just.
Yeah.
There was discussion, if I may, last year, I believe, we were going to look into that and have a committee, starting with select board and us together, trying to work together and see about those fee schedules. I believe that was discussed last year at this meeting when we were doing the fee schedules. It just never happened. So maybe that's something what we ought to do is sit down and kind of revisit that. Talk it through and figure out those statutory requirements, and then we'll know if we're within the ballpark or not, and we can move forward.
And have code and fire too, yeah.
And if we're light, and we can adjust, and if we're not, well.
Other discussion on that?
All right, a motion to approve.
Wait.
Oh,
More
sorry.
discussion.
Peter?
Sorry, I didn't see Peter.
You either do it before or after.
11 to 11 Road. I just say this, that I don't like to see undue burden put on taxpayers, and I want Raymond to remain business friendly, but I think it's a little insane, given the situation now, for any municipalities to be reducing revenue.
Well, Peter got up, so I'll speak as well. Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. It seems to me that one possible way to look at these is, does the cost of charging somebody, say $10 for the liquor license renewal, cost more to the town than doing the charging? Because if it does, then I would either say get rid of it or bring that number up. Because some of these numbers seem extremely low to me. I agree with you, Derek. It just seems that they've probably just naturally every year we just turn them over.
This could
but
be a
some of them could
40-year-old
be.
charge.
Yeah, exactly.
$10 is a lot.
Exactly. And we're not issuing that many liquor license renewals, but I mean, just as an example of something where maybe we just bring it up to the times a little bit.
Well, and some, like that one in particular, is set by state statute, so we don't have the authority to change it.
So $10 is it?
$10 is it, that's what we get.
I'm going to go talk to the
18.
governor then.
Yeah.
I'll sign that petition.
Great.
All right. Is there a motion?
A motion to approve the Town of Raymond 2024-2025 fee schedule.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. So we didn't do consideration of select board representations on boards and committees. Do we have a list of those?
I didn't see a list.
Is that in here, and what page? I've now.
No, I neglected to make a list.
Okay.
That's
You want
my
to just
bad.
put it on the
Let's
next?
hold that, then we'll hold that over to the next meeting.
Okay.
All right. Next item, public comment.
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. I was recently, information came from the Panther Pond Association about the clearance of the Panther Run, and I know that, or at least was, the Tenny River was blocked. Thank you very much for managing that. However, I was really dismayed to hear that the work was being done by Q-Team. Not very long ago, if I'm correct, not very long ago, the town was in a litigation with Q-Team, and they were fined. And it just seems, and I know you guys can't respond now, but if any of you want to send me an email on this, that'd be great. I don't understand why we would do business with somebody who violated our rules, especially when there's two very solid companies within the town of Raymond. See a gentleman over here with a Gardner Tree, Lakes Region Tree, TLC Tree, Veteran Tree. These are all companies that have the equipment, I believe, to do pretty much what anything Q-Team could do, and clearly something like, I believe, clearing the trees from those places. So I'd suggest that the town just review whether or not who we do business with, if they have been in violation of our rules. It sends a really weird mixed message to me. Thank you.
I agree.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 211 Road. I'll keep this brief, but basically, I got an email earlier this week from Select Person Sadak asking if I would be willing to share some data from the Comprehensive Plan Committee, Update Committee, that I had shared along with the other co-chair of the committee to the Budget Finance Committee. And I guess my observation is this: why did the Budget Finance Committee get that information and the selectmen didn't? And the answer is because the Budget Finance Committee asked us. So that's why they got the information. Just to give you a little bit of an understanding, a lot of the discussion tonight is on issues involving ordinances, land use,
voter education, and the like. And I started in January, along with the other co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, in asking that there be a meeting of the Select Board, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and the Code Enforcement, and the Planning Board, so that we might all at least be on the same page. So when you're discussing something like, how does the Planning Board want to have a sense of where to go with solar, commercial solar? Wouldn't it be behoove all of those groups that I just mentioned to at least get some sense of where we're going down the road? Because, as I say, the vote to the citizens is going to take place in a year from now. I asked in January, I went through the town manager, and what I was told is, well, you know, things are a little busy right now, but we'll arrange that meeting. I asked in February, basically the same answer. In March, I sent an email to the town manager and the Board of Selectmen. And generally I was told, well, after budget season, we'll get together and convene that group. And then I was told that it was going to happen in June. And I will tell you that I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know, it's June 20th. So I would say that a lot of the confusion or the sense of where we're going with land use ordinances and the like, that getting on the same page with planning and code enforcement and selectmen, as far as what we're hearing and the wealth of information we've gotten from the community. As an example, should there be commercial development that abuts residential zones on the 302 corridor? What do we want to really have for a comprehensive ordinance going down the road to deal with such things as environmental issues? So a great example would be this one, coordination. I just heard it mentioned, but down at the dam, oh boy, if the town could have coordinated with the state, inland fisheries, and gotten some sort of a path for canoes just to be able to get down there, or a little bit better access for anglers to get in there, you know, the time to do it is now. But that's just an example of the planning that I'm looking forward to seeing this town do more of, which is planning. And I just put a plug in here. When individuals are saying, well, you know, I really didn't know what I was voting for. When I got here in 1985, there was 110 people crammed into an auditorium, and we had an in-person town meeting. And you know what? That's when the curmudgeons would get up, as I called them, the old guard, and they'd ask questions, and they'd get answers. Well, wait a minute, I don't really understand that. Well, here's the deal. Get up to the mic. And I understand that the argument is always going to be, you get a lot more in the way of votes from a referendum. Unquestionably, that's the case. But we could get more attendance at town meeting if we made it more user-friendly. I can remember there used to be daycare there for the young families, and you could actually bring your kids there, and they'd have a few people entertain them while you took care of the town's business. And the other argument, as far as referendums are concerned, is that you get more representation, but my opinion is that the votes are less informed. So what do you gain from it? I'm not sure. I just put that plug in there. Thank you.
Boy, y'all are going to get sick of seeing me. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. Just to piggyback onto that, because again, I'm not an uneducated person. So I have a bachelor's degree, a double minor, master's degree. You know, I count in tax law, so I know some law. I still need an attorney to decipher our ordinances in plain English so that I know what I'm voting for. And I think that that's something that Peter's speaking to that we've missed with, you know, our town meeting when we used to all be there and it was more caucus style and you were more informed. And I apologize because I left and came back, and when I came back, somebody was saying like, well, could you do a little blurb or could you do that? And I would ask for that. Just because, again, my experience being at the polls on Super Tuesday and then this last time handing out flyers, talking to hundreds and hundreds of citizens here in Raymond, is that they are uninformed voters. So they're voting on something, they have no idea what it is. They thought it was our solar, it wasn't our solar, it was a different solar, blah, blah, blah. But like even if they read the warrant, even if they read it, I don't know that you'd understand it because of the legalese. So to the extent that we can make Raymond more friendly, and as you said, the comprehensive plan, I've been to those meetings, and you know, you have a chance to ask questions and look at maps and do this and do that. To the extent that we can make Raymond more voter friendly, education friendly, simplify things, because you know, if I have a bachelor's, 2 minors, a master's, and I still need a lawyer to understand the ordinance. Like, God help you if you know somebody doesn't have that level of education, and you know, they don't know what they're voting on, and I think that's where you get dissatisfied citizens, because then you feel like, that's why I was asking the question when you said like, well, did we vote on the building or did we just vote on the bond? Like, people don't want to feel like we're being tricked. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want the cutesy like and run. So I'm grateful that you clarified. Thank you, and I really am grateful to all of you for serving. And it seems like, you know, in multiple capacities, it sounds like you were fire chief. I actually think I remember that, and now you're here, and so we really have this really lovely town full of people who really care about our town and give a lot of service to our town. So thank you for that. I will ask, just because I'm here, I wasn't planning on speaking again, but when you did that committee stuff, so if people are on committees and they stay on committees, then they just stay on committees and there's no openings for new people to join? Like, how does that work? Because you all just voted on different committees, like, and like, for example, if you're on a board and your term expires, do you just keep rolling over if you want to stay on, or do you have to leave after your 3-year term, or like how again, making it voter friendly, getting you know, new blood in? Is it easy to be involved? Is it difficult to be involved? Like,
so their terms are on there, so like people on planning board have a certain amount of years that they're in for that. They volunteer, and they get in there. After that term, they can do it again, or somebody else can come in.
Right, but if they do it again and they stay on forever, then there's no openings for new people to come on?
No, not necessarily. After that, it goes, anybody can come in, and then they would still be there wanting to do it. Another guy can come in and want to do it. After their term, that's when you would vote again. And
okay, because I know some are appointed and some are voted. Like, so, obviously, you guys are voted.
Out randomly, like tomorrow, somebody moves and gets out of the planning board, then we have an opening. And you know, it's the floodgates open, and whoever wants to go in.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if the 3-year term expires and they choose to stay on another 3 years, there's no getting
to vote again.
There's no opening.
They have to get reappointed.
No, it's an opening. Their term.
Oh, they have to get reappointed.
They have to
And then the
not
other
even appointed, they have to get voted back in.
And then the other committees, like comprehensive committee, or Dennis, you were talking about some sort of citizens committee to do different things that you've done in the past.
Usually with the committees,
it depends on the committee. Like the comprehensive plan committee was appointed to do the comprehensive plan, so they're on there until that plan is complete.
Then that committee is
planning board and whatnot. They have defined terms. And so when their term comes out, they can reapply for it. But if you know, but so I'll put it to you this way: we've had more issues with people leaving.
No, I understand.
Leaving for one reason or another. Either they move out of town, or whatever it may be, and then finding people to go put in there. So I mean, whenever there's an opening, it is advertised that there's.
And like I said, I have been one of those uninformed voters who was raising children. So I was very involved with the school board before I had kids, and the town, and before we did consolidation, I was arguing against it.
Yeah,
But anyway, way 25 years ago, and
the other
sort
thing
of
I
took
would
a break
say
to raise
is there
family.
is online, there's an application form, and you can put those in, and those reside in there, so that if a position
Okay.
does come up, then those can be, and they get a hold, oh, you said you were interested in this, you still interested?
Right,
So,
yeah.
So I mean, if people go
Okay.
in and fill those
Thank
out,
you.
then that
Yeah, I
information exists.
informally spoke to Sam and Derek and Joe at the last polls. I know you talked to my husband. I was talking to a potential voter, and I did catch Sue. So, and I am I told Sue already I'll volunteer to help at the November election. But you sort of awakened a beast. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But, every silver lining is that, through this solar fight, I've really gotten to know our government. I've really gotten to know people in town. I've got to see a lot of different people. I've really educated myself, and now I have the time, as I'm about to become an empty nester in the next couple of years, to give back and participate. And again, I'm grateful for all that you do. Thank you so much.
And to your point, I did the same thing as you. I don't know how many years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago, I went in to vote, and I was confused on what was going on. So I went up and asked one of the clerks or somebody that was helping out there, and they have the pamphlets there to read. And so then I went back to the booth, and I'm probably the only person that took an hour to vote. But I read through everything and voted, and then from there realized where everything was, how it got there.
Yeah.
Now I'm here because of that. It is good and bad, but you do have to take some responsibility, as like a town, not you personally, but
right.
as a resident, to investigate a little bit if you want to or care to be involved. It's a little bit of a process that you do have to actually do
It is,
homework,
and I think we were very spoiled with town meeting, and we were spoiled when we were a caucus state, right, before we went to primaries and referendums, because it brought us out as a community, and we got to talk with our neighbors, and we got to hash things out, and we got to educate ourselves. And as we've moved to, okay, now we're not caucusing, we're primarying, and now we're not a town meeting, we're just a referendum vote. It places more of the onus on us, and we just have to get used to it and get back into it.
Yeah, these are once a month, so I tell everybody
you're
out
going to
there,
see a lot of me.
I
You're
tell
going to get
everybody
sick
out
of
there,
me.
come hang out and figure it out. Hit a couple clicks on the town website and also show up, because these are open questions, open meet, all that stuff. It's hard to get blindsided if you do come to the meetings and click.
Exactly. Yeah, and again, I'll ask a lot of questions just for education purposes. I'm not trying to be dismissive.
It helps you, but it also helps people on Zoom or that can go back and rewatch the meetings, all that. So
very good.
Definitely helps.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, on committees. I think earlier I misspoke. Mel does, and I used to contact the chairs of the committees to see if they want the members reappointed. For instance, with the planning board, to an extent, the longer you're on, the more experience you gain. There's a lot to know, a lot to learn, and it's not easy to walk into. So if they have people that are already working, the chairs tend to want to reappoint. There are other committees, like the Beautification Committee, for instance, that's always looking for members. They could have 50 members on there and would be thrilled right to pieces. So it depends on the committee and what level of commitment there is to it, what level of work there is to it, and knowledge, and also what level of availability and just wanting to come out. There are a lot of different opportunities in the town of Raymond to help, but getting that application in is key. And we ask you to put on there, I think it's 3 different committees that you're interested in, or up to 3. But when you do multiple committees, each of the either admins in the town that take care of those committees or the committee chairs get a copy of those applications so they can follow up with the people and let them know what the status is and whatnot.
Thanks, Sue.
Other public comment?
I have a question. Jeff Morris, 13 Anderson Road. We talked about doing some extra committees too, and someone had set up like a committee to look into grants and stuff like that for the town. Is that something that's still moving forward with anything? Do we have anybody that, or is this not the time to ask this question?
That committee hasn't been formed. It's one of the thoughts.
Do we do anything like that? Is there any infrastructure that's out there for like public works or public safety that
We
You guys
do.
all that?
Sorry, I
Yeah.
don't know. I was just
The
wondering if-
department heads right now on the whole do, and I've started looking at companies that do it.
Yeah.
But there was some talk about committees that just hasn't been appointed.
Okay, just hasn't been appointed, but is that still being looked into and everything?
Not actively.
Are we
I don't
looking at
believe,
committees, or were you looking at appointing somebody that is a grant writer or
Yeah,
something
I was,
in the
I
town?
was going to be looking for
I'm
a
not.
grant
I'm
writer.
actually probably horrible. I thought it was a neat idea. I would be willing to help. I'm not
Right.
sure I'd be
No,
very
no,
good
no,
at it,
yeah.
but,
No, we often do
But
get
that would
grants.
be-
The fire department applies for them. I've applied for them for
Okay.
elections. Nathan has gotten a grant
Okay,
before.
I think that'd be a great thing just to look out and see if there's
Yeah.
some money out there. Thanks.
Other public comment? Selectman comment?
I do.
Okay.
I went to the budget finance meeting the other night, and there were some questions that were asked, and I just wanted to bring those up so we are aware of those. One of the things that was talked about was where the money goes to as far as the Buteau fines and stuff like that, how it's put in there. There was some thoughts on that. There was, sorry, wait a minute. One of the budget finance had said that there was some ideas they had for the money and stuff like that, and they wanted to know where we put most of the first money. And we put it towards tax relief. And I do believe that the reason why we did that was because the year before we could not do tax relief because all the money was tied up into lawyers' fees. So this year we did it, but there's another payment that's coming, and Budget Finance would like to know if we have any ideas as to what we would be doing with that.
Did they have suggestions?
They had a couple, right, Sean? I thought you guys did. Someone had said a collection of money for legal fees fund.
Well,
one of them.
the first thing we want to know what it could be used for. And it was totally fine. You were not willing to speak about what it could be used for. So just in general, what are the options for that? The thing, this is my personal opinion, I'm not speaking so much on budget finance, but you use it toward tax relief, and what was that, $500,000 or that first payment? What are we taking, $16 million or something like that in tax revenue? Something along those lines? $500,000 to lower taxes? And what is that, like, I don't know the math, but $50 off people's tax bills, you know? What else can we use that can help and better the community? One of my thoughts was this violation, I'm glad we got through it. I'm glad the time frame and everything. The next one, we might not get so lucky. It might be a long, bloody fight. Maybe we set some money aside just in case, defend ourselves as a community. That way, if we do have another violation, we can fight it a little bit better. That's just one of the things that I had asked. I'm not saying that's a suggestion. I think we're going to probably talk about it a little bit more as budget finance. I think we would like to bring you some recommendations, but the question is, what else can we use it for besides just taxes? If you're willing to share.
I don't think 500,000 was put towards tax relief on that.
We
particular
haven't,
one, was it correct?
to begin with, we haven't put anything towards
Right.
anything yet.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What we've done, what was in the warrant article was to authorize use of up to a certain figure for tax relief.
700.
We won't get into that until we see the actual tax commitments and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's when we'll decide how much we use towards that. But otherwise, it goes into, at this point, it goes into undesignated surplus because it has to go into the general fund. It's money that came in. You know, the other side of it is, of course, it offsets overage that we had on the legal side for the last 2 years. So, so I mean, from one standpoint, the only place it can go into is undesignated surplus because it's money that's come in that was essentially was not anticipated. So that's where it has to go until a decision is made on where finally it gets spent. But as far as how much gets used towards tax relief or whatever, that we will not decide until we see where the valuation comes in at and where that's going to affect the mill rate and things like that.
Yeah, fair enough. We just want to bring it up now because we're thinking about being on budget finance. We're thinking about the future, and this is a good opportunity to kind of protect our town. And I'm not suggesting anything tonight. I'm not looking for any suggestions, but if you can keep that open mind about how can we use this besides just tax relief.
I just wanted to put that out there from that meeting. So it was keeping the communication back and forth.
Anything else under selectman comment? Okay, town manager's report.
Oh, I forgot I had a piece. I'm sorry. Open up the agenda again.
Don't mind.
So the next meeting dates, we've already talked about them, is, oh, that's the wrong one, is July 9th and August 13th, if that's all right with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, oh, stop. And then I have a computer that isn't set up for me to open Word. So I need to find the PDF version real quick.
We have Thursday, July 4th closed.
Yes, and 4th of July is coming up. So we just had Juneteenth yesterday, and we will have the 4th of July on Thursday the 4th. And that's really all I have for town manager's report.
Okay. Next item.
A motion to go in executive session on consideration of appointing an interim treasurer pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 4056A.
Second. Second. All those in favor? Okay. We will go into executive session.
A motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion, we're out of executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Joe Crocker as the interim treasurer
Is there a second?
Second that, yeah.
while we look for a new one.
Right. That's why the term interim. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the Budget Finance Committee Orientation Workshop. This evening, I would like to go over the Budget Finance Committee ordinance, which lays out how the Budget Finance Committee will operate. We have all gone through this before. How would the committee like to approach it? Do we want to read through it out loud, or we just want to read through it individually with paragraphs?
I think we go through it with paragraphs.
Okay.
Each paragraph and see if there are any questions or
Okay.
any comments.
Seems to me the most significant piece of it is probably the powers and duties.
Okay.
You think?
Sure. Why don't I go ahead and just read the paragraph, and then we'll decide if we want to
Okay.
discuss it?
Yep.
Does that sound okay, Dawn?
Sounds good to me. yeah.
Okay. Section 5, Powers and Duties. The Budget and Finance Committee shall have the following powers and duties: to consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant in substantially the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval or disapproval. Paragraph B, to discuss with and make recommendations to the Select Board on proposals for specific expenditures. Paragraph C, to investigate and recommend to appropriate town departments the availability of federal and state and other grants, loans, guarantees, and other assistance for the town, and the types, terms, benefits, and disadvantages thereof. Paragraph D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial position, policies and practices of the town and its departments. Paragraph E, to study and make recommendations on any proposal for payment of services or equipment by bond or note. Any such proposal, with the exception of general tax anticipation notes, which will be reviewed under Section 5D, will be accompanied by an impact statement and recommendation for rejection or approval. Paragraph F, to develop and maintain, with the input from all other committees and boards in town, a 5-year moving capital improvement plan. And paragraph G, to study and report to the select board potential revenue raising opportunities that may require actions by the board or town manager. Okay, section C6 is membership, quorum, and voting. The Budget Finance Committee shall consist of 7 voting members plus the chair of the select board, who shall be a non-voting ex officio member. The reduction in number from 9 to 7 will occur due to attrition. Existing members may continue as voting members on the committee, and each may petition to be a candidate on upcoming ballots. I don't think we need to go through the rest of that. Section B, the chair and the vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee shall be elected by a majority of the Budget and Finance Committee voting members at the first meeting after June 30th of each year. C, voting members must be residents of the town of Raymond and shall be elected annually by the town via secret ballot vote at the annual town meeting and have staggered 3-year terms. Section D, any vacancy among the voting members shall be filled either via appointment by the select board until the next annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy, or by the town at the first annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy. E, the Budget and Finance Committee shall officially act only in the presence of a quorum of 4 voting members. Official motions will pass only on a majority vote of all voting members of the Budget and Finance Committee, unless the Budget and Finance Committee unanimously votes to adopt other rules at the first meeting of the year after the annual meeting and agrees to utilize the revised voting procedure for the full year. No member of the Budget and Finance Committee shall vote on a budget item in which the member has an interest. That makes sense. F, all members shall abide by the rules for conflict of interest pursuant to 30A MRSA subsection 2605. All members will sign upon taking their oath of office and will adhere to the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. I don't think we need to go through the non-attendance. Severability. If in any part or part, section or subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is for any reason declared to be unconstitutional or invalid, such shall not affect the validity of constitutionality of the remaining portions of this ordinance or any rules or regulations promulgated hereunder. And this ordinance shall become effective upon passage by the legislative body of the town of Raymond at a duly called town meeting. Okay. Are there any sections that anyone would like to discuss or go over or questions on? We're all good?
I'm good, and I guess, you know, despite having served for 23 years, and I was aware of this ordinance, obviously, but the Budget Committee hasn't operated as, I guess, as close to these codicils as they might have, and so I think, you know, particularly, you know, from B down through G, there's going to be a change in the operating procedures for the good, I think, absolutely, but it's a lot more intensive sort of interaction and study than what has been done in the past.
I would agree with you, Doug.
Yeah, and so the biggest thing to me was the development of the CIP, and I guess that's something you've been working on.
Yes, I have. I'm very interested in putting together a document that lists all of we're going to work with the Public Works Director on our next CIP review and put together a document that lists all of the equipment and have it sorted by the age of the equipment, so you can see the oldest to the newest, and put out 5 columns for the next 5 years of the budget cycle. And then what we had in the middle was the price paid when the equipment was bought. And that's the only known value that we have. And we also have the year of when the Public Works Director plans to replace that equipment. So if we take those figures and put them in the columns and sum them up, then we will have the actual estimate of what we have coming in the next 5 years. And so I have requested that from the town manager, and that will be sent to us in an e-packet, but.
So it'll be similar to what the fire department's always done?
Exactly. That's exactly how the fire department did it.
Right.
And we should do that for the public works, so we're consistent across the board and can look at the summaries, because we have a lot of high expenditures coming in the next 5 to 10 years between the fire department equipment, the public works equipment, Jordan Small School coming back to the town, the comp plan moving forward. These are very high value items, and to do what we're asked to do, we need to have all of those figures.
Right. You know, some of the other things in here I think are kind of interesting about, you know, grants and so forth and revenue sources. That's something that the committee has never done either, and the staff does that. And so I think that's going to have to be, by design, a collaborative effort. But that's an interesting thing to see if we can uncover, you know, opportunities that, you know, might be available to us to supplement the budget or to apply for specific initiatives. And so that's not something that has been done either during my time. And I think that's a pretty exciting opportunity as well.
Yes.
So there's some good stuff in here.
Yes, and I think it would be a great opportunity for us to learn how to do that.
Yeah, we actually have a great person on staff with Kathy Goslin, who has done a lot of grantsmanship successfully for the town. Bruce Tupper has been very successful in that area as well. And so we have some people on staff who are good at it.
That's great.
So that's exciting. And then as far as revenues, it's always a good idea to see if you can find additional revenues. And so we can work on that for sure. You know, besides grants, but yeah. Although we have seen some changes in the fee schedule and other things that we've done, and, you know, monetizing some particular, you know, functions, some in public works, you know, the rental equipment and whatnot. We should take a look at all that stuff in detail. But yeah, so there's a lot of things to think about here.
Okay.
This document doesn't get amended much. It was 1980, 1995, and the last time was 2018, which was 6 years ago. Was there anything that you had read or thinks needs to be added or amended to this that you think that are, I mean, 2018 wasn't that long ago, but anything you think to kind of bring us into?
Not particularly, but I think as we maybe work through this new budget cycle with this thing as the guiding light as to what the committee's roles and responsibilities are, I think any kind of deficiencies might become apparent through that process. But I don't have anything offhand. I just think it's a, you know, it's obviously an expansion of what's been done, and I think it's just been done by, you know, precedent and practice, and this is actually the governing document. And I think Dennis originally dug into this when he was on the budget committee, and that was a good thing. And so obviously this should be passed out, handed out for new members, and there should be an orientation like this, including this every year. But when I came, that wasn't done, and I admit, I mean, I just went with the flow of how the committee was operating.
I have a question as to how the budget committee, or if the budget committee can recommend additions to the warrant. If the budget committee feels there are things that have not been included in the warrant that might be something that the town ought to look at, or at least the select board might look at to add to the warrant, is there any way we can do that, or the committee could do that?
I think under law you can suggest most anything. I mean, you got to make sure that it's in compliance with Maine law, and you know, under home rule, I think you can do that. one thing I used to hear a lot about is the idea that at the town meeting, warrant articles could be reduced but not increased. And so, to me, that always seemed kind of anti-democratic. There may be some prohibition, but, I would think that democracy would work both ways. As the town meeting, the annual town meeting, of course, is the governing body of the town, like the Congress of the town. And so that'd be like telling Congress, you can only reduce budgets, you can't increase them. But that's just my thing. I think the worry is that a small group of people could come in and make a big change, but in my history in local government, 40 years, I've never seen that.
What's that?
B covers it, is that what it
B?
said? To discuss with and make recommendations to select board on proposals for specific expenditures. Section 5B.
That's what I was looking at, and that's why I was questioning whether that's ever been done before.
Right.
Is the operative word there recommendation?
To discuss with and make recommendations to the select board on proposals for specific expenditures. So, discussion and recommendation. Sure. So as far as what you were asking was changing words, I think they keep hearing this a lot over the last couple of meetings. You can't change this. You're just voting yes or no, and what your recommendation is. The way this is kind of lining it up, it doesn't seem like we could be adding anything, but the discussion needs to be had to make that recommendation ahead of time. I think the question that you have is, well, if you have a certain recommendation and it's kind of overlooked, what happens to it?
Right. Or is there a way that we could meet with the select board before the formal meetings are held, in which things can't be changed, so that we could discuss the articles at a point where they might be changed, or a word added or subtracted, or a sentence changed, before we get to the point where nothing can be done.
Right.
Because if the committee is looking at things that can't be changed, it handicaps us.
Mm-hmm. Get to it before that point.
Right. Mm-hmm. I could see maybe doing it before that point, but I don't think we've ever had that opportunity before to do that.
I don't think so either.
No.
I think, so what we're looking at is drafting up the warrant language and presenting it as a draft, and having a meeting with the select board and the budget committee, and have that dialogue both ways.
Yes.
Where the opportunity to make changes to the warrant language would exist.
Mm-hmm. There'd be less loggerheads, I would think, if we had some forum in which we could sit down and have a discussion as to what the warrants are going to look like.
Well, I think this committee's gone a long way to already start that ball rolling. And what I'm hearing is that what there needs to be is more communication, and it has to be communication that's thoughtful and respectful and comprehensive. That's my word of the day. But what I'd tell you is that as far as, and I think I understand what you're suggesting, Frank, would be, and I think I agree with Don on this, is that as it stands right now in town government, it's the selectmen that basically give the thumbs up or down on a warrant article, and then it goes to the people. What we've seen, I think, for the first time since I've been here, is a people's, correct me, it's happened before, but a people's petition basically has said, even if the select board chooses not to place something before the people, if you get the requisite number of petition signers, then the people can override the select board and say, we want this issue to go to a vote. And so, the actions of this committee this last year that I've watched, and the actions of just the last select board meeting with the people involved with the solar farm, basically have they've done what you're saying, which is that's where there's a way to circumvent, if you will, the select board if they don't want to listen to the people.
Peter, would you introduce yourself just so people will know who's talking? You can sit here and I've turned the microphone so you'll be able to
Mike, can we give it to them?
Oh, yeah.
Just so people,
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. And so basically, what I'd say is that, and I'm sorry, I came in a little late, but I believe you were going over the ordinance that governs the Budget Finance Committee. As I had mentioned, I think at the emergency meeting, it would behoove you, and I know it's more work on your plate, but I've done it before, so I know that it's valuable, and that's to look at using that document to just basically sculpt out some bylaws for the committee. That may help down the road with questions about Roberts, with questions about when you meet and how you meet, and the attendance thing. When I was on the Board of Appeals, Zoning Board of Appeals, there was an issue that we had to deal with involving a member in attendance, because that is something that has to be necessary. The last thing I just say in a comment about what I did hear being read is, as far as the ethics part, or the code of ethics that all committee members basically commit to, the one thing that I've seen, that this is just my own personal opinion, it hasn't been enough emphasis on, is not conflicts of interest, but my understanding of ethically minded thought would be that you avoid even the appearance of a conflict. And I know a conflict is basically fiduciary. So it means if you have a direct, or even you can draw the line to a rather substantial indirect involvement in some financial gain, that's a conflict of interest. And it doesn't have to be money. It can be real estate. It could be where your kid goes to school. It could be any of those things. If you're using your influence on a vote that is that is a conflict, in conflict with the issue being discussed. And I've seen that pretty much followed through for the most part. Avoiding the appearance of conflict, however, I don't think has been given its due here. And what it does is it shakes the people's faith in government. So, the awarding of contracts, I know that there was a discussion at the select board meeting that someone brought up about, was it really the best thing to award Q-Team a contract in the town after they were involved in a lawsuit with the town, in which clearly, from my perspective, they knew what was right and wrong there. And so I'm not saying that you get into blackballing or keeping a list or any of that sort of stuff. What I'm basically just saying is there a little more thought going into those processes? And, it just raises that index of suspicion. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you.
thank you, Peter.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. Along with the research I had to do to get this ordinance and find out what our duties were when I was on your board, what I didn't find is anything that says that the select board will do the warrants. It says that we'll talk about and they will prepare it on this. But what I'm talking about, as far as they would be the only ones, and let me explain where I'm going with this. Nothing makes a warrant without the select board approval. So it's redundant to say the select board approves, because we're not putting anything in for them to disapprove, as is no one else. So when this was drawn up, I think clearly what the town wanted was a separation of the financial part of it. Certainly with capital improvement programs, that's black and white. And as we learned in the last 3 years, we've yet to attain from anyone a CIP plan, an actual plan for public works. We haven't. That's a fact. And I think that why you as chair have decided that you're going to move forward with it and put out a plan that obviously looks like they empowered you to do from that town meeting. But to have a select board that doesn't allow anything on a warrant, to have to say they approved it, seems redundant to me.
I think that's a really excellent point, and I don't know legally if this could be something to consider. More accurately, the Board of Selectmen propose. they propose, and then the Budget Finance Committee, as the check and balance on the Board of Selectmen's financial authority, might approve or disapprove.
And in the ordinance, it says the Budget Committee will present this at town meeting.
Right.
The Budget Committee.
Yeah.
Will present it. And so both of those two things, both the power to do what's really, to be involved with the policy, and the interesting thing is when it talks about the departments, and I've read this several times, but then again, I've been wrong on a few things, but it talks about the town and the departments. The town, the D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial positions, policies, practices of the town and its departments. We on the select board are the town's representatives. So this is directly saying that we have, or the Budget Committee has input on the town, which is the select board represented in the town, and the departments. I mean, that to me, and I'm really glad we're going to have an executive session coming up with a lawyer on Robert's Rule of Order and the powers and everything to figure this out. Because if we don't need a select board, again, I'm on the select board, if you don't need my approval and we decide what goes on a warrant, I mean, I've yet to see a selectman recommendation in over 20 years, 25 years, say, we don't approve, because they put it on.
Right.
So it's right, and if they don't want to put it on, it doesn't get there at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Really what I think was supposed to happen is, even if they were making proposals, the Budget Committee would decide whether they approve their recommendations or disapprove. And then that would go to the body, the way I read this. But we're going to have an attorney, and it'd be good to have it, because as it's turned out, we've requested an attorney at least twice, and we haven't been able to get an attorney to kind of interpret this.
Yeah.
Right.
So from my opinion, for what it's worth.
I think it's more than rhetorical. I think it's an excellent point. You know, the idea that they're approving something that they proposed and initiated, and if they didn't, it wouldn't be there. I mean, it's not like they're reviewing something. I mean, they do review the department budgets and make a decision. So to me, it's proposing to the townspeople, this is what we want.
Right.
And then if you have a regulatory body, which is what this is, you know, to pass on it in the affirmative or the negative, then that would be the recommendation you might look at, right? And I had a couple comments before Dennis got up on your comments. And first, thanks for agreeing with me. That's nice. But the first one was the circumvent the Board of Selectmen, the public. I would say that it provided an opportunity to facilitate an avenue for the public to have their voice heard, which is a nice thing. And that's what happened there. And there was another point that you made there as well. That I'm trying to recover that now, but well, perhaps it'll come to me. But anyway, that was to me that was an important point. Oh, you talked about conflict of interest and, you know, impropriety. So there's an old adage in public administration and public life, the appearance of impropriety or, you know, conflict of interest equals it. So if it looks bad, it is bad. And so you want to try to always avoid that. Appearance of impropriety is impropriety. In the public's eye.
So would the Budget Finance Committee be interested in working with the Select Board to clarify some of these paragraphs on how this works and to make some changes to it? To the Budget Finance Committee ordinance or to the Select Board ordinance? Just tossing it out there.
According to this document, that's what we're supposed to do. The way I'm reading it is that, or say in represent the town. You know, that there needs to be, just like Dennis was saying, there needs to be more than just, hey, we're going to put this on. But actually, you had made a very good point, too. It was more than just like, this is what we're going to put on. But at the same time, the flip side is, this is what we're not going to put on. I think it's very much like that. It's funny that you said that, because it popped in my head. Like, yeah, I never really thought about that. Of course, they're going to put on there what they will want, but.
Yeah, I didn't think of it, Dennis did. But it's absolutely right, though.
Does A not say that we recommended at town meeting? Under our powers, A is the first thing?
To consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant and subsequently the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval/disapproval.
That's how I read it. To make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting. That's you?
So, how, in recent history, how have these warrants been drawn up? Is there an attorney who's drawing them up, or is it just like up to language?
No, unless it's something like, you know, that requires bond counsel, like that bond language came through the bond counsel. If it's something highly technical in a land use area, then the land use attorneys would probably be involved. You know, it'd be a complex article. Most of the articles, however, are standard articles you see year to year. So those would be just, you know, they do get tweaked from time to time, you know, with changes in law or changes in local practice, but they would basically be plug and play, you know, how much for administration or public works or public safety, whatever. Those would not be, those have been the same forever. But certain articles every year would go through various legal counsel.
Okay. Well, I think that we're part of that legal counsel.
Yeah, you can ask the legal counsel, but to me it would be bonding and land use.
Okay.
Or perhaps something really unusual, which we had a while back, you know, like the IRT with the military, you know, that might have been one, and something that's not typical, that might require a federal or state language. That would come from outside.
I'm just trying to think of, would there be a case where the Budget Committee has a warrant article that they would like to see and propose it to the Select Board?
Sprinkling the building.
Right. But that didn't get put in the warrant.
They refused, I asked.
That's another reason why we should have that meeting ahead of time of the select board as the warrant is being drawn up, so that we're at the table. If there are things that we feel that should be added or changed or whatever, it can be considered.
You know, something that just came to me and is the whole garage project and how that happened, you know, the level of planning or lack thereof. And so, you know, it would seem like a potential addition, maybe not to this document, but to some document, ought to be a standard operating procedure for how you go about capital projects, and maybe take a look at the bidding, you know, documents of the town to make sure they're what they should be. I know some departments are very good at adhering to them, public safety, for instance, and others maybe not as much. So I think that would be a good thing to look at too.
Does the town have a set of standard operating procedures?
There are various operating procedures, but I'm talking about the ones that are related to finance. Maybe get every particular policy that relates to finance. And so, you know, if you were doing a major project, it would seem to me that you'd want to do a level of due diligence. You could actually do that in a sort of a formula way. You know, it's not hard. You do this, you know, form a committee, as Dennis had recommended, and you do your needs analysis, space analysis, architectural reviews, bidding, get some cost proposals. There's a number of things you do. That's what you did for BAW.
Yes,
So you probably
exactly.
know the process and how that ought to be laid out.
Yes.
So that's would be my suggestion, is that maybe there ought to be something like that for how you go about doing capital projects. And then to look at the current bid policy, which I haven't looked at for a while, and I know that it was made more liberal under not this finance director, but two before. And she did that because of that some departments were following, in a very precise way, and others not very well at all. And so that seemed to be the idea of making it a more, I don't want to use the word loose, but a more non-structured sort of document was done. To me, it would probably be reasonable to look at that and say, can we put in boundaries, gate posts that work for the town and work for all the departments but are specific? That's what I would do.
Going back to the warrants too, at the last select meeting, a young lady who's very involved in solar had mentioned that a lot of people went and they voted that Tuesday and they thought they were voting for something to do with the solar, and then turns out it wasn't what they thought it was. I think the language is very confusing for a lot of people, and I think that us having the ability to look this over, because I voted on this thing twice. First time we made a recommendation, and then the second time was at the actual voting on Tuesday. And most of that stuff, I've seen it twice, so I already know going in. But if you haven't seen this and you're looking through this, it's a lot of language.
That goes back to a point that Dennis made in a big way, this year, and that is the annual town meeting. If you did this in an open public town meeting, which I'm not sure how many years you've lived in town, but for years, for decades, that's the way the town did it. That's how most towns do it, an open annual town meeting. And so that's where you get that explanation that you're talking about and details.
Yes. I do agree with that. Yeah, I know.
And you'd have an ability to debate it.
Right. So we're serving stuff up on a platter for people to say yes or no to, and they're
right. And you got all these warrant articles that you have to read, and then there's all this backing information that you're never going to be able to read at the polls. So the idea, and I do agree with the notion that more voters is more democracy, but it may be less well-informed voters if they can't read these voluminous documents in advance.
Right. And I worked at the election, and there were several people that came up and asked for the documents to be able to read them at the polls. Dennis?
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. One of the things I kept ringing in my head through the last budget process was 2 years ago, there was 3.5 put in, plus $1 million for the pickleball court. That kind of happened at the very last meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee, and it came back as a warrant, and then we couldn't do anything about it. And then it was pulled off. For whatever reason, the 3.5 didn't seem to work, but obviously the next year we knew it was because it was 6.2, not 3.5. And $150,000 was put in for the money without really any discussion except to vote for that warrant up or down. Again, it didn't go through the Budget Committee, it came back from the Select Board. So my feelings were that whole year when I decided to read and find out what our powers were, was perhaps one line that said anything that goes to bond or out for over $1 million should have a special town meeting or a public meeting to discuss that. That would eliminate what took place with this whole process, because it went from 2.5 to 3.5 to 150,000 to study, of which $62,000, I think, if I quoted him right, was spent so far. 62,000 out of 150, I think is what he said. Maybe that's what's left. I don't know. There was a lot going on. But either way, the reality is when you get to the point where you spend it $1 million, $2 million, 6.2 with interest of 8.1, that should be an automatic public town meeting or special town meeting. And I think you made a very good suggestion as our chair of how to slow the process down and get it done, because the Public Works Director never said it was an emergency. It just seemed like it was an emergency with all the changes to everything. So if nothing else happens, a simple ordinance change in the budget recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee, or maybe a petition drive saying anything over 2 million or whatever the magic number is. But certainly there should be a trigger that makes an automatic special town meeting, And I'm talking about one that's posted so everyone knows it's going on, not some of these meetings that happen at 8:30 in the morning or whatnot. And you can't be transparent if you're not letting the public know what we're about to spend the money on. So whatever the number you decide as a budget committee, I certainly think it would be advisable.
I want to ask Dennis a question, and that is at the last Board of Selectmen meeting, and I know it wasn't you making this statement and proposal, but the idea was that the garage project didn't fail, the bonding failed, and that the planning process was going to continue. And so one question I might have is, when is no?
Well, I think I think that raised enough issues from the public without me having to take a position on it. I tried to say, again, in the...
I know you weren't saying that.
I think that they failed, not just because they didn't follow any kind of practice that we had done in the past, which is standard even in BIW and private industry, but it failed because the public felt left out. And I know when I did my group meetings, everyone wanted to know what was going on, and why have we been so isolated from what's going on with this. And there wasn't a chance. But we had a special town meeting for the band, which was less than $1 million, but not one for 6.2. And I find it ironic. And there's either something here that, and I don't want to undermine a group I'm on, because I'd rather have the financial part separated from the select board if I had my way. And I actually believe, my opinion only, that I saw more wisdom out of the budget committee, lacking me, just the people that I didn't know you, Karen. I didn't know Deanna. I didn't know you, Sean. I mean, I didn't know anyone, but I heard a lot of common sense from a public point of view, a citizen's point of view, than what I heard through that budget process. And so, I mean, I think that until the public gets what they want, which is transparency and what's wrong with the other 7 bays. Dave Brown said that it was maintenance. I read it, and the summary seemed to be maintenance. They didn't condemn the building. And so if you've got a public works director saying that he wants 4 storage bays of storage, and we've got 7 bays right now, then there's got to be something for the public to understand why we're doing it. And that's all. Just the transparency would really... I was shocked at the numbers myself, because I didn't run around talking about the facility. I ran around talking about transparency, and I still believe it big time.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that meeting. It's like,
yeah, you did.
I get up there and say that the way I heard it was exactly what you said. The building didn't fail, just to plan to bond it. We're going to find a different way to do this thing. You know, I stood up there and said, that's pretty unpopular. Very unpopular. And then I got down, and Emily came up and she said, yeah, am I hearing the same thing? And they said, no, we never do that. So either they were misleading, or any person of the public echoed what I was saying, and then they realized how unpopular it was. But my opinion on that was that you can show the people why we need this. There was never, as a budget finance committee, we were never shown any of that stuff. And a comment was made, well, that came out the same day that you were voting on it. But was never given to us. And even if it did, do you think there is enough time to look over that and make a decision on that? So, if I can't speak on it about the reasons why we need it as a budget finance committee, how am I supposed to explain to the rest of the town this is what we need? So, yeah, I think that we've been dealing with this issue now for 2 years. This is the biggest one, but I think that there's a lot of other things that we should have a lot of say in, including coming up with this tax break. You know, this the finances that were received back from the violation. That's something I think that we have every right to make recommendations on, and I think that we need to make recommendations on that.
I agree.
How do we get back to the point where we made through this process that the process was not done? And that we truly believe, and I think the committee said this, that you cannot do this type of project without going through the process. It seems to me at the last selectmen's meeting, they said they didn't want to go through the process.
What they said, what the Public Works Director said, which was interesting, was that, you know, we'll get the money and then we'll do the process.
But
that's what he said.
How do we get back to that point where, if in fact we're going to have a Public Works garage, that we go through the process. The process could be done very quickly. It would not take long. I do not believe with the right people on the committee, and we could go with it. Whatever the committee ends up recommending, whatever the committee that looks at it recommends.
Ms. Morse, I know I'm kind of talking a lot, but I've given so much thought to this. You have the right to capital improvement. You are the body that does the 5-year plan. And if there's a capital improvement bigger than this facility, I'd like to know what it is. I think you have a right to do the committee that the select board doesn't want to do. And if they don't want to accept the recommendation, if they don't want to work with that committee, then they should publicly come out and say that they don't want to do it. But right now, it says you research, you investigate, you interview, and you are, in fact, proposing a CIP plan. Well, if the bond was voted down, the only other route to go is through the capital improvement program, the plan. And I think the facility, there are certain things that was clearly needed. We know that. You know, the wash bay and the mechanics bay is common sense. But I do think you need the committee's involvement so the public knows that it's someone outside of the political realm of elected officials. And I do think you have the power to do that. I don't know how you don't with capital improvement being your it says right there.
You brought this up at the meeting and it seemed to be rebuffed, so it would be, I think, maybe not tonight because it's a workshop meeting, but perhaps the play would be for the Budget Finance Committee, you know, in the absence of a policy, which was what I suggested, to make the recommendation that we follow that procedure that you outlined.
Could that be part of the agenda of our next meeting? Yeah?
We could do that.
And I think that should be on the agenda, that we'll discuss whether or not we will go forward with the idea of setting up a committee.
Because once again, I may be wrong, but it looks like right now what we're doing is continuing to plan for the thing that failed, and without changes.
That's the way I saw it.
And I may be wrong, but that's what it sounded like.
Well, we have heard over the last 2 years that this Public Works garage has been talked about for the last 10 years. And to my knowledge, the first time it was discussed was last year during the budget deliberations. And then at the last select board meeting, we heard that there's a separation between the town has already voted on the Public Works garage, and what was turned down was the funding of the project. And honestly, I cannot remember voting for a Public Works garage in recent memory.
There was no vote for the Public Works garage, but the other thing that would be interesting, I think should be requested, is for a 10-year history of, you know, the various planning functions that occurred, you know, the engineering, space analysis, all the different things that were done. And I was here, so I think it's going to be a short list over 10 years.
Okay.
So, but I think that we have to ask for that, because that's what was said, was that it's been planned for 8 to 10 years. And so I don't know what planning means exactly, but if you ask for the details of the planning, then we'll know.
Yes, okay.
Our vice chair had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deanna, hi.
Hi guys, sorry, I've been writing as we go, so this is great. I have a couple of things. I looked up the Citizens Guide in Maine regarding warrants, because I was like, we've been talking about this, and it says that we can definitely come up with the ideas and give them to the select board so that they can decide if they're going to put it on a warrant. So I think what we're doing right now is great, because we're preparing it so that we can give to the select board so that they can decide about the warrant. If it says, according to state law, we can always do a petition if they don't want to put it on the warrant, but it needs to be signed by the number of registered town voters equal to at least 10% of the number of votes cast for governor in the last election. I mean, I'm sure that our town would know more about that, but I'm just reading it from a Citizen's Guide, almost like a cheat sheet on how to do that. Going to talking about the town meetings, I think it's a great idea if we had one, and I think that what would be important, because before I ever was on this committee, I didn't really know too much about the town meetings, but now we have that marquee. I mean, I know we've been utilizing it. I think if we placed it on there and also stated that it would be recorded and available for people to view at raymond.org, I think that would be huge, or the address that we have, because people might not be able to attend. But if we say we're going to be discussing warrants and what people will be voting on, I think more people might be involved. That's sort of what I had.
Yeah.
Peter wants something.
Okay, Peter, I have a couple things I want to say.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. What I'm hearing, though, and what I understand is, I'll just give you a brief example, and correct me if I'm wrong. Any citizen can propose to the select board a warrant article, right? So, I mean, that includes everyone on this committee right now. In February, I went to a planning board meeting as a private citizen. Code enforcement officer was there. The code enforcement officer's task annually is to bring before the planning board his proposals or proposals he's received from the citizens of the town as to what ordinances they would like to have, and to ask the select board through the planning board to place it on the warrant. One of the points that I brought up was the fact that the accessory dwelling units and the policy for them, what the planning board had done was basically assigned arbitrarily 700 square feet. And I just thought that was a little impractical. I looked at some model ordinances from other municipalities, and I proposed to the at that time code enforcement officer, chief code enforcement officer, I really think this should be increased to like 1,250. That makes it more practical for a starter home or for an elderly couple to move in and free up their 3-bedroom, 2-bath colonial. So the bottom line is, I proposed that to the code enforcement officer that brought it up at the February meeting to the planning board, and the planning board then formulated an ordinance and sent it to the select board, and the select board approved it to be put on the warrant, and at the election, it got voted in as an ordinance change. So I guess what I'm just saying is that a lot of the stuff you're talking about is absolutely great as far as participative. We need more of the public. We need more of someone who's going to be riled up enough to circulate a petition to say, we don't believe you're hearing us. So we have a route to change that. We have a mechanism. In the legalese, it's always, well, what's the remedy? Well, there's a remedy for a lot of what's happening with our warrant, and I couldn't agree more. One of them is to get back to an in-person town meeting. And I'm a firm believer in that, and I was able to experience it, as some of you have, when I first came in the community in '85. There were certainly the resident curmudgeons from the town that would get up to that mic. But boy, they proposed things that got people buzzing and talking and asking more questions, and it was a little bit clearer. And as far as the language of warrants goes, I think that there's been a history in this town government whereby what happens is that phraseology or loopholes, are used rather than, what's the intent of the particular discussion. So what I heard at that select board meeting last was that, well, actually, what the town voted down was the bonding, the funding. They didn't really vote down the building, and you're all absolutely right. That's because nobody has asked them if they want a building. And what we've been told is that, they've wanted a building for a decade or more. That may be true, but wanting and what the community wants are two different things. So the employees may want the building. The truck drivers may want the building. Some of the people in town may want the building. We don't know that. We haven't asked them. So I applaud you what you're trying to do here, as far as, and I think you already started it. Personally, I think that just by your actions, that what I considered before the noise started about the Public Works garage was that, well, this will be like a lot of the other things. It's just going to go on a referendum and it's going to be voted in, and that's that. And I believe that it changed. It changed with, I believe, this board setting a precedent of saying we do not recommend. And when you discussion before and in the ordinance about recommendation, and then of course it goes to the select board for a decision as to whether it makes it on the warrant or not. There is a function here that you were involved with, which is the select board recommends, and the Budget Finance Committee does not recommend. So there is actually a mechanism now that exists. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be that but this body can't put together a recommendation for a warrant article and submit it to the select board. But I think we can do that as private citizens as well.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not familiar with, has the town of Raymond held public hearings in the past on certain topics? I don't know what
That's another good question. I mean, if you're going to do something by a secret ballot, and I think normally you would hold a public hearing, which would be an opportunity to have a back and forth with the community over the details. You'd have a public presentation, something of this magnitude, an $8.1 million facility. You would hold a public hearing and have the engineers and other consultants, the town staff, members of the governing body, if they had information that they thought was helpful and wanted to share. You'd have that presentation, and then the public would have an opportunity to ask questions, and then you'd go to a secret ballot.
And you could do that as a hybrid. You could have a afternoon meeting in which all of the articles were discussed, everybody had a chance to have their say. At the end of the meeting, they opened the polls, and they would run the polls from the end of that meeting until 8 o'clock at night. And then they'd open them again the next morning and run them all day the next day, so that they could get a lot of people out to vote, but they'd be much more informed about what they were voting on, because those people who wouldn't come or couldn't come to the meeting could watch it.
It would have to be a special town meeting,
No,
rather than an annual town meeting.
Right, it would have to be, but it could be a whole new process that we could set up to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a whole new process, but it could be done. People could be informed. The people who were there get a chance to vote before they went home. The people who were watching the meeting from home would have a chance to come the next day and vote also, with a lot more information.
Yes. Do you recall if Raymond has ever had a public hearing before?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they have?
Yeah,
like,
we've had
what were
public
the
hearings.
topics about?
Public safety, too.
Okay, he says public safety too. That was 20 odd years ago. We don't, interestingly, spoiler alert here, we don't have a lot of major capital projects at this magnitude. In fact, nothing close to this magnitude for the town. And so the last big projects we had were in the early 2000s. And so he's saying, and I believe him because it's standard operating procedure, there were 2 public hearings for that, and that was a 1.2 million. And of course, adjusted for inflation, that's a big project even today. But that's how you do it. That's how you get the information out. And that, for whatever reason, wasn't done. And that may be something we need to look at the law and see. I almost think that that's a requirement. Would you think, Peter?
Yeah, we've had many public.
Right, for land use, for other.
Sure, whether it's cell towers or pipelines, and things that the community was galvanized about, and then there were proposals made, but there had to be a public hearing.
And that's the opportunity. If you're not going to have an open oral town meeting, that's the opportunity for the public to be heard and to have that back and forth discourse over a particular initiative. And there's no vote, but there's a lot of information, and a lot of people can share their opinions about something.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of argument the last year or so about the fact that well, this information is out there, nobody comes to the public hearings as an explanation as to why, you know, there isn't a lot of credence in them, and that a small group, an organized group can hijack a public hearing.
You know, I was watching that last meeting, and there was an example of that with the TIF. You know, you were talking about the change in the TIF, which I guess had a lot of documentation around it. I have to admit, I didn't go read it, but basically, you know, and there probably was nobody here. I guess there was nobody here who wanted to have an opinion one way or the other, but that was a substantial change, and it was just, you know, the documentation was so long that the moderator, you know, felt they didn't need to read it, and that anybody who would have been interested would have already read it, which may be a logical thing to say, but I think that if you had an opportunity to provide just a brief synopsis, and I think the chair did try to do that, of the Board of Selectmen, so that people could understand it as to what was actually happening.
Are you talking about broadband? When it was,
yeah, the broadband thing.
It was commented that this is too long, I'm not going to read it?
Right. Right, but and I think Rolf did try to explain it, though, somewhat.
Little synopsis. I think everybody that was there already knew what it was about. Going back to transparency stuff, everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it. So if you, again, didn't understand it or didn't want it, didn't seem like there was, I mean, of course there was an opportunity for you to come out and say something. But the people who believe in it are going to come out, and the people who aren't sure are not going to come out. They're not going to ask questions. So, I mean, and then just the throwaway statement, basically, of this is too long. Everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it.
We'd already had one meeting.
Yeah.
The one didn't count.
Well, I think the way, by the way, to get, this is interesting, it's kind of a chicken egg thing, but I think the way to get public participation and involvement and, you know, debate and discussion about these major communications initiatives is to promote communications and to give people an opportunity. And when you have more communications about things, evidence enough is this last run for, you know, the Board of Selectmen. I think there was a lot of information out there for people on both sides to be able to look at and make an evaluation as to how they felt about some of the issues. And so that's the purpose of having these meetings.
Exactly.
And having these discussions and explanations.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're absolutely right. If in the absence of, you know, any information, you're going to see the proponents, and, you know, people aren't going to understand it, and it's probably going to pass.
Yeah, I guess just Peter Levitt, 2 Lever Road. What I'd tell you is that as far as the TIF issue is concerned, just as an explanation underlying this, is that it was voted on twice. It had to be voted a second time because it didn't meet the 10-day rule for notice for any public meeting. It has to be in a periodical, radio, and all that good stuff. That's the main open meeting laws. So you've got to post notice. And it wasn't done in time for whatever reason. Either the newspaper didn't get it, or they made the error, we made the error. Whatever happened is it wasn't posted. So they had to go back and dot their I and cross their T. I was at the first meeting. I voted for it. Basically, what it was saying is that the TIF district, the language when we first got that TIF district established said you could use TIF money within the TIF in order to develop broadband. What the select board hit upon was, can we use TIF money for broadband throughout the municipality? And what the lawyers said, I believe, was, well, you're going to have a hearing and a special town meeting where you vote in order for the voters to approve the change in that language to include the TIF money can be used for broadband throughout Raymond. So that's what it basically was. So, but the explanation was basically that there's reams and reams and explanations about TIFs in the state of Maine. And I think unless you really are an attorney, it'd be hard to understand all of it. But that's what it kind of boiled down to me. But so it was like, well, sure, why don't we do that? But because I'm a proponent of the broadband, I wanted to see an improvement. What isn't made clear, despite the best efforts, I think, of some of the people in town, is the fact that it kept getting. I talked to people at the polls this month that were absolutely saying, so we're going to get this broadband, and then I'm going to be able to change my Time Warner contract. Well, no, because really this was proposed just for the municipality. There's a potential of expanding it down the road. But once again, how much of that information gets out there? How informed is the voter? And so I agree wholeheartedly. More public hearings, even not more public hearings, but better attended public hearings or better attended meetings. And the way to start, and I think has been discussed, at least in some quarters, is that if you want people to come to town meeting again, provide daycare. Have people bring some snacks. Make it at a time that is friendly for all demographics. Don't have your select board meetings at 5:30. Don't have public hearings at 8:30.
Yeah. Another thing that occurs to me is we've got the Roadrunner, the insert once a month, and I'm not downing the idea of like reminding people of the dog licenses or swim lessons. That's all good stuff. But maybe around election time there could be a block that says here, like the broadband initiative or the public works garage, a synopsis of what we're doing, and use that avenue. Use every communication avenue the town has. We have social media, we have the signboards, we have the website, we have the Roadrunner. So all those vehicles could be used as communication and transparency methods.
The Roadrunner in the paper is nice because you find out a few things. You're absolutely right, Don. But we could have the old Roadrunner again, and it could be an email. I mean, what a better way if you put out a 6 or 8 or 10-page Roadrunner once a month, and it went to everybody who would sign up to get it by email. And then we could have an ongoing discussion throughout the entire community about a lot of the issues that we're looking at through the whole process. People are informed if they get something that they can understand, can read, and can discuss with their neighbors. And it would not cost that much to do an emailed Roadrunner.
That's an excellent idea. The reason the multi-page Roadrunner, and sometimes it ran to 18, 20 pages, the reason that went away was the cost of the publication, but with the, electronic communications, it's just the staff time.
People don't realize the Roadrunner was put out by the school. The school did the Roadrunner.
Well, in the very beginning, right?
Well, it did it for many years. That was a.
Well, when I came here, it was a collaboration between the town and school.
Yeah, we collaborated, but the school did most of the work for it.
Right.
And it could be done again. I mean, you might have to have somebody at town hall whose job was to put it together.
You have that now. You have a person who puts it together, and the problem that they tell me is that they don't have space enough for everything they want to do. So if it was electronic, space wouldn't be an issue. You got the person, the communications person, Melissa, who can put it together. You have the department heads and other town employees who can write the articles. It could be as brief or as lengthy as you like it to be, and as you say, an email listserv, and off it goes.
And every nonprofit organization in town could be putting information in there for the people. Yeah. Communication's the name of the game. It has always been. And the thing is, we've lost the ability to communicate with each other. Not all technology is bad.
Back to your point, though. I think it was your point about the recommendation. That was communication. I mean, I agree with you. If that had been a positive recommendation, I thought it was going to pass. I thought it might pass even the way it was because of warrant fatigue. It was just so long,
Okay, Deanna. We'll go with Deanna.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the warrant fatigue, Dawn, because you had mentioned about having some of that information being brief or more extensive if we did the Roadrunner. I think that for some of these articles, if we did brief synopses and do it like throughout a few months, people are going to be more receptive to that than seeing 15 pages of warrant article versus if we broke it down to a couple each time, because then that gets them more information, they can absorb it and then move on to the next ones or ask questions.
Absolutely.
I got something to say. So there's one committee in this town that's better at polling people, better at getting emails and engaging the townspeople, and that's a comprehensive plan. Since that committee has only got a few more months, essentially, if that could morph into what we're talking about as far as keeping people engaged, that's the way to do it, because we've already collected. Peter, how many emails do we have? Do you know?
I think we got over a couple hundred.
Couple hundred emails is what we have. So there's not a cheaper way, and there's not a more efficient way than emailing the people that we have. And I know we could get more too, but if the comprehensive plan has shown us anything, is that the people are eager to get engaged, to engage with us, to come to our meetings, to give their opinions.
I don't think we missed more than 5% of the people that voted, Peter, when we did the last poll.
This election, yeah. I'm not sure what the official numbers were, but I've heard that there were 800 and we or so, and we collected something in the vicinity of 450 voters' opinions on what to do with Jordan Small.
There were 450 in just that one. I think not many people walked by.
Nope.
No, Frank got every one. Dan, did you have your hand raised one more time? Did you have one more question?
No, I was saying, nice job. I think that's a great plan. So I was doing a thumbs up. No, I think it's an awesome way to do it because, like you said, the comprehensive plan has done such an amazing job in being so involved with the public and getting the public involved as well. It made it, like I said, during the election time, you guys made it fun. So many people wanted to be part of that, and it was a great way to get their input. So I definitely think being able to pair up with you folks would be something that would be great for us.
Awesome. These committees should be working hand in hand. I mean, I've started realizing this more from the past year and having the benefit of being on a comprehensive plan as well, is that our committee should be working together. And I definitely felt, and I know a lot of people feel, that there was a committee that was doing their own thing. And maybe in the past, previous budget finance committees didn't want the responsibility, but we've got a big enough group here that wants the responsibility. And my wife is 20 weeks pregnant now, so I could be doing other things. But this is what I want to, this is what I want to be doing for the town. I owe it to the town that I live in to make sure that the town for my child is up to date with the town I'm living in now. I know Maine's an aging population, but still, we want to attract families, and this is another thing we talk about in comprehensive plans. How do we attract younger families? And housing is always going to be housing. And unfortunately, there's not much we can do with the current cost of everything, but how are we attracting more people, more families into this town instead of just having an aging population?
I can tell you one of the big messages that came out of this last poll, and I would have no doubt in saying this, the number one word that I'm hearing from the community about what they want in Raymond is that word. They want community.
I think we have a great opportunity now that people seem to want to get involved again, to get together another organization that can do another celebration in town. We need to bring back the Founders Day type program, all of those, something that once a year gets everybody involved in doing something in town. There's nothing like working together to get to know people.
That's true. That is true.
Lots of opportunity.
Absolutely.
Lots of opportunity. Okay. This has been some really good discussion. It's really good stuff.
Cliff, anything to say? Welcome aboard.
Thank you. The only thing is, I think it's important that we get back to the town meetings because the electronics help get the word out, but there's nothing like face-to-face.
That's true.
I guess we'll leave it at that.
Absolutely true, Cliff.
Okay. Are we ready to move on from the ordinance for the Budget Finance Committee? Okay, the other piece that I had brought is the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials, because these go hand in hand, and it's what we have all signed up to do. I don't think I want to read through the policy, but I just wanted to bring it as a handout for everyone to...
I wouldn't mind reading through it.
Oh, you'd like...
Yeah, just because if this is recorded, I want the town people to know our code of ethics for who they
Would
elected.
you like to read it?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. As a member of my board, committee, or commission, hereinafter referred to as board, I will strive to be an advocate for the overall well-being of the town of Raymond, and to that end, I will have integrity in all matters. I will attend scheduled board meetings or notify the staff of my inability to attend. I will come to board meetings informed concerning the issues under consideration. I will make policy decisions based on the available facts and appropriate public input. I will make formal decisions based on any and all applicable local, state, and federal regulations and ordinances. I will encourage individual board member expression of opinion and establish an open two-way communication process with all segments of the community. I will communicate in accordance with board policies, public reaction, and opinion regarding board policies, actions, and programs to the full board administration. I will bring out desired changes through legal and ethical procedures, upholding and enforcing all law, state regulations, and court orders pertaining to the board. I will refrain from using the board position for my personal and partisan gain and avoid any conflict of interest or the appearance. I will respect the confidentiality of privileged information learned by any executive session. I will make no decision on behalf of the board unless expressly authorized by the board. I will not attend any board meetings pertaining to business of the board without express permission of the board. I will be informed about current issues through individual study and participation in appropriate programs, such as those sponsored by my state association. I will always remember that the foremost concern of the board is to improve and enhance the quality of life for the residents and visitors of the town of Raymond. I will abide by 30A MRSA subsection 2605, conflicts of interest law. Therefore, I always strive to demonstrate appropriate behavior, conduct as a board member.
Thank you, Sean, for reading that. Okay. So, are we ready to move on to public comment? Or do you?
I'm ready.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Peter, you must have some more comment.
I can fill you in a little bit on the poll.
Ooh, we're getting this information first before anybody else?
Well, you know, I was asked by a select board member in an email, why I guess I didn't share some of the comprehensive plan data with the select board. And I did share it with the Budget Finance Committee, so they were a little jealous that you had gotten some that they didn't get to see. My simple answer to the select person was that you know why the Budget Finance Committee got that data? They asked for it. So that's why they got it. And nobody has reached out to ask our committee, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, about any of this stuff. And I did express my frustration in the fact that at the last select board meeting, in that I've been asking since February of this year to have a combined meeting. It doesn't have to be with all the members. It could maybe just be the chairs and whatever. The Code Enforcement Officer, the Planning Board, the Select Board, and the Comprehensive Plan, so that we could all sit down and at least see what's the preliminary data that we've collected and where is it showing it's going, because it's that data that's going to end up formulating the plan that we're going to submit in January of next year. So it's not that far away. I started asking for that meeting in February. It got put off and put off and put off. The last I was told was that it would take place in June. And it's June 25th. And I have not heard anything from the selectmen about scheduling that type of a meeting. When we're talking about, and I think it was Sean that mentioned, all these committees got to start talking to each other. Well, since we're sharing, and Frank as well, the experience of a comprehensive plan, and certainly Don knows this because of his years in managing a municipality, you have to be in the know everywhere. And people have to be talking. And that's what makes a comprehensive plan a comprehensive plan. So I realized early on in this process, well, I gotta be talking to the Budget Finance Committee. Capital improvement plan. Well, that's about the only function I hear in the budget for this town that has the word plan in it and is more than just the end of the fiscal year. So that's kind of more comprehensive. That's an opportunity. So that was a reason to get involved with this committee. Planning board, ordinances, absolutely. If we're talking about housing and we're talking about accessory dwelling units, and especially if we're talking about LD 2003, which I guess I've beat my gums to death on about that, but July 1st is just around the corner. We'll see. It behooved me to do that. As part of the comprehensive plan, what we did is not allow the consultants to do the department head interviews like they had done in 2004. What we did is we interviewed those department heads ourselves. Amazing amount of information that came out of that. So I guess really the only major group that the comprehensive plan has not been involved with is the selectmen. And I hate to be sounding like I'm anti-select board, because I'm not. But what I need to see is more of an involvement at that level, and for them to take the leadership responsibility of coordinating all these other committees. So that we're all on the same page and we're all working towards the same ends. Anyway, I said the rough blush was about 800. That's based on the only knowledge I have is because I haven't seen any hard data. It may be out there, but I haven't seen it. That my wife ran for a position and she got 600 votes. So there were at least 600 people that went through there. And I believe she was told she got 600 of the 800 that were cast. So as that is a rough guesstimate, I figured I was there for most of the day. I know Frank and Sean were there at the elections as well. But I think I put in about 7 hours there. So I got a pretty good sense of what was, how many people were coming through there. And although Kayla hasn't quite finished doing her count, and I certainly understand that, that's a lot of little puffy balls to count. The top three, what we did is we had 5 choices to what would be your 3 most high priority uses for Jordan Small when it comes back to the town. And we gave them 5 to choose 3. And then we also had a 6th category, which was other, where it wasn't a puffball, but you could just fill out a slip and drop it in a jar. The top 2 were, number 1, community senior citizen centers. That got the most votes for what to do with Jordan Small. The second one was town offices. So that just gives a first blush. I would think that that's important information for you guys looking at capital improvement down the road in the planning, a 5-year plan, because that facility coming back to the town will happen within the 5-year CIP. The others were library, recreation, and daycare. And I would tell you a very frequent comment I got from the voters that were taking the poll was, well, this is a big building. There's room to do all of that. And, I would insert my caveat every once in a while and say, well, yes, but there's a price tag associated with all of these. There's going to be renovations. School classrooms don't necessarily convert into office space very easily. And some of the things are kind of a given. What I would tell individuals is say, well, what do you mean by recreation? Well, I said, well, we're standing in a beautiful gym. It would be hard to believe that we would take that space and reconfigure it into something other than recreation. It wouldn't make much sense. Similarly, there's already a library that exists there. So some of those things are almost a given. But my bottom line, my answer to those individuals is yes. There is enough room to do all of those things. And maybe even more in this facility. Once you have architectural drawings and a plan and a committee and all that other good stuff to figure it out. But the issue is that it's really the appetite of the taxpayer. And it was suggested at one of our meetings when we were discussing this at the Comprehensive Plan Committee that the town manager basically said the same thing. It's really going to be the appetite of the taxpayer as to how much we do. And she suggested that it would quite possibly go forward in stages. In other words, rather than trying to do everything all at once, that we would do the highest priority of the easiest conversion first, that sort of a thing. But once again, that's all involved with the planning and what the appetite of the taxpayer is. It will not surprise you that under the highest write-in for the use of Jordan Small School was school. And given the vote in the town regarding keeping Jordan Small active as a school was significant, that really didn't surprise us. What I will tell you is that I don't know exactly how that would happen, but I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. So it is interesting that if nothing else, it validates the poll. People had an opportunity to say things, even if it might not be one of the most common things that's on people's lips. If they just feel like we really should have kept Jordan Small as a school, they had the ability to do it.
I know this wasn't what they meant. They were talking about keeping the kids here, but was there a question, and I probably should know this, but I don't remember it, about adult education, adult enrichment, adult education?
Yeah, I think, John, we've talked about all those things in committee, and it's interesting that it really comes down to these being very broad categories. But certainly there'd be time to drill down to that. But yeah, when they say town offices and recreation, does it also mean that the recreation director gets office space there? Well, it would seem to make sense that would happen. But once again, it all depends on what the taxpayers get an appetite for. I would tell you that from my perspective, this is an incredibly rare opportunity that a municipality gets, and that the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board are going to be instrumental in seeing this through. And the last thing I'll say, because I've said this before, is the work of the Comprehensive Plan Committee is done in January, and then in June it goes to the voters. Given the fact that we've got top-notch consultants, I'm sure we're going to get a plan that's going to be acceptable to the state. And I believe we've done our job as far as polling the community, so that the community is going to vote this thing in because it's going to reflect what the majority of voters want. So, I'm confident with that. My concern is that the real work of the comprehensive plan begins when the Comprehensive Plan Committee ends, because then the implementation committee comes into play. And the implementation committee is really key to this stuff getting done. And if it doesn't matter, my understanding, it doesn't matter how strong your comprehensive plan committee is. If you do not have an energized, interested, and empowered implementation committee, then it's all for naught, because it won't be implemented. And so I'm hopeful that this committee and all the committees in the town will work closely with the implementation committee for the comprehensive plan once it's voted in. And I think that the best that we can do as a committee is to set up the policies and clearly define what our data gathering has shown to the implementation plan committee, because it'll make their job less onerous, because they'll be armed with that information.
Peter, you and Kayla are planning on having a public hearing, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I'm hopeful that we get together before January with the select board and the planning board and code enforcement. I'm hopeful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, we really need to get out of this space to have appropriate meetings and stuff. And the town is saying that, you know, looking for a bigger town office. We could have something special there to bring people in, have a bigger broadcast studio, and just engage the public better than we can in this small building.
That's a great idea, to have all of these committees together in one room and talk with a comprehensive plan committee. Get all that input at the same time. That's a great idea.
Great meeting, I think.
Yes, I think so too.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of ground. Any budget finance committee comments? From our Zoom customers to people in the room?
Good
Everybody's
meeting.
all set?
I said what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here tonight, and we are adjourned.
Great.
Welcome to the June 28th emergency meeting of the Select Board.
I make a motion to go into executive session regarding consultation between the Select Board and their attorney pertaining to legal rights and duties of the Select Board pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6E.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? We're in executive session.
A motion to come out of executive session.
So made. So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor?
He never seconds.
We are adjourned.
Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee. Today is June 5th of 2024. I would like to note that we do have a quorum present, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. The first thing on our agenda tonight is the approval of our minutes from May 1st of 2024.
Move to accept the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
And that is approved. Thank you. Today we have the pleasure of a guest speaker, Robin Mullins. She is with the Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce, where she's been there, I think it's about approximately 8 years, 4 of which you've served as the executive director. I've planned for her to talk about 5 minutes today and then allowed about 10 to 15 minutes of questioning, just so everybody knows. Robin, you're more than welcome to step up.
All right, good evening. So I am Robin Mullins. I am the CEO of the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce. We cover 8 towns. We cover the towns of Casco, Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Standish, and Windham. And And I'm really excited to be here tonight. I know you guys have a lot of work that you've already done and will continue to do on the comprehensive plan, and I want you to know that we at the Chamber are here to assist. Last night I was in the town of Wyndham. As many of you may know, the Department of Transportation is working with the town of Wyndham on what can we do about traffic on 302 in Wyndham. So I get a lot of feedback from our businesses, and I'm there to support and also to be a voice for our businesses, and I would love to do the same thing for Raymond. So if you need to reach out to Raymond businesses, or if you need me to help with feedback or any of that sort of thing, I'm more than happy to do that. I've also worked with the towns of Casco, Naples, and Gray on some projects that they have had going on as well. So the Chamber has about 306 members. We have about 20 businesses that are members from Raymond. The bulk of our businesses are from Wyndham. We do have businesses that are members throughout the state. However, we have some in Rockland and Portland and some other areas as well. People like to become a member of the Chamber because it will hopefully give them a little bit of networking and some visibility in the Sebago Lakes region. So I've been with the Chamber for 8 years. I've been in my role as the CEO for 5 years. I actually started that just about January of 2020. We all know what happened in March of 2020. So I have been very familiar with helping our businesses to succeed and to survive, and want to be able to continue to do that and want to be able to partner with our towns in order to do that. And Sue and I have met a couple of different times to talk about how we can, as a chamber, support the town. And one of the things that we do, we have our own 501c3, and we do support food pantries in the 8 towns that we have. And I want to let everyone know, we just wrote $20,000 in checks to the 12 food pantries that we have in the region. So we are very active in the region, and will continue to be that way. And I want you to know that I am here to support you guys in any way that I possibly can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With the 20 businesses that we have in Raymond, do you hear, like, what is their most frequent ask or concern?
So it's interesting that you asked, because I actually emailed all of them and said I was going to be here, and I only heard from 2 businesses. And so that is actually a sign of the times. They are so busy and they get inundated with emails and things like that. Were I to do it again, I probably would have to physically walk in and ask the question, because I just think they are all so overwhelmed. It's hard because a lot of them are low on staff. But from the 2 people that I did hear from, they would like a little bit more support from the town. I think it was difficult for them in opening. They were both actually, it's interesting. One of them has been in business in Raymond for a very long time. The other business was fairly new. And the business that was new said it was difficult. It felt like it took longer to get her business open than she would have hoped for. So, specifically what that support is, I'm more than happy to sit down with her and figure out what that was, but that was her concern. And the business that had been here for a while, same sort of thing. They're really not really sure what's going on. And that's the other thing. It's like, they're not sure what's going on, but are they opening the emails that are being sent to them? So it's kind of a catch-22, right? But again, that's where I might be able to step in and actually go and have some one-on-one visits with these businesses and try to figure out what it is that they need.
Does anybody else have some questions for Robin?
Can you share what some of the projects were that you did recently with Casco and the other towns?
Yep, so Casco is also doing a comprehensive plan as well. And so again, it's just being there for support and being in, they have less businesses that are part of the chamber. Casco doesn't have a lot of businesses, so it's a little less of a need there for me there. In Gray, they have a, and I'm not going to remember what the name of it is, when there's properties that could potentially have hazardous materials on them, the brown field, that's what it was. I was participating on them and looking at what buildings, what lots, those sorts of things would require brownfield study. And then if we decided that those were areas that we could reuse, what did that what was that going to take in order to get all the hazardous stuff off those so that we could use the materials and things like that. In Naples, I participate with them. There's a new town manager there, and he has been fantastic. He has been calling meetings every once in a while, and he's pulling all of the businesses together to talk about what is it that we could do better, what are your frustrations, and so it's really nice to be there from a chamber perspective in order to hear what it is the businesses are saying so that I can partner with the town on that. So that's actually been a lot of fun to do with Jason. And of course, Wyndham always has stuff going on, and I work very closely with Tom Martell and the Wyndham Economic Development Corporation. And as I said, it's the Department of Transportation right now, but I've also helped on the sewer because they're getting a new sewer system as well. So, thanks. Great question.
Hey, Robin. I noticed that Raymond had a task force a few years ago, an economic development task force that they did a study and talked with a lot of the businesses in town about how they could be better supported and what they need from the town and everything. Did any of that ever make its way to you? Did it kind of stop in the town before it kind of made it over to the chamber to try and take any further steps?
So I honestly can't answer that question because, as I said, I've been in my role since 2020, so I don't know when that was done. I was the office manager prior to that, and I wouldn't have had access to it as the office manager. And unfortunately, the person that was in the position before me no longer has anything to do with the chamber. So I couldn't answer that question, but that would be interesting to know.
I know they came up with a pretty comprehensive report about their findings, and it might be interesting to see if the businesses are still feeling the same way that they were at that point in time. And they did come forward with some recommendations for how the town could help support them and create more networking events and things of that nature, make more of a business community in town. But it just kind of seemed like there wasn't anything that kind of came further from it. So
yeah, and that's another area where the towns can really partner with the chamber because we have networking events, we have things going on, and one of the things I've really tried to get when I sit down and talk with people, and Sue, I think we actually talked about this, is how do we not recreate the wheel? And everybody is so busy. So if you're having an event and I'm having an event in Casco, how do we find an event that we all can participate in? Greg is part of the Rotary Club with me, and we are trying to partner with the chamber so that it's hard to find people, right, to volunteer. So how do we partner? And so I'd really love to see more of that. And even between towns, when I started in 2020, obviously COVID was a huge deal, and we came up with the Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy Initiative. And we created signs, and we had PPE, and we had all of that stuff, and it was done as a region so that Casco didn't have to do their own thing, Raymond didn't have to do their own thing. We came up with a plan that worked for the entire region. So regardless if you drove through Wyndham or Gray or Naples, the signage you saw on how to protect yourself and to be safe was consistent through all of those towns. And so I'd love, I mean, obviously you can't do that for every project, but if there are projects that overlap and we can do that, let's save our resources and work together. I think, to me, that's like just, for me, that's like, ta-da! Like, I would love to have that be the case, but yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, Robin, you mentioned the meeting you were at in Wyndham to discuss traffic on 302. I'm sure it's no surprise to you that every area that you represent has that same issue, and we've heard it loud and clear from the community here as well. I'm just curious. It seems to me that the key player in there is MDOT, and so are there any initiatives based on what you just said that are bringing, let's say, all of the towns that you represent together in some sort of a collaborative effort? Because my sense is that it takes more than just a village to move the Maine DOT.
You know, there really isn't. The gentleman who's in charge of the Maine DOT was there last night, and I'm sorry, his name escapes me, but he and I actually sit on the Maine State Chamber Board of Directors together, and I never even thought of this until you mentioned it, but what a great idea, because I know Gray's having some issues and they've been working with the Maine DOT. And I was just talking to one of your residents, because she was asking, like, so what is Wyndham doing? And I said, it would really behoove Raymond to know what Wyndham is doing, because, the people don't just stop in Wyndham. They're continuing through all the way to Naples and Bridgeton and that sort of thing. So I love that idea, and I'm sure that the Maine DOT would probably be open to even sitting down and maybe having a conversation about what does that look like, because, yep, that's great, we get them through Wyndham, but then what happens after that? I live in Otisfield, so I drive from Wyndham through Raymond, on my way up to Otisfield, and so I know what it's like to, especially on a Friday afternoon, right? When it's a holiday weekend.
Sure. There actually was a group of several of the towns back a few years ago that were basically congregated around that idea of how to improve traffic flow and safety on 302, but that seemed to have evaporated.
Yeah, I love it. And then again, that's why if we can find a way for us to all collaborate so that, if we're all working on it individually, it takes a lot more resources, whereas if we can try to find some way to come together, it certainly makes it. And I know that that's pie in the sky, and it's not an easy thing to do, but I think it can be done if we just put our minds to it.
Thank you.
I'm a glass half full, and it's almost to the brim. And
I'll drink to that.
Anybody else have any other questions? We have a few more minutes.
Has there been any feedback maybe from any of these towns related to the staffing shortages and maybe any solutions any of the companies have had?
So I can tell you that staffing is actually better this summer than it was. And I think I'm not exactly sure why that is. I do know that the state has tried to have, whether it's apprenticeship programs and opportunities for people to, for kids to come in and do, like we actually had a couple of kids come in and they did school internships with us. So I had a couple of projects that I needed to have done. I'm a nonprofit, don't have a lot of money. So it was an opportunity because the state even paid for the kids to come in and to do those internships. So I know that has definitely made a difference as well. So I think the state has really tried to do some of that stuff. We as a chamber have been partnering with the school system. RSU 14, and I went in and did some, hey, you guys are going to go and do some mock interviews. So I did mock interviews with the kids. So trying to find those sorts of partnerships, I think certainly helps. It's better, it's not great, but I do think it's better this year than it was, and hopefully it will continue to get better.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Just real quick, summing up what I think I just heard was that we'll need the follow-up of this committee, which winds up when, Pete, in another 6-7 months?
Oh, yeah, we finish up in January, I think, this coming year. Voters vote on it in June.
And so, in hopes that it would pass a year from now, there'd presumably be an implementation committee that would come into play to implement the findings we've all come to. And it seems like we want to be well prepared for that committee to staff up and chase the real things that are going to need to be chased, like federal money, state money, that these towns don't have the bandwidth so much to chase. Environmental stuff, climate stuff, weather stuff, however we want to call it. So this is a nice shot across the bow at this time, and I would hope that we could keep an eye on a year from now, and as we build the next steps of this committee's efforts, and hopefully chase opportunities for funding to help implement some of the changes that we'll be recommending, and that I'm sure DOT is going to be part of that.
Yeah, and it will be next year before you know it, right?
Yeah, I would just echo what John is saying as far as, and we've recognized it for a while. We've been into this a good 18 months, and the work really is just to guide the implementation committee. So it's going to be riding herd on that committee to see how much of what the results we get out of this committee actually gets implemented.
Thank you, Peter. All right, thank you, Robin, very much.
Thank you so much for having me, and I wish you guys luck. It's quite an endeavor that you guys are taking on, but it's a very important one, so good luck to you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
All right, next on our agenda is public comment, and we do have some people. So if you would like to speak, please come up to the podium and just tell us who you are and where you live.
Hi, John Stetson, 16 Merrill Road. A question for, I guess, for Peter Levitt and for Robin Mullins. With when you were just saying, with collaboration with the Department of Transportation, referring to 302, I'm wondering what the "it" could be when you say it could be done. What can be done is magically, will there be less traffic on 302 in the future?
I think that's a great question. I wish I had the answers for it. I mean, I've got a lot of my own personal feelings.
When people say, if we collaborate, it'll be great, but
well,
what is the "it"?
I think my sense is to move any state agency, it takes more than one town to do it. And so certainly...
I don't know what the "it" is.
Well, the "it" would be ways to slow the traffic down. It would be ways to have safe sidewalks in areas where there's commercial endeavors. It'd be a situation where you're looking at, we'll be discussing later, the village concepts and linking villages through bike paths and walking paths. Anything that'll possibly take cars off of the road. I know that there's some talk in Wyndham about trying to work it such that they can work some sort of a bypass around the shopping areas, reduce curb cuts by joining parking lots together, so that we don't, take our lives in our hands on a Saturday in July trying to get out of the Dunkin' Donuts. So it's those type of things. But
thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
That's helpful. I know as someone who used to ride bicycles daily, I don't get on the 302.
We're not getting the audio.
Oh, I'm sorry, you do need to be at the
I'm
podium.
sorry.
That's okay.
I just want to say thank you.
Sure.
For the clarification.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Those are the sorts of things that are being talked about in Wyndham right now is, do we put in medians so that people are only taking right-hand turns into businesses as opposed to trying to take those really dangerous left-hand turns? And if that's the case, great. Well, that's going to tick off some of my businesses because the only way to get into it from Raymond is going to be to go around. So are we going to have an opportunity for there to be a place for people to safely do U-turns? And there's lots of access roads that are going to be coming in either off 115 to 302, like out behind Home Depot in Wyndham, and over by Walmart, there's already an access road, but having that go all the way into White's Bridge Road. So again, trying to take people off of 302 and finding ways for them to get to where they need to go without having to be on 302. Now, that's great for Wyndham, but what would that look like in Raymond? So, you know what I mean? Again, it's asking the questions. I mean, the DOT has had to do a lot of studying to figure out how things might work in Wyndham. So, maybe that's a conversation that we have to, okay, great, this is going to work for Wyndham, we hope. So what does that look like as we continue down, into Raymond, Casco, and Naples? And, nobody has the answers to those questions right now, but if we start to talk about it, can we come up with those solutions?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly ties into do we want to have
I'm so sorry. You really, that way the audience can see you and hear you.
Sorry, it ties into the question of do we want more building on 302 if it's already very congested?
One of the things that we're looking at is our business district on 302. Does it make sense to utilize that area, or does it make sense to utilize a different area for our businesses? So that's the thing. We were talking about that a little bit last week, and then also there is a discussion about bypass in Raymond, right? It talks at least. I don't know how far it's gotten, but the town's been looking to identify those areas because that would be the it. I think a bypass off of 302 would be super beneficial to this town.
Hi, Chase Curtis, 22 Merrill. Thank you, Robin, for being here. Related to the prior question and to the members of this committee, is there some place that MDOT posts or publishes initiatives, even if they're very conceptual, on 302, what they're thinking about? You mentioned the White's Bridge cut off as being one, medians, turning lanes. There must be some prioritization list that MDOT is looking at, even if it's only conceptual. Where can we, as citizens interested in what's going on, and maybe be able to weigh in either through the comprehensive plan or advocating with your organization, say, hey, that's a great idea, or no, we're really concerned about that. Is there a place for that? Thank you.
I believe that information can be found on the Town of Wyndham's website, but do not quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that that information is available. I will find out for sure, and I will get that information to you so that you know, because you live in Raymond, but I imagine you guys probably head to Wyndham quite often, and so this is going to affect you folks as much as it's going to affect anyone. So I'm more than happy to find out. I think it is on the Wyndham, but I'll find out for sure.
Thank you. But that's Wyndham, but 302 continues through our community and then through Naples. Is there a more, call it regional plan for 302, and what should we?
I don't know that there is, and I think that goes back to what Peter was saying, is is there a way that we can engage the MDOT to find out, are there plans? Are they talking about things? I don't have an answer to that question, but I know who I could ask and who would have the answer to that question. And again, I'm more than happy as part of this process to help in any way. And if that's a good place for me to start, I'm more than happy to.
Mr. Curtis, I just went on to the Maine DOT website and they have a list of current projects. Maybe worth checking out, but I think you would have to probably investigate a little bit further, and if it's a question that we can answer, we'll try to bring it back to our next meeting.
Clearly, it's something that the comp plan committee itself, as well as interested citizens, need to really focus on, because it comes up on every conversation that I've heard in this committee. So it is a crucial artery for our community.
Sure. What I do know is that Maine DOT, they collect tons of data. So, and we've seen some of it. There's data that we have collected just on this committee about accidents, where's the highest risk accident zone in Raymond. We got a map from DOT, so they collect that data. As far as traffic congestion, I believe if you go on the site, you'll find out where they currently are doing traffic studies, but a lot of that is really based on community action and lobbying on a community level to say, I nearly got run over the other day. What are you doing about it? And one voice isn't a lot, two is okay, but it's I like the idea of getting together with area municipalities and seeing what we could do collectively to have one voice, because I believe that's really what it's going to take to get some sort of action.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to make a comment tonight? Okay, I'm seeing none, so I'm going to close public comment for now. On to old business, and that would be you, Kate. With more stuff.
All right. So we have, so I hope everyone on the committee got a copy of the draft goals document and the draft future land use plan. So what we were hoping to do tonight is to sort of walk through those two documents. I don't think we have time to kind of get in depth into every single action item in this meeting, but to sort of walk through, see what the feedback is, see if we're kind of on the right track, and then we'll continue to refine it from there. And just to sort of remind everyone of where we are in this process, the conversation we had at the last meeting is that, we'll spend this meeting going over these two parts of the plan again. And then because of the 4th of July holiday, we talked about skipping the July meeting. We'd have to reschedule it anyway, I think. And instead, in July, we will have a first draft of the comprehensive plan for you to read and spend your meeting time instead kind of reading, digesting, commenting on, and then we'll come back in August to discuss it. So does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Can we look at invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, since that seems to be
We definitely will. So I just to and excuse me, I have a bit of a sore throat. So just to give an introduction for the members of the public who are here, there are a number of parts of a comprehensive plan that are basically required by the state, and one of them is to have goals, policies, and strategies. Now, part of the plan is that the state gives you a big spreadsheet of goals, policies, and strategies from the state that you have to include in the plan. But the town is also able to create your own local goals. So these are things that are not really covered by the state goals, but are more specific and often higher priority to the town. So that's what we're gonna go through first. I'm gonna share my screen so we can look at the document. Let's see, there we go. So we can go out of order if people want and start with transportation. Does anyone have a strong feeling? Or we can just kind of go through and just keep an eye on the time.
I think we're flexible. Go ahead.
I think starting with transportation, these folks are here on transportation concerns, and let's engage them, keep them engaged, and once we get on to the other topics, they may not have as much need or interest to stick around, but you're welcome to, certainly.
Yeah, totally. So Sam, who is online, will kind of walk us through here. So the goal we came up with, which we discussed last week, is invest in safe and accessible transportation for all. And then I'll have Sam walk us through the sort of policies, which are kind of the next level down, and then we can talk about some of the specific action items we have on here.
So we have 4 main policies under invest in safe and accessible transportation. So the first being make it easier to walk and bike around Raymond. So the policies, as Kate said, are like the next level down from the goals. And then under each goal, there are the action strategies, which are more specific, and usually they assign some sort of a task to somebody and have more of a time frame. Then the second one is improve road safety. So a lot of this has to do with more speeding and traffic on 302, and some complete streets as well. And then the bypass or connector to reduce traffic. And the third is to increase off-road trails for recreation and bike ped access through town. So this is more of a partially like transportation, but also partially recreation. So just improving connectivity, how people get places, and making it easier to walk, especially to access like lakes and ponds and open spaces. And then the last one we had here is alternatives to driving. So as you know, Raymond doesn't have public transportation, and so most people drive to meet their basic needs. So exploring different options for that, whether it be rideshare, van pool for seniors, or bringing back the Lakes Region bus, which we recommend here. So as this seems like a very robust topic, I think probably for now, we want to just start with kind of overall impressions of the goals. Do they make sense to people? Could they be like worded differently? Is there anything that we're missing? And just start with that, and then we can get a little bit more specific.
Yeah, so we open it up to you now.
Yes.
I was glad to see that the Raymond Cape Road made it on this list, because we haven't talked about it in a few meetings, but it was certainly something we talked about a little while ago. So I think it's important to keep that on there. I think there's a desire among that neighborhood to have a safer road for non-vehicular travelers.
I think overall, a lot of this comes down to is that we prioritize vehicular traffic patterns and not pedestrian traffic patterns. And so this has been happening for a long time, and that's why no one feels safe to walk or ride a bike in town. And, you know, I know the goal is invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, but maybe we should change that goal and it should be to prioritize pedestrian and self-motorized forms of transportation in town. Or it should be a separate goal. You know, I do think, you know, if I didn't have to drive to the store, I wouldn't. I would ride a bike, but I'm not going to ride a bike in this town on these roads. You know, and it's not a quick walk, you know, from where I live. So
A lot of hills.
a lot of, hey, you know, it's good cardio, but, you know, but if, you know, e-bikes are very popular nowadays with younger people, and I would say they're much cheaper than electric vehicles, and you can go pretty significant distances, at least within town. If there was a bike trail to the Hannafords and Gray, like you could probably get there on an e-bike relatively fast, you know, with a cart in tow. I think there would probably be more of that if it was acceptable. I do think this is like a Field of Dreams scenario. If you build it, they will come. You know, this is a very outdoorsy part of Maine, and you know, I think we've made it inaccessible for a lot of people.
I guess I would say that I would definitely support the idea of the town contracting for additional sheriffs on the roads. I know other communities have done it, which is basically when they want to resolve a traffic issue when it involves speed or other traffic violations on the road that make it unsafe. That, as we've talked before at this committee, you can maybe get DOT or maybe even the municipality to reduce speed limits on roads. My experience is that really has little effect on the speed on the roads. What affects speed on the roads and behavior on the roads is to see a prowler, or, and they say in Canada, or a police car. And I know that some communities basically have, you know, the argument is always going to be, you know, my house got broken into and there's a cop down the road, but he's not coming to investigate someone breaking into my house. Because he's on traffic. I would say you absolutely dedicate a police officer under contract for traffic, and that they not be at one or two locations in the town. Because where I've seen the sheriff's presence in the one or two locations in town, guess what? There's no speeding. But what it has to be is that every day that a police officer is somewhere else, visible. And after a while, similar to like Yarmouth and coming in there, when they say 25 miles an hour, they mean 25 miles an hour, and I can testify to that. So that's what I'd say is something that really needs to be contained in that. I like John's idea of basically maybe breaking this up more defined in a traffic flow, and improving traffic flow on 302 is a whole separate category, because, I mean, similar to what we just talked about, some sort of collaboration with everybody that's affected by 302, getting together in some sort of a committee and working on just that issue.
Yeah, the work with Maine DOT to lower the speed limit on Route 85 in East Raymond Village, like that's kind of going back to what you're talking about, is we could lower that speed limit. Doesn't mean it's going to do anything. And traffic still needs to flow nicely, so we can't just put a halt to all moving traffic, but having a police presence would definitely help. And I know we've talked about that not only in this committee, but on our Budget Finance Committee as well. So it's being talked about to hire somebody as opposed to just lowering the speed limit.
I think maybe another thing would be, I mean, lowering the speed limit would definitely help with the safety. I think from the traffic perspective, there needs to be some sort of change in traffic flows. And, you know, I think obviously we don't have full control over 302 and we don't have full control over 85, but we do have control over all the surrounding roads. You know, if there are ways to impact some of those intersections, I know the Good Life intersection's probably not big enough for a traffic circle, because you probably need to get certain size trucks going on 302, and so Maine Dot's not going to allow that, but those would be ideas, so you don't continually have people stuck at traffic at some of these kind of critical intersections.
I think a traffic study in the town would go a long way to helping, at the very least, address the traffic lights that we do have. I sometimes think that they stayed Monday through Friday and they cut out of work at 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon and just missed all our traffic Friday afternoon on, which is the majority of our problems here. So I think a traffic study at those lights could go a long way. And it may not be big, that area may not be big enough for a roundabout, or it may be for a traffic circle, but maybe a smaller roundabout that you'd see in the Little Falls over in Gorham. I know there are going to be additional restrictions that just because of the water that's so close to that, but these are things that we're going to have to balance any way you look at it. So the other thing, Kate and Sam, that I think we'd spoken about at the last meeting is, and you'll have the phrase for it that I can't recall, but it's where you drive someplace and you park. And it's the one park or some
Park and ride?
Yeah.
Park and ride.
Yeah, and so I didn't see that on improving the road safety, but I think we talked about that as a way to get people off the road. And if we're improving pedestrian access as well, I think it hits a couple of those categories too.
Yeah, we can add, I'm counting on Sam to be taking notes right now, but we can add something like that in there. I think the other thing I want to mention as we're having this conversation, and these parts of the plan are going to kind of evolve as we continue to work over the next few months, but one of the optional things you can do is identify priority actions. So a list of, maybe 5 to 10 things that you think the town needs to do first. It's optional, so if there aren't, but it does seem like there are some things that keep floating to the top. So, especially this idea, we just said create a 302 master plan. I think we could make that even more specific now, maybe talk about collaborating with other towns. That's usually the first step to making changes on these DOT state roads, is to do a planning project with DOT. Happily, DOT provides funding for that. But, they want you to sort of start by having like community meetings and bringing in engineers and stuff to identify different possibilities. So that's usually the first step before you can go forward and say, we want a roundabout here and we want a traffic light here.
Engage with DOT.
So I think that might definitely be a priority action from what I'm hearing from everyone.
But establishing a contact with DOT and a relationship to get that information flow moving, and rather than just jumping in with Casco and our neighbors and coming up with a wonderful plan we think is great. Seems like getting DOT in here, or in a conversation, in a relationship with DOT, knowing that a master plan or significant improvements would be years out. Starting that soon would be a priority.
Yeah, so we can make that a priority action. And I did just want to point out, we did include a section at the end of this document of basically funding opportunities. These are things that currently exist this year. Some of these change all the time. Some of them are more steady. But when we prepare the sort of final plan document, we'll make sure that I'm envisioning a kind of spreadsheet where we connect some of these things. So, these MDOT municipal partnership and planning partnership programs would probably be a good fit for doing that kind of 302 planning work.
Was I also hearing that we sort of wanted to separate 302 and make it its own? So I just want to make sure we caught note of that. But but you do have an idea of you don't want to have too many of these little bullet points, right? Is that kind of a goal? Maybe we could combine, make it easier to walk and bike around Raymond with the increase of off-road trails and recreation in a way, kind of combine that into one, and then make a 302 sort of its own thing and pull out the 302 nuggets and put it in under that. I don't know, just to keep the.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think we can do that. You can have as many or as few as you want. I think for, to make it easier for a future implementation committee to feel like that they're not totally overwhelmed, it's good to keep it as concise as you can.
Comment about work with RTP to bring back the Lakes Region bus. Being on my other committee, Budget Finance, I got the sense that another committee wasn't interested in that. So I would say that if the general public has interest in bringing back the RTP, I would say that make your voices heard, because the discussion was brought up and it was quickly killed. If enough people are talking about it and demanding it, then maybe that might change. And if there's no demand, then there's no demand. But I get the sense that at least a couple of people I talked to were interested in it.
That goes back to the idea of getting people out of their cars. That's the solution to most of these problems.
Yes.
It's a far-out solution because you're going to have to change the way people think about how they get from one place to another. But that is what the solution is going to be. It isn't going to be making wider roads or changing the speed limits or any of that. As we keep going, the amount of traffic is going to continue to increase. As you well know, Maine is more than just a vacation land now. With what's happening in this country and around the world and climate change, we're in a pretty good place. And people will begin to notice this.
Already have.
If you look at the sales of homes in a lot of places in Maine, it isn't locals buying them. That's for sure. So traffic is going to continue to increase no matter what we do until we find a solution for getting people out of their cars and getting them to where they want to go in a different mode of transportation.
Yeah, Sean, would it make more sense to word that in a way like have a public meeting to see if people want to bring back the Lakes Region bus, something like that? Do we feel like we need more public input before we make it a goal?
I think we need to have more public input, and it needs to be heard. Because like Frank's saying, maybe the mindset's not there. I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't take the bus to Portland. I'm definitely that guy's going to take my car and go. However, that's not, I don't represent the entire community. We have various ages, so I would say that if we could have something to have some kind, not a poll, but just generate some kind of, see if there's interest. Does anybody on the public out here, or would they?
Sean, I just have something to add to that, and then Peter, I know that you wanted to say something. I think maybe we could just say that we would like to speak with RTP about ridership functionality. What can we do to increase people who are interested? Because I mean, I think it had limited times that it stopped in Raymond. I never wrote it, but I know, John, that you did a few times. I don't know, like, I think for the average person, it wasn't as convenient. And I think that that's a hurdle you have to overcome. So I think this encompasses a very large discussion that would take many partners, us polling the community to see what their needs and interests are. If we offer RTP funding again, can they meet some of those needs so that they have actual riders? I think it's a large question.
That's exactly what it is. Like, we are not funding them because it's not seen that it's needed. So if it's not needed, it's not needed. But I just wanted to bring that up because I do think that there are some people whose voices need to be heard. And if we don't need it, if the general public doesn't care for it, then that's fine.
Peter, I know you've been
It was a
waiting.
user
Sorry.
issue, wasn't it? It wasn't used much.
You know more about it.
I don't think
Sure.
it was.
So my experience with this issue, I'll be very blunt. We could have all kinds of surveys and ask all kinds of people. I talked to the executive director of RTP. I think actually that's a regional, but he was the executive director for the whole southern Maine system. I called them up specifically when I saw the 2 lines on the website that said that the town was no longer going to be served by RTP. My issue is this one. It doesn't really have to be the ridership as the major issue. When you look at the financials, RTP has been subordinated from Bridgeton to Portland with an annual contribution by each of those communities of $10,000. Every one of those communities forever has been ponying up the $10,000. And for whatever reason, town leadership decided that there wasn't enough ridership for us to justify it. And also they didn't like the fact that you pay the same amount if you get on in Bridgeton as if you get on in Wyndham. To me, that is also a moot issue. We're talking about $10,000. And every other community on that line is paying up and has been paying that $10,000 so that they can say, we have some form of public transportation. So I kind of, compare this to recycling. We can go back and forth on whether we make money or lose money on recycling, but it's hard to argue that it's not a good idea to recycle. And it's not a bad idea to have public transportation. So to be honest with you, I think that this whole issue could, and I asked the executive director, what would it take to get the RTP reestablished in Raymond? And he said, if you pay your fair share like every other community, I can turn it on in 2 days. So to me, it doesn't look like it's that much of an issue. But once again, that's just my opinion.
I got the same sense too. It was that we were paying the same amount that Bridgeton was.
As far as the ticket, the price of a ticket. And as far as if you wanted to have more discussion with RTP, up until a few years ago, when we had the service, at Budget Finance, as you're aware, what happens is the providers, the outside providers, come and make their case to Budget Finance and Selectmen and say, this is what we're asking for, whether it's for the Lake Association, or some other private type of a provider. So to me, if we wanted to hear from the regional transportation program, all we need to do is say, we've got the $10,000 for you on the multi-million-dollar budget that we have. And I don't care if it's 100 rides a year. If there were 100 people, citizens of the town of Raymond, that could benefit from having a way to get in and out of Portland, whether it's a doctor's appointment or to see their grandchild, then that should be available.
It's a great service. Wrote it for 6-7 years from the start, 8 years, and 6, 8, 4, 3, 0. Raymond folks on an average ride through that time period. Again, not a huge number. But it's a key piece. I think about this the same way we think about non-point source pollution. It's an important piece to all this work we're doing on the comp plan. The bus, the 302 planning, working with DOT, the rural space plan. I mean, it's all a piece. As soon as we start taking pieces out of it, our efforts fall short of where we were hoping to get to. And so I'd hope the bus could come back on the table in some form, and that it should be part of it, part of our congestion relief program. I mean, it bings off a couple of key things. Transportation for folks who don't have a license or whatever. There's plenty of items that it provides other than just transportation for a regular commuter. So
can we maybe take from the committee, do people want to leave this as is, or do people want to change the wording to, maybe do some public engagement to assess if we want to bring it back?
I think the public engagement needs to be there, because if there's only 5 people in all of Raymond, then maybe it's, but if there's 100 people who are interested in it, we make a much better case for the $10,000 that's owed to them. So I think that a little bit more polling of that, and if it polling might show that nobody cares about it, and that will tell us right there that maybe it's not the right tree to bark up.
Right.
On the other side of the coin, maybe what we need to do is show the attractiveness of using the bus. Show people ways that the bus could save them time and money. Give them an idea how it might benefit them, rather than just saying we aren't going to have it because there aren't enough people riding it.
Well, I wonder too, I mean, how much maybe business are we limiting in Raymond by not having the bus stop in Raymond? You know, would people be coming from Bridgeton or Casco and want to be coming to Raymond as a stop? But, you know, I mean, I don't know what we have that others don't, but, you know.
I think we just need to decide, I think at this point, like, do we want to keep this language in here? I kind of think it's actually just fine to leave it.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't know if we agree with that as a whole as a committee.
Can I get a show of hands?
Can I do one comment first? Just from the point of view of anybody who would be on a future implementation committee, to me, the first thing that comes to mind is maybe some of these are more discrete in the way that they are isolated things. When it's worded like this one is, work with RTP to bring back the Lakes Region bus. I mean, we could be working with them for 10 years to try to bring this back. You know, if we were to say, you know, put a time frame on it, or, you know, run a process, right? Like processes have beginnings and ends. I think that would be my own comment, which isn't specific to this one, but this is a good example. And there are a lot that are worded like this. And I just think if the implementation committee has 50 to 100 things they're trying to implement, and all of them have these very vague, long time horizons, and you're working with people, or you're, you know, communicating with the public, like it never ends. And for some things, they shouldn't end, like it should be constant. But like this is one where it should come to a head sooner or later.
Yeah. How about work with RTP and work with the town of Raymond and RTP to explore bringing back the Lake Region bus?
I still think there should be some kind of polling of our citizens, though, because if we're, you know, just to see what they're, just to gauge the citizens to see if they want to bring it back.
That's what the polling would be part of that, working with the town of Raymond to explore whether it's worth it, put a poll out next.
Engage citizens and town of Raymond to see if we can bring back public transportation.
Sure. Yeah. And not to be redundant, but I believe we already have that data.
Right.
That was a question.
Yeah.
And I believe we do have the numbers as far as that goes. But
That'd be a good straw poll at the election for your. But John, to answer your comment, we will be putting time frames on these action items. We usually keep it short, medium, long term, and ongoing. But basically, that's kind of the next step. First, we want to kind of get more agreement that we're on the right track with what the strategies are. So. Do we want to, I'm just conscious of time, so do we want to keep on transportation for now, or do we want to pivot to another area?
Satisfied.
I think we should pivot so we can continue on.
So do we want to start at the beginning then, maybe just try and go through the rest? So Sam, do you want to go through this one?
Yeah, sure. So build a resilient Raymond. So we have 3 goals under this one. The first being prepare for the impacts of climate change. The second, construct weather-resistant infrastructure. And the third, to increase town capacity to serve the community. So a lot of these deal with infrastructure improvements and road improvements to decrease flooding, upgrading town culverts. Continuing to work with Axiom to pursue that broadband study that's been done with several communities in the Lakes region. So some of these actions have specific people and assignments, and others are more general that we're looking to refine. So starting with the same thing, if anybody has any general thoughts to start, we can open it up.
And I think the idea of resilient here is in the sense of sort of build a stronger Raymond, kind of the idea of like future proof, like how can we be a stronger community into the future? And that's why it sort of spans both, sort of hard things like culverts and infrastructure as well as town capacity.
So I'm very familiar with the broadband. We're going to be voting on that this month, but I'm not familiar with Axiom.
Oh, we might have taken that from an old report. Did we do that, Peter?
Axiom.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's found in a report, but if it's wrong, we can make that correction.
Yeah, so keep us updated on how that vote goes too, because we may need to adjust the goal depending on where you are in the process.
Yeah, I guess I would say as far as resiliency, and we've got what I think is a crackerjack maintenance department here taking care of the roads and the like. They do look at culverts, but generally speaking, like anything else, that's limited as far as the dollars that are available. I would think that given where the climate is going, drainage off of the roads, which then ties into the road safety and shoulders wearing out and the like, all ties together. And I would say also, I've taken this course and I spoke with the chief of the fire department about it, but as far as NFPA programs aimed at decreasing potential for wildfires, the second most forested state in the union, that the issue I think is no clearer than seeing what happened a week or so ago when 3 structures burned down. And I believe what I heard in the reports from the numerous fire departments that responded, that there were 2 issues: getting water to the site and the amount of brush and acorns on the ground around the camps that just spread the fire very quickly and took them a long time to control. So that NFPA course, which basically could be promoted through some sort of educational endeavor by the town, to let people know that when you have a windstorm like we had a month ago, or the snowstorm we had a month ago, that all of those branches that are surrounding our yards and our house need to be taken care of to reduce the chance of wildfires. And I believe with the climate having to do with resiliency, that is also going to be something on the increase.
Yeah, the regulations of shoreline zone aren't very helpful to that.
No, you're right.
I've done a lot of work in the shoreline zone.
Absolutely, you're right.
People are just too handcuffed.
Can't remove that duff, can you?
Good luck describing a hazard tree.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are all good bullets, and I think the town capacity piece of add staff capacity to seek and manage grant funding through additional staff is a critical thing for our little town. There's so many grant opportunities out there, state, federal, environmental, traffic, community resiliency, recreation, and we've had success winning a number of those in the past, and but we're correct me if I'm wrong, Sue, but wouldn't it be great to have someone dedicated to identifying and pursuing ones that look viable and in line with our mission? That could be would probably be a part-time person. Don't envision it to be a full-time person, but a 20-hour person or something.
Yeah, my understanding right now is that any grants that we get, basically, it's either a type of a private endeavor that gets some support from the town, or it's the town department heads themselves that write it. And quite honestly, I just don't know how they have the time to do that and also do their regular jobs. So I would echo John in the fact that some type of a contract service, grant writers, and you just they're guns for hire. Yeah. They go out, they know they've got the network, and you tell them what you want, and they look for it.
Do any of these seem like we should be pushing them as a priority?
Not a priority, but I absolutely love our piece about increasing town capacity to serve the community. I absolutely love the encourage community members of all ages to participate on boards and committees. I really appreciate that being there.
I love the town volunteer network. I think that's
one of your ideas.
Oh, well, there we go.
Thanks.
Well, I was going to give you credit, but thanks. Yeah, I think it's...
No, I think that's a great idea.
I think it's just a place that we can have the discussion, ongoing discussions to help support ourselves, and it will also build the community. One thing that jumps out at me that we may not have mentioned when we're talking about building a resilient Raymond and preserving resources, I know those are two separate categories, but identifying and educating landowners about invasive species of plants and insects, because we've got a fair amount of those. I don't think that's a huge action item, but something that is going to impact us and continues to impact us. Identifying what's here and how we can minimize spread. And
yeah, we can add that.
Touched a little bit in natural and water resources.
I think I wasn't sure if that was just for
combat
water.
Invasive species.
Yeah,
but
we did
maybe
for
we
water,
could
but
elaborate.
we can add, I thought we had some other.
Relative to the forest, Greg, you seeing much invasives in the forest that are?
I see plenty. Are you asking me a question?
You answered our question, yeah, right, perfect.
Which species do you want to know about? There's plenty of them.
I do have a quick question for Sue, our town manager. It says a community e-newsletter. I'm just curious if the Roadrunner is still sent out electronically. I know that at one time it was sent out to like a common like listserv in a way, and I was wondering if that still occurs.
I'm not sure.
I might not be saying that correctly, but
I think you are, and I don't recall seeing it go out because I was on that list and I haven't seen, and for a seed thing, so I would know when it went out.
Okay.
And I haven't seen it, so I'll ask Melissa because that might have been something that kind of just fell off the shelf.
Maybe
with change of staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I just was curious because I didn't know if we were already doing that, but that's a concern. That means we're definitely not doing it the right way. Like if nobody knows that's actually happening, then we need to really improve upon that.
Yeah, but Roadrunner is still happening. It's going in once.
Right, but I just didn't know if it was still being.
But I don't believe it's being
sent
pushed out electronically anymore.
Okay.
So I'll check on that tomorrow.
Thank you so. Are we ready to move on? Okay.
Natural resources. This is definitely something that was obviously going to be the goal here. So I will say there are a lot of state required goals regarding natural resources that we didn't duplicate here. So the state does have some goals about promoting tax opportunities for woodlot owners and some educational things for landowners about easements and things like that. So those will be in there as sort of state goals. So I think so the top one is conserve most important natural resources. Then we have a bullet about water quality. And then the last one is increasing public access to Raymond's water bodies. So I'm curious if any of you have comments about any of these.
Increase public access to water bodies.
Yeah, I'd say that one of the priorities I would say would be, as far as water access, would be looking at Panther Run and the Mill Street Dam. I know that they just started construction on the dam, inland fisheries and wildlife. Would have been wonderful had we been able to coordinate that when they were down there rebuilding the dam. But once again, that might be something that in the future, when they do maintenance or other changes to the dam, we could also partner with inland fisheries and say, well, how about given us some sort of a better public access. In the meantime, certainly I would support that as a high priority. As far as, I don't know how much more easily doable as far as easements are concerned, and talking to property owners about, we'd like to put this boat ramp, and besides, it's the state that really is going to decide if they will put a boat ramp there. And so that becomes more of a complex issue. But certainly looking at the access at Panther Run would be something I would say would be a high priority. That's something that's doable.
Sure, somebody's already asked this and I've clearly forgotten it, but the state is the one who maintains that boat launch? That's my question, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes. Unless, Greg, probably you know better, but I think it's Inland Fisheries and Wildlife.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I personally don't have much to add on this. I think it covers it.
I would echo Peter, and I would just comment on kind of the first bullet, that kind of general public access, maybe on those three bodies of water. I mean, I do live on Raymond Pond, but that pond cannot support more than 1 or 2 motorboats at a time unless you're in a pontoon boat. And I haven't been to Notch Pond or Double Pond, and then I looked them up on the map before this meeting, and I would think it would make sense to have, if this was to remain here, have some sort of restriction on the type of vehicle that was going into those bodies of water.
Non-motorized.
Yeah, we can make that more specific. Yeah. I think we were not envisioning a boat launch there. We were envisioning just a public access easement that people can go to the shore, go swimming, or go fishing or something.
But I do echo Peter's sentiment that trying to buy an easement from a current landowner, I don't know if that should be a goal from the implementation committee for this, but just from a pure resource standpoint, although we do talk about it in, trying to work with other landowners for conservation purposes. So I will leave it at that.
The last point that's on this section too talks about improving the hand carry boat launch at Panther Run, but over on Crescent, well, there's land I believe that the town owns between Crescent and Panther. What's the name of that river?
Tenny
River. That could, I think, be included in this as well to increase public hand carry access or something.
I'd second that. And, I've had experience carrying a 16-foot canoe down with a 14-year-old boy and down that dirt slope, and it's a challenge, that's for sure.
And you're talking about right at 85 at the culvert crossing?
Where Plains Road meets?
Yeah, it's kind of it's kind of a busy area to be carrying stuff down, but folks do it, there's no doubt.
Or even if there were parking there for accessing Crescent Lake Beach,
We can make basically a similar bullet to the one about Panther Run for the Tenny River, right? And we'll confirm with you that we got the intersection right.
Tenny.
I guess I wonder whether...
Well, the Boy Scouts on...
Yeah, it's Boy Scout land, and but I wonder whether that's the best place at 85 at the bottom of that hill to try to stuff more cars and have more people hauling boats in and out when we have a public ramp right 200 yards down the road that is certainly busy on holiday weekends and most weekends, but kind of consolidating our efforts to maybe, in the spirit of public access to waters of the state of Maine.
Sure.
I would think we'd want to kind of have that all happen right at the existing beach, and maybe it's a little improved parking down there, and traffic, maybe some traffic management, and slowing things down a bit.
I do approve of the new signs that are up there. If anyone has noticed, there's new pedestrians or something, 25 zone, or it's a big yellow sign now.
Cemetery, there's the Tenny River.
So are you talking about Crescent Lake?
Yeah, specifically.
Tenny River.
I see.
Between Crescent.
Yes, so there's a public beach at Crescent Lake, and it's very busy. There's a lot of traffic down there, and there's sort of almost a blind corner too when you're coming from one direction, where all of a a sudden you go around a corner and then there's tons of boats backing into the boat launch, and there's people walking around, and, you know, children, families, kids crossing the road. It's very hectic down there.
Okay.
And there is people park on the shoulder there, which makes it a little bit more difficult. And I guess also we wouldn't want to establish someplace where any type of odor is going to circumvent the inspections. And end up with invasive.
And that's what would happen at the culvert if we had folks launching, even though those are largely hand carry boats.
So should we have it say
improve the safety of the Crescent Lake boat launch area?
Okay.
Safety and parking.
Okay.
14 acres.
Yeah.
Sue, do we own 14 acres on Plains Road on Tenney River? It's a cemetery there?
It was 7. Yeah, is it 14?
Riverside Cemetery.
Yeah.
That would.
Waterfront.
It's got quite a bit of waterfront on Tenney River.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what kind of quality it is, but.
Okay, so we've got that. So we'll change that, and we will clarify the public access easements that this is not no motorized boats. This is just public access for passive recreation.
At Raymond, Notched, and Nubble?
Yes, for our smaller ponds.
For the smaller ponds? 'Cause,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Notched and Nubble are largely private land ownership around the whole thing, I think.
And we can change this if it doesn't make sense to you. We were sort of looking at what water bodies in Raymond don't have any public access at all.
Right.
So we can kind of put a pin in that and come back to it later too, if people want to think about it. All right, and then, so the last big goal is strengthen Raymond's sense of community. So these are all goals around kind of building community in Raymond. So we have small businesses, village character, supporting residents of all ages, and more generally, community connection.
I know this would be a little redundant, but I think this would also be an appropriate place for the park and ride idea. I think foot traffic in fully pedestrian areas, you know, around town, surrounded by parks, maybe, you know, if the town gets this area back, you know, this building, you know, foot traffic is a major driver of some of these businesses. If you want to eat outside at a coffee shop instead of just drive your car through the drive-through, you know, Saturday morning, maybe integrating some of these potential businesses with sports fields and things, so you don't necessarily have to leave and, you know, go to all these different places within town to, you know, enjoy that. You know, if you had a sports field and, you know, a couple little shops and Mosquito ice cream all in the same spot, I mean, that would be a nice...
It's very specific.
I'm just saying, you know, you got to drive a long way to go, and then it's like...
You want any specific flavors?
You know, I'm going to run into the gas station, and then, you know, that's it, so...
We could put something, the Park Once model might fit well under the small business policy.
Park Once, yeah.
I think to create more opportunities for community connection, obviously develop a master plan for the reuse of Jordan Small School. And I will tell you later on the agenda, Kayla's going to be talking a little bit about the survey we're going to do at the June 11th election, where we hope to get a lot of feedback from the public by providing them with 5 choices of what they would like to see in that space. And there will be a 6th choice, which will be other. So it'd be interesting to see what other we would get as well. But I think that that's a metric that is going to be helpful. But definitely, it just makes sense that if you want to start establishing community, what does it mean? It means something in common, right? It's community. And that means a place where people gather, whether it's to be able to have a meeting in a space that's comfortable and can accommodate even overflow crowds, or nobody shows up at all, or if it's an area where we need to get the business of the town done in not such a cramped and antiquated space. All of those things, but definitely trying to get some more of a sense of community. And I would just put in the mention of volunteerism before. A lot of this stuff, I believe, regardless of what that space is used for, can be staffed by volunteers. I've seen it in other communities. Once they have a space, then it's like, yeah, I can volunteer for that. Chair?
Yes, we'd like to make a comment.
We need to introduce myself again.
If you would, please.
John
Just in case
Stetson,
people
16
just-
Merrill. So, Peter, something you talked about before, I think in other meetings, and this is not unrelated to 302. When you go down to support residents of all ages, it says amend ordinances to allow more varied housing types across all residential zoning districts. With how congested 302 is, you've advocated, I believe, in some way, shape, or form, not only with Jordan School, but also having the town own some property up here. I mean, one of the things that I believe you said was inevitable was that there was going to be a need for affordable housing. So does that is that something that's being discussed, is where that would be located?
Well, yeah, you sound like a very informed individual, and I can tell you that it's actually the state mandates affordable housing for communities. Right. The communities have chosen either to do it or not.
Is that part of the vision you have with Jordan School and having this area up here be walkable and there's less?
I believe
fewer issues with traffic.
When we discuss a future land use plan, which is next on the agenda, we're going to actually be talking about East Raymond as.
I look forward to hearing what you say.
Sure.
Kate, I actually had a question about that bullet.
Yeah.
It's under support residents of all ages, and then it is a fairly broad general statement, which, if it's just placed there, could be taken out of context, because I know that we're targeting so many other different parts of the plan in relation to this specific bullet. So maybe to make it more specific in conjunction with, and then refer to that part of the plan, just to make sure we're not creating something that has a life in and of its own in this particular bullet.
Yeah, we can think more about how to word this. I think that the target here is that most of Raymond is you can only build a single family home. So the idea here is not that we need to radically change the way things happen in Raymond, but it's that, maybe it's okay to build a duplex in the same place you can build a single family home, or even 3 units in something that looks like a single family home. And that would allow both for seniors to stay in place and for younger people to move to Raymond. So, but yeah, we can refine that. Should we move on for now, and we'll revisit this in our next meeting?
Can I just say that North Star has done a great job in capturing basically what this committee has been gathering information in for the public here, just to be aware that these goals and strategies and the like, while this is a very, very good committee with a lot of great ideas, a lot of what these goals came out of was basically our mission statement or our vision statement, and that was informed by surveying the community on what your priorities were.
All right, yes, moving on.
Okay, should we talk about future land use? Now, again, this is just sort of the first in a series of discussions we're going to have about this. We're going to continue to refine this over the next few months. I will start by bringing up our draft future land use map. So Raymond is long and skinny, so we're going to have to zoom around in order to see it. But what we've drafted here, and I'm going to kind of give you a few questions about it, is we have a 302 growth area that avoids touching the shoreline but spans kind of the existing commercial district where there's infrastructure. We also have 302 growth in the area over here that has commercial and industrial businesses. The orange, and I can make this bigger too. The orange is Raymond Village, and what we did here was we actually brought Raymond Village out to the boundary of town. The idea being that this is the area where some folks in town have talked about a bypass or some other new residential development over there. And if that were to occur in the future, we would want it to follow a kind of village style of development. So that's the reason for making that bigger. Then we have, this is East Raymond Village. We tried to sort of follow parcel lines away from the water. The idea is that we're centering this on the existing town-owned properties as well as the historic store and church that kind of used to anchor East Raymond Village. And then what's in yellow here is that those parcels that I think they're zoned industrial, they're telecommunications. And then the rest of town is rural. I do want to sort of reiterate, since we have members of the public here, the state calls it a growth area. Growth does not mean development, apartment buildings, big box stores. That's not what growth means. Growth means a place for investment. So if we want to see change on 302, if we want to see investment in traffic and sidewalks and things like that, then it might make sense to make it a growth area. The term doesn't always match exactly what we're trying to describe. So I think for the committee to, what we can, another thing to think about is these sort of areas around, this is sort of where Sabre Yachts and some of those other businesses are, and then these telecommunications or electronic
the TV towers there, the pump station, the pipeline station there,
and radio detection, or I think that's what they're called, radio, something like that. Anyway, these are areas of existing commercial and industrial development. One thing to think about is, do we want those to be growth areas, like a focus of investment, or should we call them transition areas, which is a little lighter of a touch? It's saying, we want these to kind of continue as commercial, but we're not going to invest in them. And, I think just talking about these general boundaries, especially the idea of bringing the village out, is something I wanted to talk about tonight. And we can either just jump off from there. I can, give a few points from the written narrative that go into more of the details. You let me know.
Kate, as far as the growth areas in the 2004, and just to clarify, this is not a zoning map. So matter of fact, the state requires it not be a zoning map.
This is not regulatory.
Yes. So, however, it is tied to a number of issues in building in the state that I won't get into, other than to say that when you're talking about how all of these things are interrelated, we're talking about road safety, we're talking about avoiding some of the congestion on 302, especially during the summer months. Where we sit right now is East Raymond Village, according to this map. So that would be considered a growth area by the state, and that we're required to put in the comprehensive plan. That being said, it's not historically without precedent. There was a village here, and it's not here anymore. But what has happened is the schools have developed around here. The town office is here. There's a fire department here. It's on what would be considered a fairly major artery. So were there, let's say, a way to be able to pick up a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk, if there was a way to be able to get a couple of gallons of gas, if there was a way, it would be centered in a growth area, which would be a village area. The other two areas that are designated as village, I believe, were identified in the 2004 plan. And that's why when we look at the 302 corridor and whatever, in 2004, the comprehensive plan of the town of Raymond, the citizens said, those are the areas where we should have development. And so water lines and commercial buildings and all that sort of stuff went there because it seemed like that would be where the growth area would be, along the largest artery, 302. It doesn't make sense not to think of those areas as continuing to be growth areas. We've already invested in them. We've already developed them. Just the point being, if you want to, in some respect, reduce some of the heartburn of the residents of this town as far as 302 congestion, what better thing than to have one or two other newly designated village areas? And certainly with the school coming in 2027, I believe, back to the town, what better opportunity to then designate this as an additional growth area for the town.
It would help ease traffic in the sense that a lot of the people who live in this area wouldn't have to go all the way over there for those things.
Yeah.
They would have it right here. So that would do a lot to ease, at least or a lot of people who live here, they're like traffic woes.
I agree with Kayla, and I think as John has mentioned, I think some other people in this committee, it's you reduce the traffic congestion one car at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I believe that's how we're going to have to proceed. I don't know that there's any other way for a quick fix other than to take all of these things and put them together, because they're all interrelated.
I'm also a fan of the East Raymond Village. I'd point out, we're still going to have the elementary school. I mean, it would make sense to have a lot of housing for young families next to the elementary school. There's not much there right now.
And I guess I just would say, because I can't resist it, as of July 1st this year, LD 2003 goes into effect. And so when the gentleman was asking about different houses and the like, I would urge you to read that law and see how it changes density for every municipality in the state of Maine. And so if I've got the appropriate situation as far as land on my property, which is approved for one house, I can build an accessory dwelling unit as of July 1st. That's 1,250 square feet. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot. But if it's 1,250 square feet and it allows me and my wife to move into that and take my 2,000 square foot house and let a family of four move in there and enjoy it, then I've got a place to go when I retire. So what I believe we're going to see through the enactment of that bill, sans the legal ramifications that it'll go through, because it really kind of goes against what's embedded in the Maine Constitution, which is home rule, because the state is telling us as of January 1st, we can do that. And I guess I would put it another way. We can't stop that from happening.
In this draft, I do appreciate the paragraph regarding Route 302 and that the investment would be to improve the corridor. So I appreciate that being in there.
Yeah, I think, we really, in Raymond, we really talked about, in these designated growth areas, we talked about investment and enhancement. So, I think with the turnover of the middle school, this is a good place. This might make sense to be a growth area, so you can direct investment here. Same with Raymond Village, same with 302, it's, in order to fix it, we need to direct investment there. So that's sort of the thinking behind these. I think I'm curious about if we want to, about some of those other sort of on the west side, if those should be growth areas or transition, from your opinion. On
the west side, are there any lots that are labeled as rural that are currently zoned for commercial or industrial, or did we basically color in all the existing commercial and industrial to create those zones?
I think I think I encompassed the commercial and industrial and then sort of the neighbors. Like I said, this is not a zoning map. This is intended to guide future discussions in the town.
There has been a hot issue about commercial development on the 302 corridor. And so what I would tell you is that in the 2004 plan, it basically said that there will be no commercial development specifically on Route 302 in the residential zones, or what's zoned for residential. Once again, as Kate has more than reinforced with me and everyone else here, a comprehensive plan has no statutory standing. We make recommendations. The town is the one that decides how things get zoned. The planning board makes recommendations. They make that recommendation to the select board. Select board puts it on a warrant, and then as citizens, we vote it up or down. So, but just to be aware, that's one issue where it might behoove us to be looking at these growth areas, and with the understanding that if it happens to be that there's some residential lots along the 302 commercial corridor, that there should be some clarification through the planning board to the people as to whether there should be more restrictions on abutting commercial development. But that's not for us to decide. That's for the town to decide.
And I completely understand this is not a zoning map, but when and if any of these were not currently zoned for industrial or commercial space and someone were to go through a rezoning process, they would use this map as precedent for part of their argument that the town's already approved a zoning change.
Sure.
Even though this isn't actually the zoning change, it would be a very strong part of their argument.
And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but the planning board has the authority to basically in a zone approve a conditional use.
Yes. Yeah.
And I believe the
That
issue
was the case with
that happened
solar.
on 302 was because that was approved as a conditional use.
So I think the question on the western end, both of 302 and the radio tower area, is does the town want to encourage more commercial or industrial growth in those areas? You know, we've heard a lot from people about balancing the tax base through more commercial businesses in Raymond, or do we sort of want to let those kind of continue as is? Because then maybe they don't need to be growth areas.
Well, I believe that the areas we're talking about are within our TIF, so there is a revenue opportunity if in fact that was developed, because that money could then be directed towards development in the town. Once again, if I understand it, that TIF would need to be renewed in like 2030. Yeah.
I think it's good economic development policy anyway. You would want to encourage some of that, but as far as public feedback, we've heard a lot of focus on small business.
Well, there was a lot of pushback recently on that solar project that was trying to go in along 302, but kind of maybe directing it towards this telecommunications growth area or an industrial sort of a area seems like it would be less impactful on the public as a whole if it were, you know, delegated towards an area like that.
And I believe, Kate, you talked about this area also potentially being like cluster developments, and is that something that also can take place in that area?
In which one, Peter?
That would be in the industrial area there,
I don't think we said that for the
Telecommunication.
telecommunications. No? I think I kept that pretty simple because I know it's in a TIF. So we just said, you know, there are existing commercial areas, compatible uses. So we're thinking commercial uses that don't generate a lot of traffic. So, you know, you don't want like a warehouse there. That would generate a lot of truck traffic. That's not what the town wants to see. But some kind of compatible telecommunications or sort of light industrial kind of use might be appropriate there, because especially because of the TIF.
Yeah.
But all these uses are already, I mean, they're already zoned for all these uses, I guess is kind of my point. Like, we're making this a growth district, but to me, like, the growth is areas that we need to partner with the state on certain either improvements, or we are looking to encourage different types of development that currently exist there and that they're zoned for. So like East Raymond, this is all rural, I'm assuming, most of it, you know, and if we wanted a sewer or if we wanted any sort of water investments, those would be things we could partner with the state because they have to be in a mandated growth area. All this industrial, all the scenarios we've just talked about are things that they can already be built there.
Yeah.
And they don't really necessarily need any town investment, and they don't need any state investment. These would be private businesses coming in. And I guess, to me, the growth areas today mean one thing in the state's mind, but the state will also use these growth areas to mandate future changes like LD 2003 and things we can't control. And I think that the more growth areas we have, potentially we'll have more problems. And I think we should just be smart about where we're putting the growth areas.
So I'm hearing like the telecommunications would be more not looked at as a growth area, but as a peripheral area, or what's
transition. There's a term transition we can use, which basically says it's not a rural area, but it's not a focus of investment
so
either.
as John's saying, really, it's status
Yeah.
quo.
Yeah.
So
I mean, people can still improve it and build whatever they want to build there.
Yep. And then with the sort of western part of 302, I'm open to, that was sort of one we weren't totally sure where the consensus came down on. Do we want more Sabre yachts, or do we want to just kind of let them keep doing what they're doing and not focus on that?
Well, I have Sean, maybe this is a question for you for budget finance. Do you know how much the commercial revenue of the tax base is compared to the residential base? And if we even doubled the commercial revenue, would that make a dent?
I can add, I think we have a meeting tomorrow, I believe.
Oh.
So I will get you that information. If I can, it should be available.
There's obviously just a lot of residential in town. A lot of it's pretty high end, being lakefront property. We're talking about already somewhat occupied industrial and commercial spaces. If we were to, even by an order of magnitude, double or triple that, is it? I don't know the numbers. So
I just tell you, I did hear some interest as far as the western part of 302, as far as a growth area being one where there is some interest. I have heard from residents of Raymond Cape, as far as similar to the idea of the East Village here being established. Would be great if they could, get a tank of gas or a loaf of bread or a newspaper or whatever, maybe a coffee shop or a restaurant. We didn't have to wait 2 hours to get a seat, and so that would be why it could be used as a growth area.
As a village growth area.
A village, in other words, another village.
Growth area.
Another,
it's important to keep
another
saying
peripheral village area.
In one of the maps from our meeting had a little island of village at the, I'll call it at the juncture of Raymond Cape and 302, right?
Yep.
And yeah, it seems like that's a good model to hold on to, of having that little village for the Raymond Cape folks and others, just to and the industrial already goes out close to the line there, but so that village area would probably have to come back down, whatever it is, Hawthorne Road or something, wherever it would be, another patch of orange over there.
We'll take a look at it, and I think we'll take a look also at Casco's comprehensive plan, which I think designates a growth area right over here.
Yeah.
I think their plan was based around a number of villages. I don't remember how many. They might have 4 or 5, but I believe this was one of them.
Were they calling it a village growth area? Because that's how Raymond's different from everyone. We've got village growth area.
I think they were just calling them villages.
Villages? All right, we'll have to talk with Casco then.
If I could make a quick comment. Jackie, I think you were saying where the yellow is, solar, is that what you were thinking? Was that your comment?
Yeah.
I just want to make one comment about that piece, that's the yellow piece that's south of there. That is so close to Thomas Pond, which is the exact issue that we just ran into with this past solar project. So I would say that just to be aware of that thing. I don't think that
Industrial uses close to the pond are kind of challenging.
Are they environmentally? Is that what the challenge is, or is it
just that the last place where they were looking to put that solar farm
Yeah.
was just really, it says on the other side of Thomas Pond. Now, that yellow block right now is basically running to the same issue. So I would say that we want to be careful about putting solar there because that is right by Thomas Pond Terrace. So.
And so I think, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but they could, according to the ordinance that we have right now, they could put a solar farm there right now.
Yes, they could.
So it's zoned for it, it can be used for it. I think the question is more, as far as environmental impact, is to rely on our planning board and the citizens of the town to say, well, we need an ordinance that's going to provide appropriate buffer. That we, and then rely on the state to provide such things as environmental protection. But I don't know is we want to go on record as discouraging acquiring energy from the sun versus ripping it from the ground.
Well, I think it's incumbent on us to mention that a lot of the folks that have been big participants in the survey and showed up for the land use meeting live right in that little end red point off of just down a little bit at the end of the commercial growth in the west.
Sure.
And I keep looking at this big parcel up at the top of in East Raymond that's right next to Panther. I think, and then to John's point, where they're going to be looking at the planning board will be looking at this to assess what we are recommending for growth areas and potential zoning changes. So I think we need to be really thoughtful about what parcels are included in the neighboring parcels that are next to the areas that we do want to encourage growth.
I also, quick anecdote, I do believe that those solar developers pointed to the 2004 comprehensive plan in their argument for why it should be allowed. So,
Yeah, well, the plan is, this plan is the underpinning of all legal authority that the ordinances of the town have.
Well, actually, I know this isn't part of the future land use plan, but before I forget it, maybe part of our goals should be coming up with that hierarchy of different sites and their level of, conservation priority and what would be allowable for certain solar ordinances. On this committee, we had talked about it doesn't make any sense to cut down a forest to put up solar panels. I don't think we have that anywhere in here yet. And maybe that should be one of these goals, is to create that. That's not within the purview of the committee to create that, but I think it would be in the purview of the implementation committee to
That's a good
create
local
that.
goal. We can put that in.
Now, do we have any more really specific feedback for North Star? I just want to be cognizant of our time. I think I'm hearing like we're a little concerned about this area being a 302 growth area that's in the right there, that maybe we would like to see that be more of the village growth. Is that what I'm hearing as well? Are we a little
that maybe we
concerned
want to
about
move
it?
closer to the Raymond Cape Village idea that we had at the workshop. And we'll look at, I think this big one is Sabre Yachts, but we'll think about whether maybe the existing commercial then just transition. So we're kind of acknowledging that this is a commercial area, but
maybe
we're
we could do sort of a little bit of what we've done on the other side of 302, where we sort of label that very initial, although there aren't many parcel or lines to sort of roughly follow, where we say that direct corridor we want to invest in, but then the rest is village surrounding it. I don't know if we sort of split it down the middle in a way. I don't know how the committee feels about that, if we're getting too, nitpicky about it. But I think like we should be supporting growth there, and the idea of, as Peter was saying, a little village area. I mean, a lot of people from the Cape are coming up there, and then they're going down 302, and it's just causing more congestion. And I think small businesses could thrive in that area. So I think like having that being, I guess that being the village growth area, the same ideas that we have in along the Main Street.
Yeah.
Where we're saying that's where we want to see that village style. And even though we know that means growth, maybe, I know some people get hung up on that, so the coloring may be what makes this more palatable for people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we'll look at that area in more detail and go back to some of the feedback and think about how to do that a little differently. I think the other thing, and we can talk about this in future meetings too, is when I was drawing the East Raymond Village area here, there are some things that seem obvious to include. There are also some large parcels that I wasn't sure basically how deep we wanted this to go. Do we just want it to be along the street, or do we want it to go kind of another layer deep? So
do we have to follow actual lot lines?
So you don't have to, and previously we never did, because it's supposed to be a guide. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
It's a little easier to make it kind of blobby. But because of LD 2003, where they're regulating based on growth areas, basically we're doing it on parcel lines to avoid giving the code officer a headache later when someone is like, I'm on the half and blob of the growth area.
Yeah. I'm getting to the point where I notice, and I think this was one of the questions you emailed us, but there's no critical rural areas identified on the map, and I know those are coming. I think everyone would agree all of the shoreland zoning would be a critical rural. And I'm looking at the East Raymond Village, and I'm looking at those southernmost sites, and I'm thinking about the solar issue that we're just having, and all of those kind of border sites, and obviously that one is quite large.
Yeah.
That's more of what I was thinking about.
Okay.
But I agree that I would rather have some consistency and use the lot lines, because it solves future headaches.
Unfortunately, that starts sounding like a zoning map, and that's the problem. The state will not accept a growth area map as a zoning map.
Right.
They're very clear on that.
Right.
And I just read one thing here, just for the budget finance people that are here, and this is in the checklist. Direct a minimum of 75% of new municipal growth-related capital investments into the designated growth areas identified in the future land use plan. So that's right from the state checklist. We can't be cavalier about identifying where the growth areas are, because it really is going to determine for a while what does and doesn't get developed with the assistance of the taxpayer's dollar. And I know that this committee takes it all seriously.
Right. So do you all feel comfortable with Sam and I taking this feedback on board, making some edits, and giving you, do we want to move forward with no July meeting? Do you want to try and reschedule that? No, you're shaking your head.
I think that takes a vote.
I think part of the reason why we need to skip one is to also stay on our budget target with North Star. So we have good reason to skip a July meeting. Maybe we have more particular assigned homework. But yes, I guess that's something we can discuss. There is also no reason, I think, why we can't meet without North Star. I guess that's an option.
I think there'd be a lot of summer people here, and I think it'd be a shame not to get their input.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Damn it. Am I sounding like Peter?
I do think if we do entertain a July meeting, it should not be the week of 4th of July.
Right. I second that.
So I would just, say that.
10th.
Well, it depends on the room. When's the room available?
So maybe. So I think if the consensus is we'd like to have a meeting, we're going to have to do it as our own, and then we would have to decide, well, what is it that we're going to discuss in that meeting to be productive without North Star. So I think it would be important for us to have a legit reason and concrete reason that we're going to be here and things we're going to discuss. That would be my second ask.
Well, will we have the draft of the first draft that we could maybe give comments on a couple of the chapters internally and then give them to you?
Depending on what week you have the meeting, I think that's
we
reasonable.
had it a little
like in the second half of the month.
Second half of the month?
Yeah.
Would that give you enough time to give us a draft? Because I think without something like that for us to look at and maybe do more nitty-gritty stuff, and talk through a little bit more.
Yeah, and I would just say, Kayla, it seems like we've got plenty to review over the months coming anyway.
Yes.
Until August. So I mean, I'm fine either way.
Okay. Let's take a rough show of hands then. I see no other way to do this. Who would like to have a July meeting to go over the draft plan?
Well, it depends on what week it is.
Yeah. It would be the second half of July.
Okay.
That's the best I can give you.
If I'm here, I would come to it, but
I'm getting a lot of wavering
I'm likely
here.
not to be here. So.
I mean, no one's really raised their hand.
So what we can do is give you documents to either send us back, maybe give you a deadline to send back written comment, or we'll have you comment online like we did with the inventory chapters.
Somewhere in mid-July.
Yeah, so maybe just a little bit of a stronger homework assignment for July. Does that sound?
That sounds manageable. And then we're back
an
at
August
it.
meeting will still capture some of the summer traffic.
Okay, that was a rough, barely consensus, but I think we'll take it.
Momentum.
Because I'm not sure. I feel like
Unanimous consent.
yeah, we want it, but we don't really. I get the sense. So we've got about 10 more minutes, hopefully. So next on the agenda is our public outreach efforts for the upcoming election. So Peter had asked me to he was gonna give me some material, and then I was gonna magically create another, hopefully will be a second successful pom-pom survey. So instead of really having to churn my wheels too much, I sort of took our first survey and I reinvented it. I guess I can do a little bit of show and tell now.
You want me to hold that?
Sure. But this is just basically, we're going to ask them a question. When RSU 14 returns Jordan Small Middle School to Raymond ownership, how should this building be utilized? And we're going to have 6 options: town offices, community center, library, recreation, daycare, and other. I'm going to take my little labels and I'm going to put them on my infamous mason jars. And they're going to be set up on the table with pom-poms. I think we can add to this a little bit. I think we had mentioned another possible question. The other, I'm going to have, I think the best thing to do would be to have little blank sheets of little pieces of paper that they can write their other on and stick in the mason jar in lieu of a pom-pom. But it'll be pretty simple, straightforward, not too much work. And again, I sort of just took what we already did and applied what Peter sort of directed me to. So I'm hoping that as a team, we have a consensus with this. But now would be the time to speak up if you have any big changes you'd like to see, or
How many
things you'd like
pom-poms
to
you
do.
get? I mean,
I've ordered 900, and Walmart sells them by the hundred, so I can always make sure we have plenty. But I think like we went through 900 or so responses during a November election.
Correct.
I don't know, but typically the June elections have a lower turnout. Sue, is that typically correct? I was hoping 900 would be enough. If we feel like we are really super popular, which I think we are,
Kayla,
I
correct
certainly
me if
can
I'm wrong.
invest more in pom-poms.
Did we give 3 choices?
We gave 3 choices.
Yeah.
So this can be handled any different way. And I'm sure that the people who are, ultimately this will be up to the people who are standing there sort of manning this. Do we want to give them, like we did last time where we said, take 3 pom-poms.
3 pom-poms. That's
Give it your choice. I know Peter had mentioned maybe ranking it. That seems a little complicated because we'd have to pull out the pom-pom colors. They don't come like that.
Talking about ranked choice pom-poms?
Yeah.
I was just going to say we should.
Different.
Yes, I can't do that math.
So, but I think just, we could go with the 2 choices. And if it seems like we're running out of pom-poms, we give them 1 choice. I don't know, like what's your most popular choice?
You could at some point pull the pom-poms out and tally
Do a
them
quick
and
count and
start
throw the
over.
pom-poms back in. In fact, I think we actually did do that.
We did.
We did do that for the November election when we did this last, where we tallied and pulled some out.
I think myself, I would vote for like 5 of those options.
I honestly,
Have a blend.
I don't
in
think we
all
should restrict
honesty, I have to be honest
of
with
the
you.
above.
When I look at this, the other is going to be all of the above. If I look at this in
Or
all
sell it.
honesty, Yeah, or sell it, we'll take the cash. I mean, because I just think it's a large enough building to do most of these things in there, to be honest with you.
You know, it's all to scale. I mean, how big do you want to do it? And, you know.
I mean, we could have a library that rivals all other libraries.
We could, if the town's priority is a
Yeah.
big library.
Yeah. But so I guess just real quick thoughts and comments on this approach. Are we down with it? Is it cool?
Okay, for the sake of time.
Oh, it's
I think it looks
If,
great.
if we think it's worth going forward, I've got a sign-up sheet here with some times.
Good.
I did it in at 2-hour segments. However, if you can only do 1 hour, that's fine. And I'm going to leave myself last so that I can fill in some of the gaps.
Okay.
Kaylin, can you do you have a sheet to collect emails?
I'm sure we can pull one from a previous.
I think I sent you one, but I'll check.
Like I'm sure there's
Yeah.
one I can find.
And then if you just pass that over to me.
Yeah,
I'll
and
put
I'm
them on
sorry,
the
you
list.
at the beginning of the meeting had a comment about what we could
Tuesday,
potentially
right?
ask.
Oh, it was the bus. Do you take the bus? Would you take the
would
bus?
you take the bus? Yeah.
Fill it in.
I'll do it.
All right.
So I've booked
June
that
11th.
day to-
All right. Gosh, it's so hot here. Next is just a reminder. Our next meeting date is August 7th of 2024. And just to recap, we are not going to have a July meeting, but we will have very specific homework. I do like the idea of giving us a document that we comment on online. That worked really well for the inventory chapters. So next, comp plan committee comment. Do we have any tonight?
Just a real quick one. It's worth noting that LD 2101 was signed into law by Governor Mills on April 9th. So that's basically the law that increases the penalty for shoreland abuses. It's up to and including putting liens on the property. So, and I would thank the town. I would thank especially, I think, Chris
and
Hansen. He did a lot to support that, as the town leadership did. And it was actually, it was that case, that Raymond case,
Out on
that
the Cape.
actually made this happen.
Yep.
And we should be proud of that.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Oh, I do have one more thing. We are going to have a handout for the election that talks about growth areas. So thank you, North Star, for putting together some language. I'm just going to make this pretty.
Yeah.
And it'll probably look a lot like our last handout because I'm not interested in doing more work than I have to. So, but yeah, so we'll be a little handout so that we can further clarify what growth area means
And
or could mean.
Repeating it once more, when we talk growth areas, are orange, right? The idea of village is important, I think, in that. 'Cause growth area could have a much more commercial flair to it than a village growth area. And if we're building a village growth area here in East Raymond to support school-age families as one element, but also, to have certainly shops, but we're not thinking so much large-scale commercial. We're not thinking large-scale commercial. We're thinking small commercial shops and services. So I think having village tucked in there is a suggestion.
Yeah, feel free to edit it too. I think.
Yeah.
We say village style. I'm looking at it now, but you can pump up the village.
Yeah, I put a little reminder to myself to maybe add some village language.
I've got a question for you, Kate. The implementation committee.
Yeah.
In your experience, what does that look like? How many years is that? How many members? Can you kind of give a visual what that may look like?
It can be whatever you want it to be. Some towns have implementation committees for like, I don't know, 8 years or something. I think Yarmouth had an implementation committee. The lifespan of a comp plan is supposed to be about 10 years. I think when we start putting timelines on things, those short-term goals are maybe the ones that an implementation committee would focus on. The size of it kind of depends on how your rules work. there's not like some places have an implementation committee that will then make recommendations to the planning board and the select board. So it all kind of depends on how your town does that.
And so that would have to be approved by the selectmen, having an implementation committee?
Just like this committee? Same. John, sounds like you're ready to go. Great.
It's, the committee would be appointed by the select board, yes. It would probably be along the line of advertising when you folks applied for a committee and trying to get more community involvement and get the word out as far as we can and have people apply and whatnot. So that's what's happened in the past. So I would assume they follow the same. And probably part of a lot of how that would go and how big a committee is, that sort of thing, may be based on what you put in the comprehensive plan too, for what your goals are for that committee, I would assume.
Isn't the idea to have somewhat different new people and new heads?
Typically, I think
some continuity, certainly, some complement members would be critical to hold the line.
whoever still has patience.
And Kate, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not an option. It's required in our comp plan that we have.
You have to have a section on implementation, whether that's a committee. I mean, the state requirement is really just like that. I think once every 5 years, someone will check in on the comp plan. So, we'll write kind of a baseline implementation section for you, and then that, I'll make a note that should be one of the things you all comment on.
Sure. So it wouldn't be outside of the authority of this committee to set some sort of a calendar or deadline, especially if these comprehensive plans should be done every 10 years. So I'll get the risk of repeating myself. In 2004, there were 104 recommendations, 104, of which I believe about 35 or 40 were actually implemented over the 8 years that the committee met. And so understand that if it's implementation, first of all, it's much better to set priorities and keep a more reasonable expectation about what are the key issues. And number two is, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say that you're going to do it in a couple of years. So you're 24 months, and then, that's added to another 8 years before you're doing it again. But certainly, having an implementation committee that takes 8 years when you're supposed to then start all over again in 2 years just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So you're saying, Pete, we've got to queue up our absolute priorities, and that they're not going to be picking from the list what they want to do.
That's right.
Ideally, or they have some leeway, but we'd probably want to put some emphasis on this is 1, 2, 3, and those are and get to it. Gang.
Yeah, I believe we have the voice in really determining whether or not any of these great ideas that have come out get implemented. And if we make it so arduous, the committee can't do it, then all of this has been for naught.
Yeah.
Well, on that note.
Move to adjourn.
All right, do we have any other committee comment? I am not seeing any. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Excellent, and I guess we can vote on that. All in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, call the meeting to order. I'm trying to remember the agenda. I didn't open it up. First thing was about the warrant.
It's consideration of approving special town meeting warrant for June 20th, 2024 meeting. The special town meeting that was held at the June 7th select board meeting needs to be repeated as the ad was sent to the newspaper. No, the ad that was sent to the newspaper did not make it into any edition. And one of the requirements of updating the TIF agreement is to have the meeting noticed at least 10 days prior in a newspaper. That's very specific in the ordinance.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Sam, are you on there somewhere?
Yep.
He's on, but he's frozen.
Okay.
You do have a quorum with the three of you.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
Everyone in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Next item was an executive session.
Yes, consultation between the select board and their attorney pertaining to the legal rights and duties of the select board pursuant to MRSA 1 subsection 4056E.
So moved.
Motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We are now in executive session.
Nope, you gotta vote. You
Second.
gotta vote.
Okay, so the recording is beginning again.
Okay, all in favor of executive session? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are now in executive session.
Okay, so now I'll and bring Mel back in.
Move to come out of
Okay,
executive
motion to
session.
come out of
Well, we
executive
have to wait
session.
for Mel to come in, please.
Up.
There we go. Now we have Mel.
Move to come out of
All right,
executive
motion to
session.
come out of executive session?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Move
Have a
to
motion
adjourn.
adjourn?
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the June 12th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call.
Mike Richmond. Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Granich. Mark Childs.
Stephen Clark.
Kevin Woodbury. And Kevin's from Zoom. This is a public proceeding unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session. You have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the consideration for the approval of the minutes from April 17th, 2024. Then we have a public hearing and site plan review for Scott Simmons for the youth camp barn and kitchen renovations. A plan review from Nicholas Cummings for a road construction permit. A plan review from Keystone Investment Group for a road construction permit. And we have a request for an amended subdivision from Cousins Development Corp. And depending upon which agenda you have, we have two changes. The preliminary site plan review for the backlot driveway has been moved to staff review, and the site plan review and public hearing for the Town of Raymond's Park and Rec Department has been moved to the July meeting. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussions. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right. First on the agenda is the approval of minutes for April 17th, 2024. Is there a motion?
Move to accept the minutes. Second.
Are there any changes to the minutes? Any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes. Mark, we got you down as abstention.
Yes.
Next is our public hearing and site plan review for the youth camp barn and kitchen renovations. Jim, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Planning Board members, this project is before you this evening for site plan. It's also located in the LRR2 zone, thereby qualifies as a shoreline zoning permit. The property is located at 85 Plains Road. The overall holdings of the property is approximately 76 acres. This was before the Planning Board last month. And they came back with the revisions we required. I know the fire department may have some comments, but overall, we were very satisfied with the improvements. The only request we would have, maybe for additional documentation, was just to document the impervious coverages that have been installed since 2005, so in the future we can track changes against DEP regulations. Otherwise, this is merely for improvements, or expansion for a kitchen area of approximately 1,333 feet, and they've made some internal revisions for circulation of deliverables and access to that provision. Overall, we think it's a very simplistic application. I know the planning board did have a walk, and I don't know if the board wants to discuss those.
The site walk?
Yeah, but anything I may have left out, the applicant is more than probably willing to fill in, and I think this is ready for approval if the board wants to review it that way.
Okay, so our first step then is, from your recommendation, you consider the application complete?
I do.
Any discussion on the board as far as the completion of the application? If not, we need a motion to deem the application complete.
I move to deem the application complete.
For second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Votes yes, application is complete. Before we do the public hearing, would the applicant like to discuss what the presentation is, or any changes? You don't need to go through the whole reasons behind.
Good evening. My name is Garth Altenberg. I'm the director at Camp Tamanis, 85 Plains Road here in Raymond. It's an exciting time at camp. Tonight is our first evening of staff training with counselors arriving today. I have a good team covering for me. And a week from tomorrow, we open for our 107th camp season. So I'm here tonight to discuss our revised application for our barn and kitchen renovation since we were last here on April 17th. A few updates since then include we have submitted a new building plan that features a reduction in square footage of about 200 square feet to bring us under 4,800 square feet in line with the town ordinance. Our new application addresses turning radius concerns. We had a site visit with you on May 6th to address groundwater and runoff issues there, and we received a permit from the state fire marshal on May 13th as well. So have that in hand as well. As you know, our plan includes significant life safety improvements, including increased egress capacity, the addition of fire extinguishers throughout, the addition of lit exit signs, the addition of emergency lighting, the addition of a remote monitoring fire system, and dedicated fire suppression system cooking hood for our kitchen. We've also met with Inspector Wayne Jones with the fire department and also received a fire department memo that addresses a few remaining issues from their perspective. We want to start the project on August 12th. Just like a school, we need to have our facilities ready for when our students, or in our case, our campers, are present. So starting on August 12th provides just enough time to complete the project for our June 2025 opening with virtually no room for delay. This step here is really the most important step before we start construction on a project that has been in the works for over 2 years now. We're very excited about the significant investment in our facilities for our small nonprofit camp. So with that, I am here along with our professional partners, Scott and Amelia from Simon's Architects and Ken Huff with Warren Construction Group to answer any questions that may remain.
Great, thank you. Okay, do you have any specific questions before I open the public hearing? Open the public hearing on the project. If anybody would like to speak, they need to state their name up at the podium.
Mr. Chair, at this time, do you also want to recognize that we did receive 3 correspondence about the project? Did you get that?
I didn't get to that yet.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir?
Well, good evening. My name is Bob Harmon, 257 Meadow Road, and I'm here not representing myself, but as the president of the Panther Pond Association. And I'm here in letting the board know that we're in full support of the expansion and the changes that Camp Tomatis is to make. We just believe our 4 camps that are on at least Panther Pond and the remaining in Raymond, it's really part of our culture. We do a lot of things with the camps. They're very supportive to the entire membership of Panther Pond, and so I'd like to let the board know that we are in favor of the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Going once? All right, I'll close the portion of the public hearing. We did have comments from, that we received via email, and they were all in, I don't have them with me, but I think they all were in support of it. But
Yes, yep. There was actually one was a attachment, and the other 2 were actually emails.
Yep. Okay. To the board. Are there questions?
No, I think I'm good.
Really? All right.
Leave it up to you.
Up to me. Let's see, to the applicant, the DEP stuff that Jim talked about, are you okay with that? Whoever the engineer?
Yeah, all we're looking for is just to document whatever new impervious coverage is, just put it on the site plan, so we just have a document of, because it's kind of a rolling, a cumulative amount of impervious. So in the future, if you do something, we just know what's been done.
And that's since 2005?
Correct. And I think this has only been the change you've had since then, so we really just need to document what this one was.
I guess the only other thing is any change to exterior lighting, then that's in the plan. If you would come back to the town to make sure that they know what the changes have been or what are proposed. With that. So the plan is both, I think we're under both under shoreline and site plan.
Correct.
I think we will do it in one step, if that's okay with the board. Any problems? Yep. Okay. Then I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the application for Camp Tomatis expansions and renovations as submitted.
Second. Second via Zoom. Do we need to add the DEP thing as a condition?
You can. I have full faith that they'll.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
from
the fire department.
I forgot about you. Thank you. How could I forget about you?
The volume for me is awful low, so it's hard for me to hear you folks. We have met with the team from Camp Tomatis. There's only 2 issues that we want to make sure are addressed. One is there's a road that runs alongside the building where the new ADA ramp is, and just wanted to make sure that the width they're showing is 8 feet and ask that that's increased to 10 feet. And then the second item is to work with us to provide access to an on-site water supply for fire protection. And those are the 2 items that we have.
Wait, when you say work with you at on-site water supply, what do you mean?
So the original thought was to, in lieu of the sprinkler system, which they've reduced the size of the building so they don't have to meet that per our adopted code, NFPA 1, we still look at making sure that we're providing enough water supply for fire protection. And we were originally looking at an access road down to Panther Pond, but there is concerns that, because of shoreline issues, that we wouldn't be able to get that access road down so a fire truck can draft out of the pond. So if we had an access road, that would at least get us down to within 50 feet and then provide a device that would allow us to draft out of Panther Pond. We would be a long way towards meeting the fire protection requirements for the additions to this building.
Do you know where the nearest dry hydrant is to that building? The site?
I'm sorry, what? The
Do you know where the nearest dry hydrant is to that site? Is there one nearby?
Yeah, so that's the one on Plains Road down near Kingsley Pines. That one currently is not in service. It's broken and needs to be repaired. And the flow that we're able to get out of that hydrant doesn't meet the fire protection requirements. If we fix that dry hydrant and we repair it and then have an access to Panther Pond, we would be able to meet those requirements. So that's what we're looking for.
Comments?
Wayne, did I hear you say you needed to get within 50 feet of the pond? Is that what you said?
Right. So there's a device that's made that's called a turbo draft, and it's a device that we can hook it onto our large supply hose, pump into it, and then through a jet siphon operation can pull water out of Panther Pond and send it up to the fire truck. If we can get within 50 feet, we can provide 670 gallons per minute, which with a building that requires a minimum of 1,000 gallons per minute, that's a huge help to us.
What kind of access do you need? Is this device, I mean, is it something that you push like a trash pump or something, or is it you got to get a fire truck down there?
Yeah, we get the fire truck down there.
Yeah.
And Wayne, who would be responsible to repair the damaged hydrant? How does that work?
So we're responsible for doing that currently.
Okay.
We have it on the schedule with Public Works to make those repairs, but that hasn't been done yet. Once it's repaired, then we got to test it to make sure that it's still we can still draft from it. With the damage, we see damage above the ground. Don't know what happened to the pipe that's buried beneath the ground, so we're hoping that it's just the pipe above. If it's down below, that means digging it all up again.
Wayne, does that current hydrant serve the other camps on Plains Road as well? Is that the means of water if there was an incident at another campground?
Yeah, that's the closest water supply we have to those other camps on Plains Road. Yes.
Well, let's tackle the easy one first. You okay with the 8 to 10 feet?
Yes, we can increase the size
Okay,
of the road.
good. All right, harder one.
That was too fast, wasn't it?
I know, that was good.
Mr. Chair,
Get one through.
just as an order, you had a motion?
We have a motion and we're in discussion right now.
Yeah, do you want to just table the motion until after this discussion?
Nope.
Okay.
I want to get this done and move on.
We do also.
For my feelings, everyone, is that I don't want to build another road with more impervious surface going down into a pond. I mean, I just don't, I think we gain something with water protection, but we lose a lot for, over the long run, for water quality. So that doesn't seem to make any sense.
Right.
I agree. And on top of that, I don't think, if there is a dry hydrant that is available, and then the town's responsible for maintaining that hydrant, I don't think it's fair to make the applicant then do something.
Oh, not
because
at all.
the town or not.
Especially, it should be prepared now.
Right. It should be
It's
repaired
your
now.
question, yeah.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
an
it shouldn't be
issue.
allowed.
It's our issue.
Yeah.
Just a question for Wayne. If that other device can be implemented within 50 feet of the lake, can that be dropped into the existing pond on Plains Road?
Wayne?
Where the dry hydrant is, you mean?
Yes.
It can, but my concern there without doing measurements is the actual lift that we have, because lift also is not only is distance a restriction on flow, but so is lift. So from the surface of the water to the intake of the fire pump, that's what's measured to determine lift, and I don't know what that number is right off the top of my head. But yes, it is a device that could be used at that location.
I would prefer to go that way.
It's also a portable device, so it wouldn't only benefit Camp Tamanis, it would benefit many properties around the town.
Correct. Yeah.
Is that after you guys buy it? Is that what you're saying? I thought I heard that.
Sounded like they already own it. I mean, the town does.
All right. Yes, sir. Oh, you going to say something?
No, I said it sounded like the town already owned that device.
Oh.
Yeah, so they don't have to buy it.
No, we don't.
They don't
Oh.
do that.
Oh.
The question was asked of us if there was a way that we wouldn't have to be within 10 to 15 feet of Panther Pond to draft water out of it. And this was a
Alternative.
device that would allow us to do that.
Isn't the grass slope right down to the pond right now? Did I remember that correctly?
Correct.
Wayne, why can't you drive on grass?
We don't go off roads that don't handle the weight of the fire apparatus because they get buried.
Yep.
The weight of the trucks that we have easily get buried.
Mm-hmm.
From experience, I can tell you.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table that has been seconded for the approval of the application as submitted. The applicant has agreed to modify that, the road area about the, around the road ramp from 8 feet to 10 feet as requested by the fire department. Do we want to do anything with the fire department's second request?
Not
like we'd be
until they, I wouldn't support that until they go and repair the dry hydrant and investigate whether this draft pump would be able to function in the location where the dry hydrant is. Rather than put it all on the applicant, I think the town has a little responsibility for fire safety too.
Not only that, but the other camps that are obviously on that road now don't have access to fire, so I feel like that's more of a priority than adding a driveway to the water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree.
Agreed.
Agreed? You agree? Kevin, wherever you went to?
Oh, what happened?
I agree.
Okay. All right, then, is there any other discussion?
True.
All right. All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
Passed. All right. Done. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I told you you might get that done.
What's that?
I told you I could.
Good luck. You never had a doubt.
Really nice. All right, next up is Dustin Roma, representing Nicholas Cummings on the road construction permit for Miles Wood Road. Miles, excuse me, thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Chairman, this is before you for a private road application. The property is located off Roosevelt Trail, Route 302. The applicant came in with the request to put in a rather substantial private road of, Dustin, refresh my memory, 1,300 feet length? Right. 15 linear feet. And the thing that makes it unique is that they're requesting that the minimum travel width be 16 feet, which could support up to 10 future dwellings. At this time, there's only one dwelling that will be utilizing that, with another lot potential sale in the future. I know the board did conduct a site walk on this. The original application, because this is in the shoreline zoning, the original grade of the road was 12%. We've had this issue before. They have come back and revised that to meet the shoreline zoning standard of 8%. There has been some discussion going back and forth with the necessity for a second hammerhead, and I don't know if Wayne is prepared to discuss where the fire department is on that, but it does exceed the maximum length, so it could require 2 hammerheads. Overall, the other question was, and I've had some conversations with Dustin, it doesn't appear that this requires a DEP that will be under 20,000 square feet of new impervious. However, just like the last application, we want it documented on the plan so that in the future, if somebody comes along, extends that, they'll have to be responsible to get a DEP permit. And then I think the only other thing that we had was question about just on the power utilities, or is it going to be overhead or underground? I couldn't find anything in our street standards that mandates it's underground. However, if it were a subdivision, we would. So that's up to the board and the applicant how they want to discuss that. Ideally, we've seen substantial power outages this winter. So it probably would benefit them as well as others to be underground, but again, I can't find any specifics under this particular application.
Okay,
so with that, I'll turn it back to Dustin if he wants to add anything to the app.
On your notes there, do you recommend that the application is complete?
I would deem it complete, yes.
Okay. You have a motion to get us going and start us off?
I would move that the application for Miley's Woods Road application be complete, is complete.
Is complete.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? All right,
Aye.
complete. All right, Dustin.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So DM Roma, Dustin Roma with DM Roma Consulting Engineers, here representing the applicant for this project. And when we had the opportunity to attend the site walk with the planning board, we kind of looked at those areas that were slightly in excess of the 8% slope that we ended up revising the grades to. So we've got a little bit of work on site just to reshape some areas to take a little bit of that grade off in that one steep spot.
Dustin, we're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's the volume needs to be turned up in the back room or.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can speak up slightly too. I think it's grabbing me a little bit better now. Here we go.
Kevin, I've been having trouble hearing everybody.
All right,
Okay.
I'll lean right in.
I think she can turn it up in the back room.
Okay. So, yep, we've revised the plans to, as Jim said, reduce that slope. We had, I think the plans that are dated May 8th, do have that intermediate turnaround at Station 7 +0 that's basically right at the top of the hill. There was already kind of a wider gravel area there that exists that will just kind of formalize into a turnaround area. The plans currently show just a single no parking sign at the end of that turnaround, as well as at the end of the turnaround at the actual end of the road. In talking with fire department, they've requested additional signage just to make it clear that there's no parking around those turnaround areas, so we're certainly willing to comply and add the additional signage that the fire department has requested. There was a question just about establishing a road maintenance agreement for this roadway, even though it currently just serves access to the one home there in the back, and then the kind of splits off to another driveway. The intent is that they would build another house in there. So we'll provide that homeowner's documentation. I think Wayne said he'd like to have an opportunity just to review it before we record it to make sure he's happy with the language that's in there for enforcement of no parking and things like that. So we'll get a copy of that to Jim and Wayne and make sure they're comfortable with it before we get that recorded, and then that would be referenced in the deeds for any conveyances that could happen in the future that have access to this roadway. And then Jim also just requested that we add the impervious lot area to the plans just as an accounting measure, so that it's clear how much area is being created as this project, so that any extension of the road or future development has a kind of a starting point to go from, just to account for that going forward in the future. So I believe that's it. So certainly if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Anybody? Some of us have questions.
Pretty straightforward.
Dustin, we don't have any questions for you. Sorry.
That's okay.
So going forward, what are we waiting on? We don't need the DEP.
Impervious.
We don't need the DEP, we do need the impervious.
The impervious.
Verification of that second turnaround and signage for those turnarounds.
And the homeowners agreement.
And the homeowners agreement. And the only question I had again was, it's up to the board, if they want to have a discussion with Dustin or the applicant about utilities.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah. So, yeah, we had talked about that. I don't think it's a waiver because it isn't a subdivision, but in this particular case, certainly would be a substantial financial burden to have to rip out all the overhead lines that were already installed along the roadways to provide power to the home that was just recently built. So it's, you know, over 1,000 feet of overhead lines that were put in, and I don't know exactly the height of the poles, but they're definitely, I mean, they look like they're at least 35 feet. The poles that were in there, they're taller poles. There was ample clearing that's been done because the road was in a cut situation through some of those hills. They had to slope the side of those embankments back, which are going to be sloped back even more, so that before they're loamed and seeded, so that they have a more gradual slope. So we've got some more trees to cut along the top of the embankment there. So there is a very wide swath of trees that were cut through there for this roadway, so certainly the potential for them coming down with, you know, tree damage and all that is, you know, a little more minimal than if it was a very tight roadway that needed a lot of limbing. So we would request that the overhead lines would be allowed to stay. The services into each of the individual homes, the home that was built there now, or the two homes, they have underground power to the buildings. So the services into the buildings are all underground. It's just overhead primary to get to the point that it goes into underground secondary. So that'll stay. So services to any new buildings would remain underground, but they would be off of the overhead primary.
So serving as to future development will all be underground. Is that what you're basically saying?
Yeah, the services into any additional dwellings would be underground.
All right.
Sorry.
No, but we could put that on the.
Yeah, we can put that on the plan as a note. I just wanted Dustin, I think I understand how the drainage is going to work, but I just wanted Dustin to kind of review with the board how you're addressing runoff from the new impervious surfaces.
Yep, so what we did is basically maintaining the drainage patterns that's there now. So we've got, this isn't a road that basically starts at a high point and goes all the way down to one point discharge at the end of the road. There's multiple locations along the way where water is collected and then discharged through culverts. So those culverts will have riprap aprons on either side. And again, just by maintaining those drainage patterns through the site, it's going to mimic the drainage conditions that exist there today. We're a substantial distance away from Sebago Lake, and because of the zoning of the property, the 3-acre zoning, there's a very substantial area of buffers that remain on this property, and where the road kind of cuts through the center, there's going to continue to remain substantial buffers kind of around the rear and perimeter of any of these lots as they continue to be developed. So you've got reasonable stormwater controls that'll be implemented post-development for this.
Mr. Chair, the only reason I bring that up is that without, and it's their prerogative to do it this way, but without formal buffers on there, if this road were to get extended in the future and were to go to the DEP, those buffers would have to be declared, that's all. So
Okay.
it's kind of a preventative thing. If they wish to put those in now, it might save them a heartache if they decide to extend this, because they're right up against the threshold for a permit.
Okay. So the recommendation would be to put them in, put them on the plot? Is that what you're saying, Jim?
It's their decision right now, but I would probably recommend that they do that, to prepare them. I mean, you look at the amount of land left there, there's probably a high probability that it could be extended for a future lot, so that's the only.
Yeah, I mean, what I envisioned is that if this road were to be extended, where we've got that kind of the little pond thing on the side there, and we have areas where the water just kind of collects in these crossings, we most likely would probably build some sort of a stormwater feature like a filter pond or something like that, in the event that we would just collect the water and treat it that way. So that would be, because the applicant is continuing to own this land, if they were to split off and sell any lots utilizing the road, they would just have to make sure they retain enough areas to be able to build those in the future. So I guess that'd be our...
Right now, it's one ownership, but if they start doing the 5-year split-offs, they may back themselves into a corner. But that's, again, it's their prerogative. We're just trying to be proactive.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Do we need to have a separate motion to allow the utilities to remain overhead?
I don't think you do, because as I mentioned before, in the private road standards, I could not find anything for that, but I think it should be noted, the condition that the applicant has agreed to should be noted on the drawings.
So if there is additional lots in the future, we're underground from the last.
If they come in for a formal subdivision, they'd have to go underground from that point. I mean, they'd be grandfathered to wherever the terminus is now. All I'm saying is that they've agreed to go primary overhead services underground. Should just be noted on the drawing.
Okay.
So we do have some conditions, but they're pretty easily handled. I don't know that we need to bring Dustin back again for this project, but with you guys.
Can we?
Yep.
Is Wayne all set with the?
Oh yeah, Wayne. All right, thanks, Jim.
So yes, Mr. Chairman, based on discussions today with Dustin and what he described tonight, we would be in agreement that they're meeting the fire protection and life safety requirements for this project. And just a point of clarification, the service connections to future homes, that's going to be noted on the final plans, is that correct?
Yeah, what we've agreed to, Wayne, is that the primary overhead would be, primary lines coming in would be overhead, and then each home would be serviced by underground. He's frozen. He's frozen.
Yeah.
You stunned him.
He's speechless.
Them's powerful words from Jim.
You back with us, Wayne? Did you get that?
Yeah, we cut out there for a
No,
little
I
bit.
just said that the primary is overhead. All the services to the individual lots will be underground.
Okay.
Because I know that was one of your concerns about getting to the building and make sure you're not free of lines and everything.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so I have underground services, the homeowners association, the parking signs. There was one other thing I missed.
Documenting the impervious coverage. Is there anything else that we missed?
All right.
Second turnaround.
And the second turnaround. Because we don't have it, well, it's on a plan, but I don't think the board has necessarily, has the board seen that second?
Yeah, the one that's dated May 8th, I believe that one we
That's
should see
on
in your
our
packets.
walkthrough as well.
Yeah.
We just need to make, whatever final plan, we just make sure it's documented.
Yep.
With all the signage and everything.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to bring them back one more time and get it all cleaned up, or do you want, are you comfortable that we could approve it now and let staff handle the final review? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so if you want, you can make it a condition. They just have to come back. We have to sign this plan anyway.
Right.
And then it has to be recorded. So, I mean, you can make the motion with conditions and you'll see those before you sign it next meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, you'll just get a report back from Jim that everything's done before you sign.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that sound good, everybody?
Preliminary, yeah.
All right. And need a motion. Tell you what, I'll just do it. I got it all written down here. I move that we accept the Miles Woods Roads site plan road extension with the following conditions: that the plan shows that all underground services from the primary lines to future developments, it runs underground. That there's a homeowners association that is approved by staff. Parking signs are noted on the plans and in place. Impervious documentation of the impervious service, and the second turnaround as shown on the May 8th plans. Is there a second?
I second.
Second?
Yep.
Did I capture everything?
Yes.
Did. Yep. Yep. Yes, Jim? Captured. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin is a yes. Passes.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You just flip the board?
Yeah, I got another one.
Next up is Dustin Romer presenting Keystone Investment Group for the road construction permit. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project before you again for a private road extension of the this extension would be for the Alfred Mann Drive. This was part of the Panther View Ridge subdivision, the first section. Now this goes through a backland that's not part of that subdivision, but the applicant wishes to create frontage so that there can be an outsale of a lot and there'd be a transfer to an abutter. I believe you did host a site walk where you had some discussion about relocating the turnaround. As such, we have seen the new plan. I don't know if the board has had that document yet, but they have updated the drawing just recently to show the new turnaround further at the extension of the road further into the, call it private land, further up the hill to an area that was more level. Before the turnaround was on an area that was very steep. And we had concerns in our memo that that wouldn't be sufficient for the fire trucks to turn around on such a steep slope. So they have redrawn the private road to include that turnaround further in on a more level area, which is more satisfactory. We did have some concerns. Obviously, the applicant hasn't had a chance to show the actual grading of the road. There's a typical cross-section, but we just wanted to understand how the drainage would work. Obviously, they're showing a super elevated road, which means it's, instead of a crown, it's tilted all to one side. And that area on the north side would be the area where there would be a ditch. We've had conversations today with Dustin and talking about doing turnouts and buffers to treat that water. This also goes into Panther Pond. And then I guess it would just be a matter of whether Wayne's had an opportunity to look at the actual turnaround itself to make sure that it meets the requirements. I believe it will. It's the same general geometric design that we've had on others, but we just have to make sure that all the features are there. And then as the other designs came in, we'd want to see the improvements that have been made to Alfred Mann Road, impervious surface improvements since 2005, because there was another extension and widening that was done previously below. All that's cumulative towards a DEP application. We're just trying to track all this stuff. And understanding, again, where the drainage would go. And then a homeowners association as well. And I believe there must be one in place because there's already homes off of Alfred Mann. So this would have to either join into that association. This and the two lots, one to the abutter and the one for sale, would also have to be documented into that. One other item I just remembered as I was going through this. This section of road is very steep, so there is a section of road in here that exceeds our 12% grade requirement, and I believe you haven't seen this yet, but I believe Dustin's going to be asking for a waiver of that, and Wayne and I have had some discussion about this, but we haven't really finalized anything yet. And I think Dustin may have some calculations on what that grade is. I know in the past we've had some problems with really steep grades. Yep. I think this is a very short distance of steep grade, but I would have to rely on Wayne and what the fire department could have for safety. I think they're talking about 100 feet of, what, 16%, something like that, Dustin? But I'll let Dustin describe that.
Okay. But through all that, you still recommend that the application is complete as it stands?
I would.
Seems like it's a little.
Well, we've got a new plan, so, and you haven't seen that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the board's comfortable with deeming it complete because you haven't seen it yet.
Right. Okay. Go ahead, Dustin.
Sure. Yep. So, yeah, I think as Jim had indicated, so this is a plan that we had worked on following the site walk. As you recall, we had to basically submit plans the day of the site walk to comply with the submission for this meeting. So, though obviously those plans didn't reflect things that we had talked about when we went out there and looked at the site. So, when we were out there, that was one of the really primary concerns I think we observed, was that the location, we had previously, the plans that were in your packets and that you've seen, had a road extension of maybe 300 feet that went just beyond the power lines, and had proposed a turnaround area where the road section was 12%, and we were proposing a turnaround area that Wayne had some concerns about the fire trucks, navigating that and being able to turn around. So we continued to walk up the hill beyond the power lines, and where essentially just before the end of the existing pavement, there was a nice kind of widened, flattened area that was, already utilized for kind of a turnaround shoulder area. And I think the consensus at the meeting was that was really a much, much better spot to provide a nice turnaround. So this plan that we prepared, and we had just worked with Jim and Wayne just to do a staff level review of those changes. That's what's up in front of you here tonight, and it just shows an additional 300 or so feet of road that would be improved. So we would widen all of the roadway up to that location where the new hammerhead will be built in the flatter area. So in addition to adding that hammerhead, we're also widening the road up to that point so that it's the 22 feet in width. We're going to continue to maintain the pavement that's there, and the reason we have that super elevated road section is because all of the improvements are occurring on one side of the road. So rather than having to cut trees both sides, stump both sides, we'd like to concentrate the work on one side of the roadway, do the ditching, put the gravel in, widen the road on that one right-hand side as you're driving up, and then we would build that hammerhead in that turnaround area as well. Jim had mentioned the ditching and the stormwater. What we've been talking about is incorporating 2 locations where we would provide ditch turnouts on that new constructed section, where we would turn the ditch out and provide a level spreader that would kind of spread the stormwater out over the natural wooded areas, and in one area potentially through the CMP corridor, which isn't wooded, but it's still heavily vegetated. So we would need to add those locations to the plans and actually show the grading along the ditch line so that you could see how the water would travel down the ditches and just get conveyed out into those 2 level spreader areas. We've also moved the overhead power line slightly down the hill. Previously, we were showing it going all the way up into the overhead CMP corridor there, so we've shortened that distance up a little bit. I think what we talked about at the meeting was that would be, there's already the overhead lines that run up Alfred Mann, and we would essentially go another pole length just to be able to provide access to that one lot that we're calling out as proposed lot. The other 2 lots, one is being shown as retained land and the other is being shown as being conveyed to an abutter. Those 2 lots, one already has a home on it. The second lot will have a home built in very close proximity to the other home that's up there, and those are way up on top of the hill, and they get their power from the 302 side, from Oak Ledge subdivision. So there's no proposal to extend the power beyond this point. If additional development were to be proposed at some point that's closer to the end of this road, they would run the power underground from that pole. So we wouldn't propose any additional overhead lines beyond what's just the short extension that we've got here. Wayne's requested additional signage, as we talked about with the last project, around this hammerhead, so we're in agreement to providing that signage there. We did, after the site walk, we surveyed the location of the improvements that were built on that duplex that's just before these improvements that are being proposed. So we've got the driveways, that building, as well as a well for that property survey located, and we added the existing easement area around basically where it was approved and where it was made part of those previous plans. The area that was to be constructed as a hammerhead turnaround is basically, it's all sandy. It's not built up to a suitable standard that would be like a gravel turnaround like we would we're proposing to build here. So we've been talking to Wayne, and we've agreed to build that hammerhead out as it was originally contemplated, seeing that the one that's there now is really a driveway for the duplex. So there needs to be some potentially some rocks placed in between that driveway and where this hammerhead would be, with some signage, just to guarantee that people are aware that there's no parking to be permitted in that turnaround area. So that hammerhead will be completed and will remain, and then there'll be an additional hammerhead up at the new end of the roadway. The existing deeds that are there do reference the road maintenance agreement. We did formalize one when we did the subdivision, or when we did the road extension for that duplex lot, but that will need to be further expanded for any development that would access this road extension. So we'll go through and give a good summary of kind of where things stand as far as that road maintenance agreement is concerned, and if there needs to be one kind of master agreement put together that summarizes those and deals with the extension of the road. We'll propose something there that staff and the board can review. I think that's what I had from my notes. So we'll turn it back over to you and answer any questions.
Your first plan, the road improvements end around 9 plus 30. Your revised plan, how far does the station go?
Yeah, it's about 12, I believe.
250 feet roughly.
Okay. So is that where you're encountering the 16% grade, where you extended it?
So it's just beyond where we cross the pole line. So it's about station.
10.
Yep, about 950.
It was right there.
Yeah, it's 950 to 1050. You can see in this profile here, if you've got good eyes, but you can see visibly kind of where it just steepens up for about 100 to 120 feet in length. And then it substantially flattens out going into that turnaround area. So we've got basically a 12% slope all the way up till we hit the power lines. And then it goes up into about a 16% slope for about 120 feet and then flattens out to very, 4 or 5% where the turnaround is. It's not uncommon for roads to have short segments of steep slopes like that, is provided that there's ample space on either side of those to kind of, so you just kind of have to make your way up through a couple of those steep areas. But certainly would have to, would look for Wayne's comments on if he feels that there's going to be any issues with that.
Dustin, is this basically a driveway right now to this house?
Yeah, currently it's built as a paved driveway that goes up to a single-family dwelling that has an in-law attached to it. So it's the applicant for this project. They live there and an in-law. So it's one dwelling.
It's one dwelling.
Is that?
So is that a back lot now?
I mean, the dwelling that's there now is on a separate lot that doesn't have. It's essentially a back lot.
It's a back lot.
Yeah.
Is that section of driveway, does that meet our private standards? Do you know?
Yeah.
Base and everything?
I mean, yeah, I don't have any test pits or anything like that show what it is.
I just want to. I mean, it looks like a nice road, but we should just verify the base depths are there.
Of the
existing sections.
Yeah.
So that, and if they're not, what are they, and will that require a waiver, or do we require that to be upgraded?
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering. If this is a driveway and this is a back lot, then are we dealing with a back lot to basically homes off of the driveway to a back lot?
Well, you're converting it to a private road.
We're converting it to a private road.
Now, this is, what he has right there is a private road standard.
Right, so so the development then cannot be off of that, past our developed road, right? Past the private road? Am I correct in that? That's where you're developing it to.
So yeah,
private road standards.
Yeah, the reason we're building it to a private road standard is we're trying to give this very large back land frontage on a road. So because currently it just has access over this.
So you essentially would have frontages for 3 lots: the lot going to the abutter, the lot retained, and the lot for sale. Is that correct?
Grab the mic if it was.
Gonna get yelled at.
So this is the existing home. It's way up here. So what they're proposing, they'd like to build a second home here, but this is a existing lot that just has a right-of-way to Oak Ledge here. So this home was given a building permit, built upon, it's been there for a long time. But this lot has no road frontage. So
Right.
we're kind of rectifying that by, we're gonna convey all of this land to this parcel so that it has frontage now on this new road that's being built. So now this retained land piece.
Oh, it's gonna be
also
one
have
lot.
frontage.
Okay.
This will stay, yeah, this piece here will stay one, and it'll have frontage on this new road.
Right.
This back lot will now be a conforming lot with frontage.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I missed that. So this is the cutoff down here.
Yeah, and then the
It's gonna
piece
run
is
along
being
the pole
conveyed.
line and
Okay.
come up. So this chunk is gonna be just conveyed to this lot. So
Okay.
now this home will have its frontage back here.
Okay, thanks,
you have the
Dustin.
one lot on the opposite front.
And
of
we're
the
creating
retained.
just one lot over here.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, everybody did.
Oh,
Maybe Jim did.
yeah.
So that was kind of the reason we're doing it. And to acquire the necessary frontage, we didn't need much road, but we've ran into issues with where we were putting the hammerhead. So now we're talking about a longer road, and creates new challenges because now it's going over a steeper section, which has always just been a driveway.
Wayne,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
the 16% grade.
Is there anything the applicant can do to reduce that?
Where does that,
Roma?
where is that pavement section end? Is that before?
It's basically, the paved section ends where the road right-of-way is now proposed to end. So it's just beyond the turnaround. Everything's paved up to that point.
The piece of that may determine what they can do, Wayne, maybe based on whatever we get back for test pit information too. They may have to upgrade. I don't have any information to say it's good or bad or indifferent at this point, knowing what that driveway was built to. So we just have to see if it meets if the existing driveway meets the private road standards. If not, then it's another decision the board may have to make in the future.
So Wayne, at 16%, you dump water. Isn't that what I think you've done once, demonstrated for us once already?
Frozen again.
Is that true? Stumped them again.
To demonstrate for the board the challenges that we have. You know, it would be the same here. I know it's only a 100-foot section, and that's why I was inquiring if anything could be done. So that's where we're coming from.
If you remember correctly, we had, I think Dustin was involved, we had one for Floyd Brown down Egypt Road, and I think, Dustin, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think that one was at 17. It was a much longer stretch of road, but remember we took the tanker truck up, the water came out of the bank of the tanker truck, so that was a concern that they have. So I don't know within 100 feet if that same issue would happen in 100 feet or what. But it clearly, it would be a waiver to the board, and clearly I think you would have to rely on the fire department because that's the primary concern for safety for them.
Yeah, I think on that one, they were concerned once it dumped in the winter, it immediately would freeze to ice, and then they would be dealing with...
When they've had some other roads in town where that's happened, and it's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, I guess...
Mr. Chairman, if the board went ahead with a waiver for this grade in this section, we would just want it recorded somewhere that if we were unable to navigate that hill because of the grade, that's understood by all the parties.
Is there access from the other side where this...
Not a roadway.
Yeah, I mean, there's legal access to come in from Oak Ledge, but it would basically require that then this lot would then be like part of that association and everything. So it really has nothing to do with the neighborhood. So it's always remained separate.
Wayne, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is there kind of I know we have road standards at 12 and there's a reason we have those, but is there a slope that is really the ultimate max that you can sustain?
Sitting right here right now, I don't have a good answer for you on that. I don't know what the percent grade of, for example, Parkin Hill is, but we've had problems when it's slippery up there navigating, as an example.
And I think in the updated ordinances, we put some language in there for waivers when we do have this condition too.
I believe we did.
I think we'd have to go back and Dustin should look at that as well.
Percentage rate.
Yeah, because there was questions about safety and
2021.
like that. We have to put sure. Yeah.
I mean, I would be concerned that not so much as presented right now, but if there's going to be future development, there's a lot of property up there with a lot more homes. Then it becomes a much bigger issue than one house.
Or two, because you can two right now.
Well, one can cut off right before they're really steep, so we'd have two. Yeah.
Well, I think the second.
Oh, that's right. The second one being built. Yeah.
There's one being built. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think,
All right.
I mean, yeah, and we're not trying to just like sit here and workshop this whole thing during the meeting and stuff. So Wayne and I and Jim can kind of work through some of these, but you know, one option as well, I mean, I know we had the turnaround area and the 12%, we were concerned about slopes, but I mean, we can make that turnaround much wider with big sweeping radiuses or something like that, you know, to get a better comfort level that you're not trying to hit a sharp target in the dark on a steep slope. I mean, we can really widen that out so that there's a lot more forgiveness. That could be an option so that we're not extending the road up through this steeper section if that's preferable. So, but I think we gotta, let's work with Jim and Wayne and we can sort that out.
All right, then I think, do you have any other questions for us, Dustin?
Nope, it was really just discussing the unintended consequences of trying to fix one problem and then finding another and seeing if there was a preferable solution from the board as to which way to go. So, sounds like we'll go back and work on it.
Yeah, well, I think you definitely have some concern of the board for the 16% grade.
Yeah. I should have judged by how hard we were all breathing at the site. All right. I don't have any other questions then.
Okay.
Thank you.
You've taken no action on this? Do you wish to just continue tabling this?
Yeah, we're just going to table it. Actually, we don't need to table it. We haven't not accepted it yet.
Yeah.
I just realized we probably haven't had a public hearing on your other one. Sandy's going to get mad at me. Okay.
If we wanted to try and work through this and potentially come back in July, is there the ability to make an application, not today, obviously, for the next meeting? Is there any grace period as far as making that, or submitting this to you, or just so we don't?
You mean for the July meeting?
For the July meeting at this point to make some of these changes, or?
Yeah. Sandy, when's your cutoff?
The longest I can give you, Dustin, is till next Wednesday, but you luck out, we're closed, so if you got it to me Thursday morning would be okay.
Yeah, so 1 week from tomorrow.
1 week from tomorrow, Sandy?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's certainly workable on our end. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that end of day, Sandy, or do you need to put that? No, because
No, I would need it Thursday in the morning because technically I can only give him until Wednesday, but because we're closed, he gets till Thursday morning. And by morning, I don't mean just before noon. Sorry, Dustin.
Yep. All right. No, we can certainly work with that.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dustin. All right, next is a Cousins Development Corp. for amended public hearing and an amended subdivision for a wire requirement for underground power to overhead, underground power to overhead lines. Hey, Dustin, before you leave, hey, Sandy, on the previous project, we really did not have a public hearing for.
I do not believe you did, no.
Yeah, do I need to do that? Sneak by? Now that we're on recorded here?
Well, we should.
Yeah.
You know, it's part of our ordinance.
But it's a site plan still. The way we deal with that is all the roads are site plans, so it falls under the
True.
site plan requirement. I don't know if the board can, I need to look at that and see if the board can waive
the public hearing. Sorry, Dustin, that was my fault.
That's all our fault, so we should know.
And are you going to be ready for public hearing on this Alfred Mann, Bob?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, I will advertise that as public hearing.
Dustin, you be ready for public hearing?
Well, I think that one, again, because of a change we made in the, I know there's a subdivision, but we made that provision, because I don't, this is a weird one, Alfred Mann, because it goes through a subdivision. We made that provision, that if you had a subdivision, you amend the road,
Right.
you'd have to.
You have to have it in the subdivision.
Too. So that,
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
oh, yeah. Dang it. Just trying to see.
So why don't we wait on that public hearing? Is that okay? Where's your timeline?
We'll decide, or do we need to know that before Thursday?
No. You need to know that on Thursday.
So either we're in public hearing, ready to go, or we're not.
Okay.
So basically, the decision you made tonight on Milas was preliminary? Or do you want to have a public hearing? Are you talking about Alfred Mann or Milas?
Milas right now, because we already gave approval for Milas, but I did not get the public hearing done.
I mean, you have everybody here, you could.
I don't know if we could waiver it.
Be announced.
That's what I'm trying to find out. What section would that be? Site plan is under Article 9, right? Sorry.
It's all right.
Got this new ordinance and I can't find it anymore. Shoreline zoning, land use.
So Dustin, your plan right now is to bring the Mylar for signature the next meeting for this project, right? You're coming anyway. So, Jim, why don't we just advertise it? I doubt there's going to be any, you have not heard any of the butters, have you, from?
No.
Yeah, I don't.
So it'd be basically a public hearing and then kind of a consent agenda items and a presentation and everything?
No. Just in case. Because we should stick to the plan. Don't worry about it, Jim. We'll just do it. Sandy, just advertise it as a public hearing for the next meeting.
Both of them?
Both of them. Oh, no. Well, Milas Woods right now, and you and Dustin are going to decide on Alfred Mann on Thursday.
You know, we've deemed.
Okay.
We haven't deemed it complete.
We have not.
Yeah, so I get you. Yeah.
I mean, we could do that at the same meeting, but.
Right. The question would be, are we confident that it'll be ready for?
Yeah. Okay, Dustin. You got the plan, okay?
Yep, yeah, that works. So like for site plan, is it a requirement you always have to have a public hearing? 'Cause I know for subdivision we do, but I don't know if it is. I don't care, I just.
It says right in here, prior to taking final action on any site plan review application, the planning board will hold a hearing to afford the public the opportunity to comment on the application. I don't see any waiver.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I don't think we have the capacity to waive that.
Okay.
So we have to, the only thing you could do
I don't think it'll change anything.
Yeah, the only thing you could do is just make a motion to rescind the approval you made earlier, just as protocol. Because you've made a motion to accept that.
Right, and we have accepted it.
Well, you've accepted it and you've also gave it approval.
And we gave it approval.
So technically, you should rescind the approval until you have the public hearing, just as protocol.
Absolutely.
Why don't we just modify on a friendly amendment the approval pending a public hearing?
Well, I still think that, you know, not that it's going to be appealed, but I think if it went through appellate process, they would say you preemptively approved it without public comment.
All right. Who made that motion?
I did, I believe, didn't I? Sandy?
Sandy, who made the motion to approve it?
Hang on, I gotta find it in my notes.
It was going so well, too.
Yeah.
It was.
Did I make it? I did?
Yep, you did, Bob.
Oh, Bob?
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, yeah, you did. Yeah, you had all the amendments.
Yeah.
The conditions.
All right, so I move that we rescind the approval of the Milas Wood Road construction permit following public hearing.
A second.
All those in favor? You guys say no now.
Okay.
All right, it's approved.
Yeah, so now you just have to come have a public hearing and you can do this again.
Yeah.
Maybe we can knock out some of those conditions, Dustin.
That would be nice.
That's one way to look at it.
Thank you, Sandy.
You're welcome.
All right, now we're up to Cousins Development Corp., the waiver requirement for the underground power.
Okay, Mr. Chair, this is before you. This was, I don't even know the date when this was approved, but it's an old subdivision.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. The engineer of record is no longer in business. So this applicant has purchased the remainder of Tenny Hill Estates. Is it Tenny Hill Estates? Yeah, Tenny Hill Estates. On the original subdivision plan that was recorded, it required that the utilities be underground, as was the standard for all subdivisions. Due to some, I'll call it restraints, the applicant did put overhead up to what's Lilac Lane, which is the spur road that has like 2 or 3 lots on it. They ran it overhead to that, but then they ran it underground up Lilac Lane. They wish to further continue the overhead up Tenny Hill Lane, and I think we may get into a situation similar to what Dustin just had, where they may be willing to go underground for services.
Yeah, we can, yep. There's ledge on the bottom section, but when the slope goes up higher, it's not as bad, so we can go underground from that pole that we're proposing to go on the extension, Tenny Hill Road extension up. From there to the houses, we can go underground, kind of like Dustin just said.
And this one has been out there for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I know Chris and I have been, working with Derek, prior to Derek, some other developers have looked at that. So the road is in, and it has been constructed. Now they're getting ready to put the utilities in. It would be somewhat disruptive to require to go underground, and to his point, there are sections in there where there's knobs of ledge. Mm-hmm. Which makes it difficult to put underground. We'd be blasting and everything. So,
and plus CMP wouldn't let us put. They wanted another pole like 6 feet away from the last existing one that's there.
Didn't know who he is.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you gotta tell us who you are. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, I'm Derek. Right. So yeah, the pole that's there that fed the first house in phase 1, to go from there underground. The other pole was put in, and then underground was fed up Lilac Lane. From that pole over to go underground, they wanted another pole 6 feet away from the original one that's currently there. So instead of putting, for one, it looks dumb, and for two, we just did the max, whatever it is, 200 feet out, and the pole would be there, and from there we go underground. But instead of having a pole 6 feet away, we would rather get the full 200 and then feed those underground from there.
So your request is just to eliminate one pole and go an extra 200 feet overhead before you go underground?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you go 200 feet, does that serve all the remaining lots?
No, I mean, I don't really want to have to come back, so maybe to where the turnaround is on there, the subdivision requires the last turnaround is another, maybe one pole further than that, and then from there it's back driveways. It's not actually the road anymore, so I don't think there's any requirement past there. So I think Tenny Hill Extension was what we were asking, if we can stay overhead on Tenny Hill Extension and then go underground to all the houses from there.
There was, and I did forward it, I didn't bring a copy of it, but there is a plan within that old set that had shown where the electrical services were supposed to be.
In the original?
In the original subdivision plan of sets, there was a plan, it was an electrical layout plan that showed that it was all to be underground. But
2 of those are where we hit ledge, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't think Chris or I have an objection to that, given the conditions of ledge in some of those areas.
Mm-hmm.
I know in all subdivisions we're trying to get away from overhead, but I do think that, like I said, this one's been straggling around for a long time, and we'd like to see it completed. Mr. Ray does have a bond in place for the road at this point, but we need to move on with this electrical. It's the last piece of this. I think given the site conditions, I do think it would be reasonable to say that they could go with the primary up Tenny Hill Road, but like the last one, we'd like to see the services go underground. And I think Wayne would be in favor of that as well, because I think his only concern with overhead is when they go from the pole to the individual home, it makes them tough to have access with the fire truck to get in underneath those sometimes, when they have to kill it.
Lines.
Yep. And I think the only thing would be is where you're crossing Lilac Lane, we'd want to just make sure you have acceptable clearance for Wayne to get the truck up Lilac. Is that right, Wayne?
Yep, that's correct.
That one's already in place to feed those other ones up there.
Right.
And they've been up there to inspect that, so.
Yeah, it's just crossing to keep going up Tenny Hill Road, though, across Lilac.
It doesn't cross. It's on that left side of the road the whole way, so the power wouldn't cross back over Tenny Hill Extension.
No, but it would cross over Lilac.
It's already done that. It crosses over Lilac.
Oh, okay.
Underground, and goes up Lilac underground.
All right.
So that one's already currently in place after those.
Did they run the line on that yet?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that feeds the.
Oh,
that feeds the
Lilac.
number 6. Yep.
I'm looking at the waiver requirements just to make sure. So, and I'm not sure, and
Page E1, Chair.
I'm on, does that have a page? Article 9, 30 DAC 8.3. The need for a waiver is based on unique circumstances relating to a specific site and development application, and that these conditions would not be expected to be encountered elsewhere.
So again, I would say that the condition would be ledge.
Yeah, I'm not sure what D, the granting of the waiver in other situations would not have the effect of amending the ordinance requirement. Not exactly sure what that refers to. At any rate, I have no objections to it. I'm just, I think we need more specifics from you as to the granting of the waiver just for our records. We had some complications beyond our control, such as ledge, CMP requirements, and so on, doesn't quite fit the requirements of the ordinance for the waiver.
Okay. The ledge doesn't.
Bob, we got
doesn't do
a
that?
person with a question with their hand up.
Yeah, wait. Kevin.
No, Luke has a question.
I was waiting to tell him when they stopped talking. You want me to unmute him, Bob?
Who are we unmuting?
Mr. Irvine?
Who is Mr. Irvine?
I don't know.
Then no, don't unmute him.
Somebody on Zoom.
Okay, because he's had his hand up for a while.
All right, unmute him.
Okay.
Stand by to mute him.
Right? Mr. Irvine, you can speak.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I bought the house from Derek there at Cousins Development Corp. Up on 6 Lilac Lane. I got an abutters notice here mailed to me by the town of Raymond. I think I pretty much understand what Mr. Ray is looking to do there, but I mean, my number one concern here is that I don't have to look at utility poles out my front window, but it doesn't sound like, based on what Mr. Ray just said, that that's going to be an issue. Is that correct?
Yeah, not even close. Luke, if you go out your driveway and go down Lilac to Tenny Hill, and if you took a left, that is where the poles go on the left-hand side, feeding the rest of the subdivision.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my number one concern there. Based on the notice I received there, it's a little bit vague there. It just says lot 18, and obviously they're all lot 18-C- and then a number. So I assumed it applied to all of the, different lots, but I don't have any further objections as long as I don't have to worry about looking at that out my front window.
Okay.
You're good. It's way on your backside, over the hill, down through the woods.
That's kind of what I figured based on what you were saying, but I was just curious. So that's why I joined, and that's why I wanted to ask the question.
So Derek, back to the thing. My hang-up is that CMP requirement is not a basis for granting a waiver. Mm-hmm. And that's what you're requesting, part of what you're requesting.
Yeah.
So
the ledge is the most important thing.
Right.
The other one was more aesthetics. In a subdivision, I'm trying to sell the lots, and it looks very silly to have 2 poles 6 feet apart. So that was one.
Yeah, but unfortunately, looking silly is not a waiver requirement.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
And that's why the ledge as well as that.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what your two options were: putting the pole in normally up 200 feet or 6 feet away.
So
mine was.
What you're getting is he needs to update his waiver request to say,
Yes.
for the purposes of underground conditions, makes it unfeasible to put the underground power in.
Correct.
And then please explain exactly what you're going to do there.
Yeah,
one more pole overhead, and then you go underground.
Yep.
I didn't really know what.
Well, did you guys get the email? The email was the first one. I thought that was the requirement for the application, and then I added that formal request afterwards because
Right, but I think what we need is the
explanation one that I have.
Right. Well, this has to be the way the written waiver has to be updated for what the chairman said. But then I think the other thing would be helpful is the plan that I sent you showing the underground layout. Even if you could just mark on that and give the board copies so we understand exactly where you put the poles.
Yeah, it could be hands.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's easy.
Yeah, and I don't think the board, let me just get a feel here. You guys have any problems with it?
No, that was my only concern was what was addressed a minute ago was if it's going to affect any current home there that was purchased thinking that it would be underground. That was all.
Yeah. Everybody
can't do that.
Everybody that's already there that is sold has underground power to their house. It's these other ones aren't for sale yet, and the power lines will be in prior to them even getting in. So.
Makes sense. You just I think you need a better.
And then the question would be.
1 second. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I'm just not familiar with the road. I just was wondering what's the condition of the trees and limbs where you're proposing these overhead lines? Is this a risky situation for?
No, it was clear. I mean, it's a subdivision. For one, that they're not in yet, so that when the homes get in, if you can clear more trees, you will. But there's not that many trees there. Anyway, it was selective cut when we first purchased.
Yeah, it's been pretty groomed out.
4 trees.
It's been pretty. I would say it's been pretty clear.
Up on the hill is fine, but anything that can touch the wire, I bet there's maybe 2 trees that would be able to touch a wire after this. And then you put a driveway in, you're probably going to lose those 2 anyway.
And then the question would be is where the original proprietor of the subdivision is no longer in business. I think we could do this with an affidavit because it'd have to be recorded as its amendment to the plan.
Yep.
So I think we could do it with an affidavit that could be recorded, but we'd have to prepare something for that
To
affidavit.
amend the plan.
Yeah. That'd have to be tagged on to the Registry of Deeds as an amendment.
So how do we get that done? So you have to go to Dustin? I think this was Pat Kayer that did this.
It was Pat Kayer and GM Engineering, Gray.
Yeah.
Mark Gray. Those were the 2 that prepared this. So, and I don't think Pat's in business either. So I think it could be done with an affidavit with help from an attorney to prepare the document that'd have to be recorded.
Okay.
And then the board signs that affidavit, and then it gets recorded and attached to the subdivision plan that's on record.
Is the applicant responsible for that? Or?
Yeah, the applicant would be responsible, not the town. The applicant's responsible. But I just want to make it clear to Derek what would have to be done. Because I don't think we can get the plan back. But it's such a minor, it's just a note change really on the plan.
Yeah.
So.
See, nothing's ever easy, Derek. Well, maybe Dustin could whip it out for him. That's where I would start.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right? Just
Well, you're working with somebody else's plan, so I don't know if we can, I don't know if there's an electronic version of that plan out there is what I'm getting at.
Yep.
Somebody'd have to get the actual CAD drawing to modify it. So I think it'd be just easier to amend the note with an affidavit.
Okay.
But he may just want to talk to his attorney or whoever he's using to record, because this will have to be signed and recorded and change.
Did you catch all that?
Yep.
Okay. So I think, I don't think the board has any objections to granting the waiver. They just you have to clean up the request, conformance, and then you have the documentation for us to sign to modify the plans.
Okay.
And we need to know where they're going, right?
Yeah, I'll do the plan, that, and then the lawyer's affidavit, those 3 things.
Yep.
Perfect.
So you want to give him the same leeway you gave
Certainly don't mind, but can you think you can get all that done by Thursday morning?
I can get my part done. The attorney is
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to have we don't need to have the final affidavit because obviously the board has to sign that, but if we could have a draft or just, I think the most important part is getting the plan done, then we can deal with the affidavit afterwards.
Yeah, I agree. We can
do the affidavit as a condition and we'll have to sign it and come back anyway.
Next Wednesday, you said? Or Thursday?
You got Thursday morning.
Early.
I'll do
Early.
Tuesday.
No.
I'm not a big...
You want to do Tuesday?
I'll do Tuesday.
I don't know. Sandy, you there Tuesday?
Yeah, next Tuesday, yeah.
All right, there you go.
Check me.
Unless there's an election I don't know about.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's it.
Yep.
That is it.
Is this people in the audience, are they here for?
You guys here just
Moral support.
just watching? All right. How'd we do?
Great.
Oh,
One of the agendas, there was a letter that I had written.
oh yeah. Thank you.
I think there was a fire suppression.
Oh, yeah, I know. Thanks. I do have that. It didn't even make it into a folder. Regarding the mandatory sprinkler system. Thanks. And is that correct? Is that what you're... Okay. Wayne, did you get a copy of the letter?
Yes, I do.
What do you think?
The sprinkler system was, requirement was in lieu of the developer creating a fire protection water supply. Did you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the... where is this? What
Woodstone Way.
It's Woodstone Way. This is on Cape Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just approved it.
Yep.
This spring, winter.
Yep.
Yeah, June of 23.
Right, and this is in a subdivision, and this is a standard in all.
All subdivisions. Where does the, where's the new ordinance, Wayne, that the town just approved concerning sprinklers fit in?
So that's separate from the subdivision ordinance, so that they're not linked.
Why not?
Because we've had the subdivision ordinance prior to the sprinkler requirement for individual homes.
Yeah. So you don't see the, and I know it doesn't take effect till July, but you don't see that as changing our ordinances for subdivisions?
No. No, I don't.
Mr. Chair, because under our subdivision ordinance, we have a section in there for fire suppression.
Yeah, I realize that. I was just
And there's
curious.
options, and there's obviously various options where they could do public water supply, fire pond, cistern, or the other option is sprinkler. In this case, the developer chose sprinklers.
Right. I was just curious.
No, so
I wanted to get both sides.
Okay. I mean,
Thank you.
those, it's the buyer.
Yeah.
I understand his concern and his financial situation there, but that was predetermined, I would.
When the application, right.
With the.
And in place when you bought the property.
Right.
I don't know, we've never waived that to my knowledge. Either for subdivision or individual. Do you remember? You've been arguing a lot.
No. Yeah.
Keep phrasing.
Mr. Historian, have you?
What's the question? About when this...
Somebody give him a Snickers.
Waiving the fire suppression system in a subdivision.
When was it put in?
No. Have we ever waived?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't remember doing that.
I don't recall it, unfortunately.
Yeah, please. Yeah, certainly. I'm sorry.
Jeff Souls, building on lot 5 on Woodstone Way. So I guess my question, so how I looked at it was within the subdivision ordinance, it says an adequate water supply. which I presume is interpreted by this board, what's adequate. Then that amendment 2021, the fire protection ordinance, seems to very clearly define what's adequate given the home size, is kind of how I'm interpreting those two ordinances together. So a single family home on 25 acres of land under 4,000 square feet does not need a system. But because I'm deemed in a subdivision, I do, like, how is it adequate for a single home on 25 acres, but not one within a subdivision on 25 acres? I guess is my confusion.
Yeah, and that's a good question, which is why I was coming back. I guess the answer to that question is when the fire department requested all of the subdivisions would have some sort of additional fire protection. That was put into an ordinance, and the town kind of approved that ordinance. So basically, not you, but as a developer of the subdivision, would have options as to how he wanted to treat the fire protection of the homes in that particular subdivision. And your developer that chose that it would be a sprinkler system. So now so you're locked into that sprinkler system by the decision of the developer for the subdivision. And there have been many, like, I know that the one we did up on Hancock, they put in a cistern instead of having a sprinkler system. I can't remember off the top of my head a few others that we've done.
Well, that's one that the first person that bought a home came to the planning board and wanted to not have to put in the cistern, and
well, that was right.
We didn't.
Property.
We wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, and I think the correlation to the 4,000 is that really applied, and Wayne knows more of this than I do, but I think that applied to those non-subdivision lots where we had large homes, primarily down on the Cape and on lakeside areas, where it was difficult because they were close to the lake, but they didn't have any suppression nearby. So the idea was, if we had a large home, the idea was the fire department would require them to put sprinklers in because they're just so large that the tanker supply wasn't enough to put the fire out. And, correct. And so I think that was the compromise that was made at that time, that there was a certain size home that once it exceeded that size, the fire department didn't have the capacity with the tankers full to put it out. So that's why they went to this other suppression system on non-subdivision lots. Mm-hmm. Right. And the idea is, in a subdivision, I think, is that most subdivisions are relatively condensed neighborhoods, and the concern always was that once a fire gets going, there's the potential that could jump to another lot or another property. So that's why the suppression was put in there for subdivisions. That's been in there for 20, 30 years. Yeah.
And I addressed that in my letter. I mean, we're not a typical subdivision. I'm on 25 acres. Most subdivisions, I mean, it's not a quarter-acre lots where the houses are all built one on top of another, which is why I kind of wrote the letter in appeal. Because, again, the language in the ordinance says adequate, which I believe the board can interpret what's adequate based on the individual subdivision.
But so if you're not going to put sprinklers in, what other mechanism do you want to provide fire suppression? Because that's a requirement in the subdivision ordinance.
Well, so then that's why I'm referring back to this fire protection ordinance.
Two different things.
No, I know, but it gives you the definition of what would be if just a home built on a single lot, it's adequate. If you're under 4,000 square feet, the fire department can handle it. I don't see where the difference is just because I'm within the subdivision. That's all.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I totally hear you, and it doesn't make relevant sense, but the fact is that that's the subdivision requirement, and this board doesn't have the authority to...
We can't waive that.
You can't waive that.
Okay, so the word adequate doesn't, take it up. Within the ordinance, isn't applicable.
Correct.
Well,
under the subdivision ordinance, sorry.
Right, and that's where I was reading that word adequate from. I mean, that...
I think it's adequate for the interpretation for the subdivision, right? In determining what kind of fire suppression is going to be used.
Correct.
Okay. Not adequate for a particular home within the subdivision. Is that? At any rate, the answer to your question is we cannot modify a single home within the subdivision to take away a specific requirement in that subdivision.
Okay.
It would have to be a modification for the whole subdivision.
Okay.
And that would require pretty much the developer to come back and request that that be removed from a stipulation for all the homeowners. And that has happened once since I've been here, but the board did not approve it.
Okay.
I was just trying to find it.
So we could potentially, if I communicate with the other homeowners that are going to be building, and all of us are in agreement, maybe we want to go with some sort of fire pond, that is a possibility?
Yes,
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
that is a possibility.
Any of those, I'm just trying to find where that is in the subdivision ordinance. Do you happen to remember exactly what section that was? Did you reference that in your letter?
Article 5, Section 2, subsection B, 1 through 4.
Would a closed off filter pond classify as a cistern?
Not deep enough. You gotta have a.
That's what I was wondering.
You gotta have a huge yield, like 10,
X amount of
15
gallons.
I think you gotta have 10. Wayne can answer that question, but I think you gotta have 10 to 20,000 gallons of
Okay.
accessible water. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at it.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
So between two of them potentially.
Yeah, but then you gotta be careful because those ponds don't operate. They have a larger storage in them.
Correct.
And,
That's kind of a catch-22. So,
Mr. Chairman, to Jim and the board, if for the fire protection water supply, fire ponds aren't reliable. They, when you have a year with a drought, they can become not a fire protection water supply, nothing that we can use. So instead of fire ponds, we do the cisterns. That's the tanks underground with a dry hydrant into the tank.
yeah, so the section from the subdivision ordinance, let me just read it so we're all on the same page. A plan for ensuring an adequate on-site water supply for fire suppression, such as a fire pond, underground storage, or extension of public water supply, together with a pertinent piping and hydrants, designed by a registered professional engineer or an approved building sprinkler system. The plan shall include existing and proposed perpetual easements necessary to ensure access to firefighting water supply or hydrants. I think that's, I think it's got to be one of those items to meet that criteria in the subdivision.
Right.
And Wayne, with the adequate water supply, is there a gallon storage number that he would have to hit if that was the case?
The minimum that we've had is 10,000 gallons, but it's anywhere from 10 to 14,000 gallons.
And roughly,
and a lot of that's based on the size of the homes being built, so that we can meet that fire flow requirement.
And I think from little experience I've had recently with that, I think that cost is somewhere between $5 and $8 a gallon by the time you get everything dug out, installed, appurtenances, hydrant hookups, everything. It's not cheap, but if you take that, say it's $60,000, $70,000, and you split that up between a bunch of landowners, there would be a savings, but they would have to come back to the board to provide that.
And the subdivision.
And amend the subdivision, or just with an easement, because they need an easement to where that would go.
Yep.
So it is an option. How many lots are in there?
5.
5.
22,000 piece.
Yeah.
One of the lots is exempt, so there's
4.
Yeah.
Right. You're getting closer to that 15,000 number again.
Well, no, it's like 19 and a 5-week delay.
It's something you guys can definitely explore, but it would, to the chairman's point, it would have to be something, the whole subdivision would have to be addressed.
For future, I mean, I don't know how I'd go about, urging some sort of amendment, maybe the planning board adopting the fire protection ordinance and replace, that subdivision ordinance hasn't been touched since the late 90s. But even if it doesn't affect me, I would just think for people building within the town going forward, it's a pretty significant burden to put on a homeowner. when they inherently should be able to judge the risk of building a new home and the exposure to a potential fire, and not have all that driven by the fire department, in my opinion, as a homeowner.
Some of the rationale behind the sprinkler system as opposed to the other is also for protection of the firefighter to get people out of the building. And that is one of the drivers for that sprinkler system. Not so much for the homeowners, not to save it. It's not going to save the building.
No, it's not, and so it doesn't provide adequate water supply to put out a fire regardless.
Right, but it will allow the firefighters to get to the second floor to grab who's ever still up there and get them out of the house. And it'll afford them that protection. And that is one of the reasons, that was the primary reasons way back there in the 90s or 80s, whenever it was put in, that it was approved.
Right, and I think that, Wayne, I think it's based on the number of units served, or isn't there a certain, the volume? Because I've seen that volume in different communities be anywhere from 10 to 30,000. And I don't know, is it NFPA rating or how that works out?
Yeah, it's based on the fire flow potential for a fire in a building. So the larger buildings require more storage. And so that's what it's based on. The fire flow requirement of the buildings and determines the storage.
Short of public water, they all have pitfalls. Right?
Yeah.
You know, so public water is the ultimate thing, and unfortunately, we just don't live in a community where it's readily accessible at all locations. No. But that, as you saw tonight with another one, you know, and fire ponds and cisterns are expensive too. But you know, I mean, if you had a large subdivision and you had 10 lots, and then maybe the cistern is a better economic choice, but that value gets turned into the price of the lot when it's sold. So. You know, maybe it's not 20,000, maybe it's 8,000, but.
Plus there's ongoing maintenance too.
And that's always.
There is. That's absolutely ongoing maintenance.
Yep. Now we know where unaffordable housing comes from.
Right. It's an oxymoron.
Yeah.
It really is.
Sorry but.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, though. All right, now I think we are done. Unless, Jim, do you have anything for us?
I don't believe we have anything new. I'm not aware of anything. Chris isn't on, but I'm not even aware of anything that's forthcoming.
Introduce himself?
Yeah, I'm going to do that right. Would you like to introduce?
Yeah, this is Brett.
And
Winkin.
nothing came in today, folks.
Thanks, Andy.
This is Brett Winkin from my office. Brett is kind of assisting me with some of the planning duties through Sebago. The goal is obviously to bring him up to speed, and whether he takes over full-time or part-time, it's just nice to have a backup. So all the burden's on me. So Brett's coming along. He's doing a lot of the office hours with Chris, 1 day a week in the afternoon. So Brett, this is the board. Board, this is Brett. And, you know, he may, in nights where I have conflicts, Brett could definitely take over and hopefully guide him through as hostile as I have.
Brett has planning background?
Brett, yeah, go ahead.
Brett, why don't you just tell us?
I do, yeah. So recently moved here from the state of Ohio.
Oh, wow.
Went to The Ohio State University, graduated with a degree in urban planning, background in architecture as well. I'm not an architect, but architectural studies. And then I worked in the local government in central Ohio for about 3 years. Last fall, my wife and I decided to make the move to Maine for her schooling, and we're loving it.
Great. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
He's more qualified than I am.
I didn't want to say that.
Well, I knew you wanted to.
All right, anything else? Anybody got any questions? Sandy, we okay?
She's in amongst the weeds.
Yep, you're all good.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Hold on.
Can I just say one thing?
Oh, yeah.
Laurie Wallace, Public Rock Road. Do we formally acknowledge in the planning board minutes that the application has been withdrawn for the Allen Solar project?
We don't. A withdrawn project is withdrawn.
How does the public find out?
Nothing more.
An amigo.
Nothing more.
Yeah, nothing.
It's not approved, it's dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no communication at a meeting.
No. The board has been provided a letter, and that is on public record. Emails on public record, so at this point, we're no further reviewing it. All the third-party reviews have stopped. Everything is dead in the water. So if they wish to enact that, I think they have to provide a new application at this point.
At this point,
They start over if they want.
I did note on the website that it was withdrawn.
No, thanks, Jen.
You're welcome.
My motion is still in.
Oh, yeah, I'll second it. All in favor? Done.
Good evening, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. Good evening, and welcome to the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. Before we get started, I'd like to thank the previous members, Bob Goslin and Dennis Morris, for their dedication and service to the town. And I'd like to welcome our new members that were elected on Tuesday, Chris Hansen, John Willard, and Cliff Small, who is not here. And thank you for stepping up to serve on the Budget Finance Committee. Glad to have you here. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from May 16, 2024.
I make a motion to approve.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Are there any opposed? Okay. No. And the motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the discussion of historical CIP reserve funds. Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Sue.
I wasn't sure how you wanted to discuss it.
So I'm Sue Look, Town Manager of Raymond. And what I gave you in your packet is what I discovered when I started digging into the CIP and trying to understand it better, and found that in the audit, the numbers are always put in there, but then we really don't look at them much beyond that, and it's pretty well buried. It took me a while to find them. But when I did, I found that there were a lot of accounts that have been moved forward every year in the audit. And I'll pick on poor Sherry Gagnon Park down here. From that project, there was $16 left. And every year, the auditors acknowledge, yep, there's still $16, and they keep moving it forward. So Charisse did some digging, and I did as well, and we found that the statutes say that the municipal officers can move these funds to the to funds that are currently active, or they can put it into surplus. Those are the two options. And there's actually an item on their agenda for next week to look at moving these. So for instance, the assessing software reserve, that's going to move into the revaluation reserve for assessing. The two fire department items will probably be moved into the fire department reserve. That's what I'm going to be recommending to them. So we can clean this up. The auditors will have a shorter list, and you folks will have a shorter list. There's not much sense in continuing to carry forward something that's been completed or abandoned. The one difference, or one thing on here that I did find more information about, is the Water Watch account. That had to do with milfoil, and there's $4,000 in it. And the Public Works Director was going to be recommending that we start a capital reserve category for maintenance of the docks at the parks. because those are going to need some work and some maintenance coming up. So he requested that I change that to a docs account, a new one, and give it seed money of the $4,161. So that's what the ones on the bottom are. They're they need some housekeeping done to them. All of the data on here that you see, I went into each of the audits and the warrants, the results from the vote of the warrants, I should say, and came up with, if you look at the first column that says FY 18-19, the audit for June 30th, this is how much the audit told us we had in the account. For 2019 for FY 19 and 20, the budget added that first column. So under Fire Department Reserve, they had $370,000 in the audit. We added another $75,000. That year, FY 19-20, they expended $282,000, and then the audit said that at the end of June 30th of 2019-20, they had $163,272, and the math there ties out, going from the 370 plus 75 minus 28 or 282 comes up with the 163,000, and that follows through for each year. What's in the column for audit is what the department is starting with, and then you add the budget number, subtract the expenses, you get what was in the audit. If you continue to look across look across the spreadsheet, you'll see at the end this year, FY 23-24, that we're nearly at the end of, it doesn't say audit anymore. The audit won't happen until after we close the books on the 30th of June. And then it takes several months, so it's a ways out. So this is a calculated balance. The auditors could make changes to that. They could find something that should have been allocated to here and wasn't, or was allocated to here and shouldn't have been. So they could make some tweaks. It isn't often they do, but they can. So whenever we look at a calculated balance, we need to remember that that's what we expect, not necessarily what will be there when the audit takes place. But what I've done is put in what the budget numbers were for this current year we're in, the expenses we've had as of May 28th, that's when I did this, and then the balance now. My intent is, and I've added this coming year, all I have is the budget numbers now that they've been approved at the vote yesterday, or Tuesday rather. So what my intent is that this sheet will be in your budget books from here on. We'll keep it up, we'll add to it each year, and the same with anything else like this that you come up with. But I think it's important for the committees to know, for one, how much money are in the CIP accounts, and for another, for the department heads, because the way the audit comes in months later, it's a bit difficult to go back and figure out what is in there. This way, we can just keep a rolling balance that we check every time the audit comes out to make sure the numbers are still matching, and the department heads can make better decisions, as can you folks.
I have an odd question. So just looking at like fiscal year 2021, 2022, and it was on like the fire department and then also on the open space reserve in 2019, were those credits because maybe they ended up getting grants or something? Or like for the fire department, it was a minus 7,634 in expenses, so that's a credit. So
and that Charisse, I think, could answer better what it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Come up and give a little bit of information, if you don't mind.
And that was this one.
Okay. When I came in, September of 2021, the fire chief, Bruce Tupper, they had requested to set up a reserve account for crash incident revenues. We have medical reimbursement services that would bill the personal automobile insurance companies, and if we collected money, they called it crash revenue. So for a while, that was flowing through, not so much that particular account, but just in reference down bottom, the fire department review fees. So some of that balance is actually the crash report revenue, but it hasn't been credited. As you can see, there hasn't been any activity since, well, it was the same right through FY23, FY24, until it's audited. Those are going into the general fund revenue under fire department review fees. And the way we get our report from Sean McPherson at Medical Reimbursement Services is that there's no, I don't know, I can't distinguish what's crash, what's not. I know we took in $6,525 in fiscal year ending 17 and 18, and since then, the little bit of money that we had been receiving for crash revenue has been going into the general fund. However, to talk about, back to the fire department reserve, the expenditures, there may have been, some small fire department equipment purchases out of that, not necessarily specific. The reason that it's funded at $75,000 and has for, I don't know how long, but many, many years, the primary purpose of it was for ambulance replacement, but it is titled Fire Department Reserve. So we could certainly look up those expenses to see what they entail, if you want more detail.
Oh, no,
for
I
that.
was just wondering how it seems like, you go from 282, which is fine for the expenses, and then 95, and then you end up getting a credit of 7,600. And I'm like, oh, that's,
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was like a grant or something that.
Well, it could have been, but typically we have to record grants separately.
Okay.
The auditor needs to track the total amount of grant revenue that we receive in the event that we need a single audit at the end of the year, if the amount should get to $750,000. But I do know, because I've only been here almost 3 years, the FY23 expenditures is when they purchased the rescue pumper truck. So we took a lot of money out of the reserve to purchase that, and then financed, $489,000. I think the warrant article said up to $500,000. So that's what that big expenditure is.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, because like I said, open space reserve, I'm like,
yeah,
they got a credit of that, so they must have gotten, some like.
They got some money.
They got some money, okay, perfect.
But the detail could certainly be, looked into,
Yeah.
if you like.
No, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions or comments for discussion on the reserve funds? I am wondering if it would be possible, when we do the budget for Public Works and for the fire department, if we could have a column put in that shows for the next year what's in the reserve for whatever
Yes.
particular expense would be, so then we could see what's
I've
already
added
been
that.
set aside?
Yeah, I've been working on that. So on all the things that you asked for in your email, I've done. I had already done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Okay. If everyone is all set with the reserve funds, then we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is the discussion of expense revenue summary reports. Sue or Sharice, do you want to walk us through the reports that were in the packet?
So this was quite early in generating, and there have been some revenues credited since it was generated on May 31st. And I can certainly send an updated report to you folks for the period ending May. And those are the ones that we have to wait for it's the monthly journal entries that we do. But those are primarily revenues that would affect auto excise for one, boat excise would be another, and medical rescue billing. Joe's recreation programs that get, the registrations that get paid by credit cards, those are monthly journal entry, and it's part of my bank reconciliation process that I'm now downloading the statement. So there's probably 30,000 at least minimum coming in for revenues for that period. I'm sorry, I didn't do an updated report. So I don't know, when did I finish that bank statement? Just this week? Tuesday? Yeah. It's pretty complex, but we are still waiting on the settlement check for legal fees. I think that's due soon. It's supposed to have been the middle of June. I don't.
15th.
The 15th, yeah. We haven't received that to my knowledge. And I did check with the auditor on how to handle that, just to be sure that we were accounting for it correctly. And he or she had consulted other municipalities that are more familiar with that type of revenue source and just suggested that we create a extraordinary revenue and put it in there, because I did want to just see if they would recommend crediting the legal expenditure line, and that's not how they would recommend it. So I just wanted to get their feedback and recommendation prior to closing the books. So there'll be a new line here, a new revenue line created that will be titled extraordinary revenue, and that it will be for that amount. And we can put CEO fees or penalty or something.
Will the reimbursed legal fees be segregated from the penalties in the accounting system?
No.
Why not?
I don't have the breakdown. I suppose, you know, the agreement may have the breakdown between penalty and legal fees. I mean, I know approximately what the legal fees are. I could certainly, you know, for this fiscal year, I could put that in as 2 entries, you know, to reference legal fees for FY24.
I think from a transparency standpoint, I mean, getting back your legal fees is one thing. The penalties is a different thing.
Yep.
Just my opinion.
Right. So, in consultation with the auditing firm, they just suggested to put again the extraordinary revenue. I can certainly make detailed entry as to the amount for legal fee reimbursement, although it won't be credited to the legal fee expenditures.
You know, around the community, going around the community, when I was talking to folks about things, people seem to think that the total, which is a reimbursement in large part of the legal, is the penalty. You know, that's not right.
Not the case.
But anyway, that's just my concern.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was discussed at length at mediation, and it is broken down in the consent agreement as to what the legal fees were.
At that time.
At that time, and what the proposed penalty was. But what people need to realize is that those legal fees, reimbursing them is a penalty, for one, because he's being penalized for the work he did and paying for it. There's also the restoration plan. So when we did the negotiations for this consent agreement, it was as a package, because if we broke it down, it would appear that they're getting less of a fine than what people anticipated. But when you add in the restoration fees of over $500,000 probably, plus you add the $450 roughly in legal fees, that's a big penalty, and it still sends a message that this gentleman that did this work, you know, he's paying his fair share of it, all of it, and we'll have a product at the end where it's restored to the best of its ability to the natural state. So in mediation, it was discussed that we could have broken that out, but we just did it to keep the violators still in the room and not walking out. This is how we dealt with it. And at the time, the former chair of the select board was in agreement with it. I was in agreement with it, and our legal 2-3 lawyers were also in agreement. It was a very complicated case because of the bankruptcy of one of the violators. We had two contractors and a landowner with 2 different parcels of property. So this is a very complicated case. Don and I were involved in this for almost, 3 years? And this is, to me, a good resolution.
I'm not speaking to the resolution.
I understand
I'm
that.
speaking to the accounting.
But I think in accounting-wise, however she puts it in the books, with a note, would probably be very appropriate.
Mhm.
But I'm just trying to explain, because we're on TV, I want the public to know that this was discussed, hashed over, this was the best deal we could get. We wouldn't have done any better if we went to court. And if you go to court, there's the potential you won't get legal fees, A. Two, we would have incurred many more years of this violation without having a restoration plan.
Yeah.
So, because you asked the question, I just want to
go on
give some
record.
explanation.
Although I have an opinion about all that, that's not my issue. My issue is an accounting issue, just segregating it properly. That's all.
So the other piece, the auditors what the auditor had suggested was that we could put it on, have it in a town meeting and have the voters decide what to do with, it's basically adding to our undesignated fund balance. They could choose, but we've already had our town meeting, not in time to have a warrant article for this season. Or the other thing is to, excuse me, it would just close out into undesignated fund balance, and the selectmen have chosen, and the voters approved it, to use up to $700,000 to reduce property tax. So that was the two.
So basically, you're using the reimbursed legal fees in large part to reduce the property tax for a one-time benefit. That's what you're doing?
In essence, but I believe there's a second portion to that settlement agreement. I believe there's going to be, is there more revenue coming in October?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll have the significant check on the 15th of June, and the next check, I don't remember the timing, but it's a couple of months.
Seems so it was in October.
So when you use all that revenue this year to reduce the property tax rate, what happens next year?
That would be a decision that the select board would make at the time.
I understand that, but how do you fill that revenue gap and not have a significant tax increase?
Well, we're also going to be in the process of a revaluation, not that that would be the case for FY25.
Well, that will complicate it, but it won't fill the revenue gap.
Right. So there may be this, influx of, revenue coming in, reduce the taxes, and you're going to have that spike and decline effect. But the selectmen left it up to, it's up to a certain amount. And I think once they get the recommendation from our contracted assessor usually provides 3 different mill rate options, they'll look at it at that point in time as to what they actually want to use.
So they haven't fully decided on $700,000?
No, they'll do that in September usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. So we're talking about almost $500,000 in legal fees coming back to the town.
Mm-hmm.
Where did those fees come from? To pay the bills going from 2.5 years ago till this?
Right. So we would have overdrawn administration legal fees.
Yes.
And as a result of that, it would deplete your undesignated fund balance. That's where the money thing.
Undesignated fund.
Correct. So this is just
why don't
basically.
we put the money back into that?
And that's what we would be doing.
But then what they would be doing would be reallocating it to tax relief from there.
If that's what they decide to do.
Well, it looks like that's what they're deciding to do, because it's a significantly larger amount from fund balance than I've ever seen.
I can't speak for them, and that decision will be made in September.
Yeah, I just worry about, using all that money for instant tax relief. To me, it would be more judicious to, allocate it to non-recurring capital expenditures or to meter it in over time, so you wouldn't have a spike in the tax rate. And I know it's going to be obfuscated by the reval, and it's going to be, not intentionally, but the reval is going to skew everything and make it so it will be difficult to understand this fiscal year to the next. But it just doesn't seem like it's the way to expend those, what are basically undesignated fund balance funds.
Yeah, and my role was just to be sure that I was putting it in the accounting system correctly before we closed out the fiscal year. So we're not making adjusted entries. We do expect them to be on site. I believe it was in September. We set aside dates for them. They're actually coming on site this year. and there's been pre-planning already in the works, but I did want to consult with the actual auditing firm to make sure that it's being recorded correctly based on their recommendation. That's what we'll be doing.
May I ask if a selectman is here that would like to speak about what else could be done, and you don't have to, but if there was anything that that money could go towards besides just tax relief, would you be interested in sharing, or is that something you would not?
Because I'm only one person, I'm not a board, so I would rather wait for our meeting. But thanks for asking.
One thing you could consider, and I think it's somewhere along the line we kind of followed this, and I don't know if it was a hard and fast rule, but the idea was to use the fund balance for major non-recurring capital expenditures. So instead of instant tax relief, but I don't think it's a formal policy at this point, but it's something a lot of towns do for this reason. You don't want to see a spike in the tax rate, but
Right.
it is useful, I think, to expend these funds at a level that would keep them consistent with what would be best bookkeeping practice, which the town always has and has now. And so, and the way to do that, you don't want to see these things, the funds exponentially grow over a long period of time, would be to allocate them to these major, as I say, non-recurring expenditures, and you have those every year.
Right.
So it's maybe a nuanced thing, but I just worry about all that money into the tax rate and then what happens next year.
I kind of agree. I know it's not up to us, but we had discussed this at one of our earlier budget finance meetings, and I just kind of felt that money could be used somewhere else in the benefit of the town. Like, I think tax relief is awesome, but I think that with the town projects that we have over the next couple of years, I'd like to see that specifically used for, even if we held on to it for a little while, just, have that go directly to something. I don't know. I can't tell you what that something is.
That's what I'm saying, basically, a major non-recurring capital improvement. So that's what normally towns do.
So that may be a recommendation that the Budget Finance Committee wants to make to the Board of Selectmen before they do make that determination and decision in September when they set the mill rate. That may be something you want to put on your calendar looking forward.
And do we know how much about we're getting in October?
October 15th, I think that's the date. But I think it's in the area of another 200,000.
Okay.
We already collected the 10,000 from
Q-Team.
Q-Team. That's in the bank or in the fund. And while I'm speaking, the thing I'm thinking of with Sean's comment of putting the money somewhere else than just tax relief, I would suggest, and this is after dealing with this case, seeing how much legal we incurred because of the potential of another violation like this, that we should start banking more for legal. Legal's not going down. We were paying up to $625 an hour for some of our legal consultations with Pierce Atwood. We don't get a municipal rate if there's a conflict. Our Bernstein, sure, we get a municipal rate. But when you hire an outside firm because of a conflict, you're paying top dollar. We don't get a municipal rate. So people should understand that this isn't going to go away when we have violations like this. We're going to have to pay. And I would suggest that maybe some of the funds go into a legal fund that, like the state has created because of this now. They're starting another effort. We have new legislation so we can lien a property, but in the meantime, they're setting up a fund for legal fees because this is a big problem around the lake, in all of our lakes.
Yeah, just because we won this one doesn't mean it won't be a long, bloody fight for the next one.
It's just something that we should talk about maybe in September.
I actually think that's a really excellent suggestion too, but in fairness, I mean, this thing happened, really quickly, and there was no allocation to substantiate these sort of fees, and so the town really had no choice but to, go forward the way they did, and I understand and appreciate the collection of the fees, and so, but I think we probably something like what Chris is describing, or you know, setting them up into a reserve fund for major non-recurring capital expenditures, something like that, to me is much, much wiser than just taking a one-time, you know, hey, we reduced the taxes.
So back to reviewing the expenditure reports. Each department has, you know, its budgeted amount. We fixed the current month reporting period as well as the year-to-date. They used to be the same. And a balance minus in the revenues means that we've exceeded the revenue amount, and then a minus in the expenditures means that we've expended the budgeted amount for that as well. And then you have the total percentages, either overspent or underspent. So administration is over budget by almost 121%. Legal and salaries being probably the primary reason of that. Assessing is in good shape. Codes, and I do want to point out that code revenue, as of this report, the budgeted amount was 140, and they've already taken in 200,000. So they're over budget, and they still have the month of June. Town buildings is right on track. Technology, let's see, you might see in technology that contract line, which is on page 2. It's a minus 84, 6254. What goes into that line, and hopefully that will be resolved with the fiber project, is the consolidated solutions technology bill for the internet that we're currently paying for. It's quite substantial, and that's where it flows, is the technology budget. Fire department, it's running very close. They made a presentation, I think it was at the May meeting, just bringing to the attention of the selectmen that they've had some emergency repairs and whatnot. Primarily due to the storm, but they are hopefully, I know they are seeking reimbursement from FEMA, but that does take time. You know, could be 18 to 24 months before we receive that reimbursement. Animal control is good. Public works is good as well. When I say good, you know, they only have 1 month remaining. Hopefully they're not holding on to their invoices, because this only represents the invoices that we've issued payment for. So it's important that those get turned in, you know, as quickly as possible. And especially now that we're closing the fiscal year, it helps with the accounting process. So all in all, I would say we're in pretty good standings. When you look at the departments, they're, you know, 80% to 90% expended, so, and they just have the month of June to go through. So I don't know if you have any questions in regards to that at all.
Does anyone on the committee have additional questions or concerns about the report that Sharice just briefed up on?
So one of the warrant articles that they have on an annual basis is to get the approval to transfer, you know, the CIP accounts, unexpended amounts, as well as the health reimbursement account that is funded to a level that we think is adequate. But that particular cost center, if you will, on page 5 is already in the negative by $6,200. So there will not be any health reimbursement account funds to carry over because the cost center itself is in the negative. Other than that, I think you were primarily focusing on capital. Still had $319,000 as a balance, overall balance remaining in the various accounts. So back to your question, Karen, does anyone have any further questions of me?
Is there any interest in going over the TIF expenses?
Just question for Chris, what are you guys mailing out there?
Say what?
What are you guys mailing out there? What are you mailing out?
Where'd you see that?
Postage.
Oh, butter notices primarily, and I asked their administrative assistant for the planning board about that, and I understand in the ordinance that it's required to mail those butter notices by certified mail a lot of times, maybe depending on the project. So, postage.
Uptick in projects?
Upcoming planning board projects.
Appeals board, yes.
Yeah. Zoning board appeals, yeah,
Right.
all those. So. Good question, Sean.
Yeah, I'm watching Chris.
I see it.
So TIF, you have the TIF expenditure report?
Yes.
Through May. We still have 85,000 to expend. We've expended 73% of the budget. We were talking a little bit about, Sue was referencing the Water Watch account, the milfoil inactive reserve account, and you know the milfoil contract that we have, because we get grant monies in from the state, and so there's a milfoil removal expenditure line, and that's offset by the incoming revenue under a grant revenue line, $24,871, and it's overdrawn by 16,000. So it's basically to the good when it nets out. So we do have a current milfoil project and have for a couple of years now, since Raymond Waterways is either unable to do it or don't have sufficient volunteers. So we are working with the state DEP for the grant monies and a contract that does milfoil removal for us, and we bill 3 different organizations to help pay for that cost. Some of the lines in here, bless you. You know, there's monies that are budgeted, but you know, they may or may not get expended, and that just keeps it in a TIF account. If we don't expend it, it still stays in the TIF account.